Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the New South Wales Public Primary Schools Track and Field Championships for 2022 here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. I'd begin today by acknowledging the Gadigal people, the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather today, and pay my respects to their elders past and present, and the Aboriginal elders of other communities who may be here today. We have 3 streams operating again today. The one we're on at the moment is the track stream, and we have 2 streams for the field events. We had a very successful day yesterday, and today is the exciting conclusion of the 2022 Athletics Championships. Well, our first track event will feature the 200 metres finals. All these competitors who have won their way through to the finals will be brought out onto the track very shortly. Today is also a very exciting day because today is the day we have the relays, and that's a great event where all the schools come together and have the relay competition. Throughout the day you can switch between both the track or the field depending on which one you're interested in. And hopefully we'll have a day where we get through without any rain. So we look forward to your company, and we hope that you enjoy the coverage that we're going to provide through the very professional help from Clutch TV. So we look forward to your company, and we look forward to a very good day. We'll come back to you later when the events commence in about 5 minutes. Thank you. The field events this morning will feature at 8:30 the junior boys shot put, the junior girls discus, the 11 years girls high jump, and the 11 years boys long jump. And they are set to commence very shortly. We have all the competitors actually in their allocated stations. The officials are ready to go, and I think we should be starting very, very shortly with those field events. The competitors for the 200 metres finals are making their way over to the start. So I'd say within the next 5 minutes we will make a start to the day. As you can see on the shots that are coming through at the moment, you have a number of students going through their paces, just remembering we're doing some warm-ups. The parents have situated themselves behind the particular event they need to watch. And there's the first final of the day. Athletes moving over to the starts position at the 200 metres. At the moment, the skies are overcast. We're hoping we'll get through without rain. Unfortunately, it is predicted. So we can only hope that we get through the day without getting wet. At the completion of this championship, the New South Wales Primary School Sports Association will select a team to go to the School Sport Australia Track and Field Championships that are going to be held in Brisbane in late November or middle November, and that's an event that the students who are selected will have a wonderful time competing against all states and territories from around Australia. At the moment we've got a couple of school groups from Barrier, which is a far west sub-association, Broken Hill, Wentworth, Goal. And the students out there are maybe this first time they've been to the Sydney Olympic Park Olympic Track. We do have our first event, which is the junior girls 8 to 10 years 200 metre final. In lane 1 we have Jasmine White from Yarrawarra, Sydney East. Lane 2, Bailey Fisher, Albury, Riverina. Lane 3, Chloe Anthony, St Catherine, CIS. Lane 4, Lara Barnes, St Phillips Primary School, CIS. Capri Vincent, St Anthony's, Clavelli, MacKillop in lane 5. In lane 6, Halo Pate from Wilton, Sydney Southwest. Lane 7, Jasmine Morrison, Walden South Hunter. In lane 8, Spandala Yardam from Bankstown, Sydney Southwest. And in lane 9, Caitlin Barnard, Narellanvale, Sydney Southwest. The record was set by C. Pearson in 2004, and the record stands at 27.61. First event. Final. And the competitors are in the starters' hands at the moment, waiting behind their marks. And next to, sorry, that's the 11 years. I'll do the boys. And we're about to go, right on time. And they're away. And welcome to Matt, my co-commentator. We're here for an exciting day, Matt, with some very close racing to take part.
Yeah, thank you, Neil. And thanks for that nice welcome. We've got a great day ahead of us. I believe we've got some relays coming up later, as well as a number of finals. We saw some great running yesterday, and here is this young lady taking out her 200-metre final.
That was Capri Vincent in 28.85. So that's the first event of the day. And I'm sure, as we saw yesterday, at the end of each event, the competitors will congratulate each other. They've made a final of the state championships. That is a great effort. So congratulations, ladies. Our second event for the day is the boys 8 to 10 years junior 200 metre final. And we will see the record here was set in 2005 by Alex Jallo in a time of 26.48. In our first, in lane 1, we have Max Israel from St Aidan's, Maroubra Junction. Lane 2, Victor Ogbana from Our Lady of Mount Carmel, Wentworthville. Lane 3, Xavier Owusu, Beresford Road, Sydney West. Lane 4, Corbin Faengo, Peakhurst South. Lane 5, Ethan Warner, Avalon, Sydney North. Lane 6, Isaac Robinson, Balgala North, Sydney North. Lane 7, Jardi Ikamu, Harrington Street, Sydney Southwest. Lane 8, Ryan Jose from the Lutheran Primary School, CIS. And Lane 9, William Bailey, Villa Maria, Hunters Hill.
Not much happening out there as far as breeze or wind goes this morning, so that's not going to affect them a great deal.
If I remember correctly, Matt, a couple of these competitors, namely Corbin and Ethan Warner, will have a really good tussle. They competed against each other in a couple of events yesterday, and it was neck and neck the whole way.
Yeah, and often it's that. Here we go. They're away.
Yep.
And that's it's that excellent running through the rounds and the heats, and then they meet in the final, and it's a great contest. And it looks like it's going to be that way.
Again, they both run the bend very well.
Yeah. So they charge off the bend together. And it's a battle of the wills down the straight, isn't it? It's
and here he comes again. Ethan always fights back.
Goodness me, what a great race.
Ladies and gentlemen, I can't split that. It's 27.68. That's very much, could be a dead heat, I'd suggest.
That might be over to the officials.
I'm not going to call it.
Finish. Yep. A little bit of entertainment for the spectators that are here early today, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's some great running so far. First couple of events. And I'd say those guys now are well and truly warmed up.
And it's Corbin by 1/100th of a second. 27.66 against 27.67. What a magnificent race that was.
Boys are looking at the result now. They can see it. Yep, they have the result.
So those two will compete against each other for the next few years.
I look forward to that. Next event we have is girls 11-year-olds 200 metres final. Imogen Graham, lane 1, Woy Woy. Elise Green, lane 2, Balmain. In lane 3, Assumption Ayeto Sadler, St James Forest Lodge. Lane 4, Divine Chakwidi, All Saints Liverpool. Lane 5, Taylor Piuila, Bardia, Sydney Southwest. Lane 6, Mia Wood from Yowie Bay. Lane 7, Madison McWilliams, Flinders. Lane 8, Holly Tweedle from Queenwood. And Aria Jensen will round out the final in lane 9, running scared in the outside lane. Here she goes, and the rest of them. Aria Jensen is from Our Lady of the Sacred Heart.
Divine, she's showing them a very strong athlete. But the young girl from Bardi has also fought well, continued on well.
It's a good
Yes.
finish, isn't it? Good contest for the silver and bronze there.
At 27.68.
And a solid run from all of those girls.
Yeah. And it looks like a number of friendships are being formed out there, which is fantastic.
Handshakes all around. It's very good. Next we'll have the boys, the 11-year-olds, going in their final. Over 200. Lane 1, Sean Matapuli, Ingleburn. Callum Gilchrist will run out of lane 2 from Barker. Lane 3, James Atkins, Knox Pret, Preparatory School. Lane 4, Michael Melfi, Fairy Meadow. Lane 5, Zach Bailey, Tim Bumburi. Lane 6, Ethan Sherlock, Waniora. Lane 7, Thomas Vedras, Normanhurst. Lane 8, Maceo, Wagner, Jordan, Burke Street. And lane 9, Kyan Seal, Willoughby. That is the field for the 11 years boys 200 metres final. Imagine there might be a few sore legs out there this morning after some running yesterday too, you know.
Some of them and their programs are still big.
Yeah. No doubt they've had a good warm-up before all of this, while everyone was probably still having their breakfast. And
we have a false start.
We have a false start there, yeah. just a little hold up here while they're going to attempt to get them away for a second time. There's a glitch in that first attempt. Starter pulled them back, and I'd like to look at them start again. And there's a warning going up. And a little discussion as well. That is a disqualification. Wow. Yeah. We've got the field events underway. A little bit of discus up and running, and some shot already this morning.
That whole kid, I think, disqualified, I think.
The shot on your screen is all the children from the, as I said, from the barrier, but all those students are from the School of the Air, where they do their learning from home, and now they're off going to do some running for the compare.
And we will have a start now for the 11-year-old.
And they're away, 11-year-old boys.
They are. Strong running, middle of the field here. And good inside lane, coming off the bend. Lane 3 has the lead.
It's a strong run.
It's going to be James Atkins first across the line from Knox Preparatory School.
In 26.77.
Yeah, those times are coming in, and a great run from all of the boys. I have to say almost perfect conditions again at the moment. This morning, around 20 degrees.
Yeah, I think it was.
It's a nice cloud cover, so no one's getting really burnt out there at the moment. They still have to be aware of that. And some rain hovering north of the stadium, north of northern regions of Sydney. Girls 12 to 13 years, 200 metres, final, lane 1. Ellie Farrell, Harbord, Madison Trembath, lane 2, St Patrick's Swansea, lane 3, Marley Main, Banks Meadow, Talia Tabone, lane 4, St Clair's, Narellanville, lane 5, Naomi Krajanchik, Forestville, Sydney North, Marley Pay, lane 6, in lane 7, Angelica Batty from the Grange, lane 8, Amalia Bond, Pimble, and Ruby Kerr in lane 9 from Oak Flats make up the field for the girls 12 to 13 years 200 metres final.
Matt, the record for this event is 25.50 and it was set in 1995, so a long time ago by Rebecca Ajuna. Sorry, I think it was Rebecca.
The qualifying times indicate they probably won't threaten that this morning, but who knows? In the finals, people often lift. So we'll see how the girls go. They're away. It's a good start. Maintained the stagger pretty well, but it's going to be lanes 5, lane 6.
This young girl from Western's had a very good meet yesterday.
Marley Pay.
Yeah, but she's not going to catch our front runner.
That is... Where's that young lady from?
McKillop. That would be Talia Tabone from St Clair's Narellanville. And she's pretty happy, as she should be.
Yeah, it was a great race. It was a good run, actually, because they came off the bend. She came off the bend kind of with a couple of others there, and she had some work to do down the straight. Great running from the girls.
Yep, and 26.66. So the record remains the same.
It does remain intact.
Yes. And obviously they're close. These competitors, they probably completed little A's. They may even run out of the same club from Bardia and Narellanvale in the same general area. So they've all done very well.
Yeah.
Our next event is the boys 12 to 13. 200 metres final, and it will feature Jacob Wright in lane 1 from Atunga Northwest. In lane 2, Sam Gray, St Bridges, Brankston, Paulding. Lane 3, Harry Keats, Oxley's College, CIS. Lane 4, Ashton Foley, Bonnells Bay, Hunter. Lane 5, Owen Trin, Balmain, Sydney East. Lane 6, Ollie Savone, Taking Point, North Coast. Lane 7, Jared Shepherd from Ryde East, Sydney North, and lane 8 is Tyler Cunico from Lithgow and Western, and in lane 9, Alexander Bissell from Pagewood, Sydney East.
Our record here, Neil, is 23.83. A gentleman by the name of James Gallagher set in 2012.
Yeah, so that's going to be
That's going to take some beating as well.
I'd say so.
We have a team manager from Sydney East to the finish line. Team manager Sydney East to the finish line.
We have a pretty full crowd here today, Neil, because we've got the relays coming up, and they often have a good support crew.
They certainly do, and the boys are off.
And dare say some of these fellows will be figuring in some relays as well later today. Here they come, charging to the straight, and
that's a strong run from the...
He's off and running. He's had a good bend.
Although they're coming back at him.
Yeah.
My word, they're coming back at him.
He's got some work to do there. That's a good run coming over the top.
The young gentleman from Hunter.
That'd be Ashton. Was that Ashton Foley? Harry Keats.
Well, Ashton Foley, I think it is.
Ashton Foley did the work by getting over the top there.
He's had a big event. And the time was... missed the time, I'm sorry.
Owen Trin there did his very best to hang on. He
did.
led for most of that event, and it wasn't until probably that last 50 metres that Ashton got the better of him.
Yeah. 26:22 was the winning time. Ashton Foley. Owen Trin was in second place, and Harry Keats in third.
You could see Owen knew he probably could hear him coming. Owen was his face. He was trying so hard to hold down first. He just couldn't hold it. It was still a great run.
And there's some great times from all the other. The race overall was very good.
Yeah. We're going to the girls. We'll go to some 800 metre running.
Yes, and these are the multi-class time finals. We've got for the 800s multi-class. So the multi-class event involves students with various disabilities. The medalists aren't decided necessarily by those first past the post. The medalists are decided on a percentage score of the athlete's time compared to the world record time. So depending on your disability and what classification you're in, they then do a calculation to work out the actual winners of the event. So this takes a little bit of time after the event is finished. But in our first 800, we'll have, and I think they're still coming down from the marshalling tent. I can't see them on the track anywhere.
No, they're not there yet, I don't think. I think they're people just gathering their stuff after the 200s.
Yeah, in fact, I think we're a few minutes early, so that's why they're not here.
That decision and calculation of places, etc., Neil, is that, and you talk about the world record, is that the world record based on their classification?
Yes.
Yep. Okay.
World record based on their classification, and how the best percentage or the closest percentage to that world record is how they decided. And it's quite a, I was going to say complicated, but it's not, because we use technology these days to work that out for us, but it's an involved process. As you'll see in some of these races, some of the students have various disabilities. Yesterday we had two girls with lower arm amputations who competed magnificently well. Yeah. So we'll just watch and see what happens.
I think it's uplifting for the crowd to see all of the competitors in the state championships, but I tell you what, the multi-class kids, when they compete, it almost takes the crowd to another level, and their level of appreciation they have for the work that's being done.
Yeah, that's true. And Peter would say we're very proud of his record on inclusion. We've had students with disabilities competing since 1992 now, but when we first started, it was different to what it is now, and it's far advanced, and we've got to thank the school sports unit for that in many ways, with their inclusive sports program that they run, care of Peter Cardy and Anthony Moyes. They're providing a number of opportunities for students around New South Wales.
And you'll see obviously a number of officials out on the field or the track on any part of the day, but something else that's related to the multi-class kids is that they have an excellent team of officials and assistants that spend most of the day with them and assisting them, and they do a magnificent job too.
They certainly do. They certainly do.
So we're going to be rolling into, we'll start the 800 metre section of the program, the finals, in a little while, and the multi-class athletes will lead away in that regard, and then some more. They're going to run the full program of 800 metre finals on the back of that. So there's going to be some excellent mid-distance running to be had here for those people that like that kind of thing and enjoy that. We're going to see some collection of 800 metre finals here coming up soon. Officials are just getting organised, and competitors going through the marshalling process, and they'll be making their way down to the track very, very soon.
Presentation area for presentation of medals in the girls 8 to 10, 200 metres. In third place, Chloe Anthony, representing CIS. In second place, representing Sydney West, Hallam. And our gold medalist at New South Wales PSSA champion, Vincent from February. Thank you, today in the Desert was New South Wales.
It's quite possible that we have an audience in classrooms this morning, and if you are watching from a classroom throughout the state or elsewhere, you'll be pleased to know that the weather is held off this morning. Good conditions, overcast, cool but not cold, and it's set up perfectly for what has been an excellent start to the day, and that is the 200 metre finals, where there was some excellent running a little while ago. We're about to head into the 800 metre section of the program. So you may recall at your school carnivals that you may have had an opportunity to participate in 800 metres. You would know, if you did, that it's quite a gruelling event, particularly if you tried to run it all. And here we are. We're at probably the pinnacle of achievement in primary schools as far as the running of those sort of events goes. So you'll see some students and competitors here that most likely were successful or won their school carnivals, been winning their way through, and find themselves now competing against the best in the state in the final over 800 metres at the Olympic venue. So it's great for them, and we hope it's good viewing for you. We know you're getting some coverage of some track, which is not on the track at the moment, but track and field, and it's great that you're able to receive that in your classroom. So it's good morning to all of the students that are watching this morning, and of course the teachers that have been gracious enough to allow their students to watch the coverage this morning. We hope you really enjoy it. Good news with the rain and the cloud and the rain is that it continues to remain north of Sydney. There is a little northeasterly, I think, sort of trying to get it to come further down towards the stadium, but it's holding off, and all we have at the moment is overcast skies, no rain yet, and that's a great thing. The rain presents a problem, obviously. I mean, it's more unpleasant to try and get organised and run and throw and jump in the rain. The surface becomes slippery, the implements become slippery, so it comes with its own set of difficulties when the rain does start to fall. But of course, being an all-weather track and all-weather facility, I mean, the athletes are, I know they're very, very happy to be able to have nice conditions, but sometimes it's not always that way, and they have to grind it out in conditions that aren't necessarily perfect. And as they've come through from school to zone to region and state, it's quite possible they've had very difficult weather conditions, particularly with the weather we've had across the state. They might be happy to have a dry track for the moment. Just mentioning, Neil, that the rain's holding off still to the north at the moment, but it is getting a little darker, so we're hoping that stays away. And we also had a little bit of a good morning to kids in classrooms and their teachers that might be watching.
Yes, they'll be nice and warm.
They will be. They should be, yeah.
Just a bit of a hold-up with the 800s, I think, at the moment. So those people who'd like to see a little bit of action, we do have the field events going on. We've got some shot put, discus, high jump. We've actually got shot put at both ends of the field. Two high jump stands operating down the northern end. And on the far side, on the eastern side of the arena, we have the long jump.
What do they say about shot put, Neil? Is it clean palm, dirty fingers, or how those shot putters hold the shot? It's something to do with, there's a technique to it.
I haven't heard that.
Yeah. And of course, if you see someone that's been competing in a shot put event throughout the day, you'll recognise them straight away because they've usually got a big bit of dirt on their throwing cheek, on their face,
a bit of chalk,
where they hold the shot against their neck, against the side of their face to keep it in, so it doesn't become a throw. So if you're telling a shot putter that they've got something on their face, you just be careful. You never know. They might be quite proud of the fact that they've got their scars of battle there from the day.
I'm sure they have. And I've just realised I have a distant relative running in the junior boys 800 multi-class time finals.
Excellent.
So if I become excited at any stage, he's obviously doing well.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on you now. It'll be all right. So a bit of athletic prowess passed down through the genes there.
No, definitely not mine. Definitely not mine. His grandfather was a very good athlete.
Okay.
An old sportsman.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? We're here today, yet the sport and the event itself, and you go to CHS as well. It's got a rich history that goes back through many years of excellent competition and officiating and support.
It does. In fact, in the first school sporting competition was a carnival, but one of the events was throwing a cricket ball at the cricket stump.
Is that right?
Yep.
That's me.
And a man called Victor Trumper was very good at it,
Yeah,
apparently.
he'd have been pretty good at it, I'd imagine, yeah. Him and a couple of his
Colleagues.
cricketing mates. Hailed from around the inner city, I think.
That's correct.
Victor Trumper.
He did.
And was also heavily
Crown Stroke
associated
boy.
was he?
Crown Stroke boy,
Okay. I think he was also associated with the early stages of rugby league, wasn't he?
Very much so. Very much so. Victor Trumper was instrumental with Daily Messenger.
Then there's the beautiful photo of Trumper, the iconic photo of Trumper sort of leaping out to hit some poor bowler.
Back over
his head. Yeah. No, so, you know, a massive history behind all of the state and national sport. And a strong Indigenous background as well.
Yes.
You know, so that's all part of it. We have the lap counter being set at 2 laps. That is an indicator that they're getting closer to a start for 800 metres. I spoke to someone yesterday after the event, Neil, that asked me if we'd noticed or anyone had noticed how good the bell ringing was yesterday, and I said, well, look, to tell you the truth, we were a little bit focused on other things, but apparently the bell ringing was of a high level, and I said we will try and keep an ear out for it in the 800s today.
So obviously the gentleman you was talking to was a bell ringer.
It was a lady, and yeah, she was involved. Yeah, she had a connection to the bell ringing yesterday. Yeah. So I mustn't laugh about that. Obviously, they take their job very seriously, and they're very proud of the work they did on the bell.
Yeah, that one. Take that. Flat white. Yeah. And as you can see, we're starting to get the athletes in place for the multi-class junior girls 800 metres. Got in lane 1, Alison Murnane from Buninyong Western. Lane 2, Sienna Compton, St Aloysius Chisholm. Lane 3, Sophie Lewis, St Joseph's Goulburn. Lane 4, Mia Hogan, St Patrick's Albury. Lane 5, Lexi Cornwall, Arada Heights, Western.
Yeah, okay, hey, you know how yesterday you turned up at the game on your mic when it turned back to 0? Because it continues a bit too loud, might be agreed.
And if you can see on the screen, we have a official on her knees next to the runner in lane 2. That student is a hearing disability. has a hearing disability, and she's a tapper. So when the gun goes, she'll tap to get them to start. It's been a false start. The girl was encroaching over the line a bit. We're ready to go. And she'll release her hand when the gun goes. And that will give you the signal for the girl to take off. And the official just moved to the other side of the track so she doesn't impede the run of the runner in lane one.
Yep, we got you on there.
It's been a long wait for this race, and they're off. And they'll go for 100 metres, then they can cross over. Cross over now. And the young girl from McKillop, which is Sophie Lewis, is out in front. And she's opened up a sizable gap. She's got a nice long stride. So we've got Sienna Compton currently in second place as we come up to the bell lap. And she's maintained a good even pace. She's got 400 metres to go.
I've got a spare headset, I'll come and fix it in the back.
And our leader has maintained her lead, although the young girl in second place, Sienna Compton, is closing the gap and running quite nicely in second place. So it might get interesting in the last 150 metres. We have a large gap between second and third. That gap has been continually closed, the first and second. I think it's going to be very close down the straight here. Sophie Lewis in the moment is leading from Sienna Compton. And there is about a 15 to 20 metre gap, and Sophie Lewis has found a second wind and is moving towards the finish line. And well done to Sophie Lewis. And Sienna Compton, well done. Both good efforts. as I mentioned before the start of the race, the medalists will be in these time finals. We've got 2 heats in the time finals. Will be decided by comparing the students' time against the world record and the percentage of that calculation. And that was Lexi Cornwall who just crossed the finish line from Western. And then we've got Alison Manane from Western also. So our second, we still have Mia Hogan on the track at the moment. She's coming into finish, and well done. She's kept going for the entire time. And finished. And she's done a good job. And our second heat or section will involve in lane 1, Annalise Aziri from Pitttown, Sydney West, Violet Fuller, lane 2, Lake Memorial, Sydney North, lane 3, Brianna Wilson, Orana Heights, lane 4, Margaret Jordan, Kensington, lane 5, Daisy Falconer, Newcastle. They're in the starter's hands, and they're off. It appears as Brianna Wilson from Orana Heights Western, who's not running today. As they make their way around to the 100 metres where they can cross over, they'll have 700 metres to go. And now they can cross it to the closest inside lane. At the moment we have the girl from Sydney East, Margaret Jordan from Kensington Public School, out in front, followed by Annalise Aziri from Pitttown. And young Daisy Falconer from Newcastle CIS in 3rd place, or 2nd place now. And she's running very nicely too, very relaxed. Approach the bell to start their last lap. We still have Margaret Jordan from Kensington. Gets the bell to go around. Daisy Falconer. Margaret Jordan from Kensington Public School is approaching the bend. She has a lead of approximately 50 to 60 metres. And we're getting the last 100 metres. And Margaret Jordan is coming up to the finish line. She's led from the start and gone the entire way. Well done. Obviously the weather's starting to come in because people are moving to get under cover, and I noticed a lot of the officials are now putting on their ponchos. So unfortunately we're going to get a bit of rain.
Andre, we'll come fix it in a second, Max.
And young Daisy Falconer has just crossed the line. And we have two competitors making their way around. And we have our Annalise Deary from Pitttown running down the final straight. And Violet Fuller from Lake Mormora, and the crowd's giving them a warm round of applause as they come across the finish line. Our next event, the Junior Bullies 800 multi-class time finals. In lane 1, we have Xavier Wilson from Shell Cove, South Coast. In lane 2, Zane Graham, Lisarow, Sydney North. In lane 3, Caleb Hislop, St. Aloysius Chisholm. Lane 4, Noah Blackmore, St Christopher's Holsworthy. Lane 5, Isaac Woods, Oran Park. Lane 6, Jeremiah Middleton, the Covenant School. Lane 7, Emerson Ryan, Bondi, Sydney East. In lane 8, Eddie Clare, Holy Cross, Helensburgh. And they're off. A strong run from the young gentleman, Jeremiah Middleton, in lane 6. He's reached the crossover, and young Xavier Wilson from Shell Cove has also done well. Both boys have got a nice stride as they work up the back straight and go into the bend for the first time. I've got a feeling young Xavier Wilson competed yesterday in the 1500 metres for able-bodied athletes and did very well. This is going to be a very good tussle because young Jeremiah Middleton is sticking with Xavier as they approach the 400 metre mark, and they'll start the bell lap very shortly. In third place we have from Sydney North, Zane Graham. And he's followed by Noah Blackmore in fourth place. But Xavier now is working up the back straight, and he's put a little bit of distance between him and Jeremiah. He's a very accomplished runner, young Xavier. He has a sight disability, but that doesn't stop him. He runs cross country, he runs track and field.
We have a team manager from CIS, South Coast, Northwest, Sydney North, Sydney Southwest, and Sydney East attending the announcing room immediately.
And he's coming into the last 100 metres with a sizable lead, but young Jeremiah is going to fight back, I think. He's going to, although Xavier's put in a final spurt, and he is really motoring. Really motoring. What a great effort. He's going all the way to the line. Well done, Xavier. Thoroughly deserved. What a great effort. Wow. Very good, Xavier. 2:48.49. Should be very proud of that. Young Jeremiah has come second. And we have in third place Zane Graham from Lisero. And he's done very well also. So as mentioned previously, the results of the final positions will be decided on over the two events on the best finisher compared to the world record, a percentage of the world record. A very good effort from all of these boys, finishing off their events very nicely. Our next event will be the second heat of the time finals for 8 years boys. In lane 1, we have Clontyre Glass from Chatham Hunter. Lane 2, Bailey Lloyd Small from Tottenham Western. Lane 3, Sonny Elliott from Woy Woy Sydney North. Lane 4, Toby Morgan Parks East. Lane 6, Lachlan Evans, Lane Cove West. Lane 8, Ashton Boyada, Bunyong Western. And Lane 9, Massimo Casino from St Bernard's Botany. And we're just about to start. We have a lead runner, a guide runner in this event, which means that they will provide assistance by way of a tether, but he cannot get in front of his runner at any stage. And in events for athletes with disabilities where they require a guide runner, they each have a lane. Now that won't be the case, of course, when they get to the crossover point, but at the start they each get a lane. So we're missing lanes 2 and 3, so it looks like Bailey Lloyd Small from Tottenham and Sonny Elliott from Woy Woy have withdrawn.
How's that fit? Is it all right?
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, because it's just if you've got it on auto,
Thanks,
yeah,
my friend.
with the white text in front of you.
That'll do me. And we're just about to go. And the boys junior 800 metres, and they're off and running. And now a young runner from the Hunter, which is Quante Glass, has set off at a good pace.
Yes, and Quante Glass is he's approaching the what's affectionately known as the home turn, but when he comes down the straight with his fellow runners, he's going to find he will be met with the bell, and he still has 500 metres to complete. What a journey, 800 metres. And we've got light rain starting to fall here. Got Massimo Casino in Botany. He's challenging the lead here with Quante Glass, and he's gone past him. And he's running very nicely out in front. Looks good. We've got Toby Morgan from Parks East. He's just crossed the finish line to go into his second 400 metres. He's got the bell lap. And we've got Lachlan Evans from Lane Cove with his assistant also receiving the bell. And those boys now have less than one lap to run. Ashton Bayada Baninyong is now less than 400 metres to run. It's going very nicely. Got a nice little rhythm going. But I believe it's Massimo Casino who took the lead with 350 metres to run, and did it quite confidently and with some justification, because he's steaming home here, and I'm sure the crowd will appreciate this effort. He's receiving a warm round of applause from the crowd, and so he should. That is just a really great 800 metre run in the way some 800 metre runners like to do it, in the rain. What a great run from Massimo Casino from Botany. And yeah, he's going to have a little rest there, and rightly so. That's a bit of a hard day at the office, 800. Hard way to start the day. Here we have Quante Glass. He did lead the event early on, and he's found some strength in the second lap, and he is finished. He's from Chatham in the Hunter region. If you've got anyone in the classrooms watching, we hope you are enjoying watching some of your classmates and fellow students participate this morning. You can see the officials have donned, some of the officials have donned the wet weather gear. It's not heavy rain at the moment, but there is some light rain falling. Lachlan Evans, Lane Cove crosses We already have Toby Morgan in, and that gives us Ashton Bayada has completed his 800 metres. Fine effort from those young men in what is starting to become challenging conditions. Next event, girls 11 to 13, multi-class, 800 metres, Savannah Elder, Buninyong, Western Region, Haya Daga, Rose Hill, southwestern Sydney, just down the road. Chloe Dent, Wallabada. Neil was here, he'd be able to help me get that right. I hope I went close. And Chloe Hunter, Panania, forming up here to run the girls 800 metres. Girls are off. Pretty good rate. And Shari Nixon, I believe, is leading the girls out here.
The CIS team manager, please come to the finish line. CIS team manager.
She's come down from Foster to run in the championships today. Shari's just been overtaken for the moment by Chloe Hunter. We think it's Chloe Hunter now has the lead in this event as the girls go through in 1 minute 30 for 400. So it was Shari Nixon taking her place there in the starting lineup for the 11 to 13 years girls 800 metres multi-class. We've got Chloe Dent just coming through the line now with 400 to run, and we have Haya Daga. I think she's from Rose Hill, Sydney West. She has her assistant running with her. The rule with the assistant apparently is that the assistant cannot get in front of the runner, running beside and slightly behind, so the runner is doing all the work, and the assistant is merely there to help guide the way.
Presenting medals this morning is Joy Austin, Director, Arts, Sports and Initiatives. And while we have the girls here, there's an extra special presentation for Mia, who has the record now for the junior girls multi-class 800 with a time of 3:13:49.
Here we have Chloe Hunter, Nania, wearing the number 4 on the hip, and she crosses in 3 minutes and 4.96, which is a really good run. She took the lead with 450 metres still to run, and she managed to run away with it. So some good work there from Chloe Hunter. And if Chloe's got any fans back at school watching, I'm sure they'll be really impressed with her effort there. This is, I believe this is Shari Nixon from Forster, Hunter region. Shari did a lot of the hard work early on there, took the race out at very good pace, coming out of the outside lane, in lane 5. Haya Daga crosses the line with her helper. She's from Rose Hill, as we said, just down the road, and she's completed the journey. And Chloe Dent, Northwestern region. Chloe has finished her 800 and receiving generous applause from the crowd. She's received by the officials, and hope the kids, Northwest, get to enjoy a little bit of that performance from Chloe Dent. Such a challenging event, such a challenging race, the 800 metres. A combination of, sprint and endurance, particularly as we go up the levels, the speeds that they have to hang on to. Terrifying, knowing that you're coming through for another 400 metres and you're already very, very tired or exhausted. But they do it, much to their credit. We have boys 11 to 13 years, 800 metres here. Hunter Lentel, Penshurst, Ashton Burgess, Wadalba. Also from Wadalba, Ralph Anstead, Xavier Mansour from Marion, Archie Whalen from Schofields, and Cody Wrench, Kincumber, Sydney North. They will make up the starting lineup for the 11 to 13-year-old 800 metres boys. They are set to go, they're ready to go. Conditions aren't treacherous, but they are cooling down. And as we said, some light rain is falling, as indicated by the fact that a number of the officials have donned the emergency lightweight weather gear. No such luxury for the competitors though. They're out there in the shorts and singlets. And they're just being held a little while at the start. They're away. This will warm them up a little bit as they make their way into the first bend, the opening bend of the 800 metres for 11 to 13-year-old boys in the multi-class. And they remain in their lanes for that first 100 metres. If you're watching this sort of event for the first time back in your schools, 800 metres at the top level. This is the top level. Is run for the first part in lanes to keep everybody out of each other's way. Then there is a point, a crossover point on the back straight, about 100 metres in to the race, where the competitors are allowed to cross over and come in and run on the inside lane, in lane 1, which is of course the shortest distance around the track. You'll find that if the heat is on and the battle is on, and two runners are contesting the lead or a position, if a runner chooses to run in lane 2 to go around a competitor, they'll tend to pick the straight to do it rather than the bend, because of course running wide on the bend means you have to run a little bit further. These young men have completed 400 and they have completed 300 and will come down to the finish line to receive the bell. Cody Wrench from Kincumber leads them out, and he will take them into the second 400. He's looking pretty good. Got a nice technique. Closely followed by Hunter Lentil from Penshurst. He's looking good as well, and he's got Cody in his sights. He just can't seem to peg him back at the moment. Two boys from Sydney West going nicely. Xavier Mansour, Archie Whalen. They're in the contest for third. I think it's Ashton Burgess that has just come through. Or Ralph Anstead, I'm not sure. I think it might be Ashton Burgess there. He's just come through. And we have all of the runners on their final lap. Scattered anywhere between 200 metres to run and 300 metres to run. So it's not spread that wide. Cody Wrench has maintained his lead. In fact, he has extended it, and he has a lead out to about 20 metres now, and taking it further away. He has 150 metres left to run, and he's looking very much the winner at this stage. As we like to see in these mid-distance events and runners, the nice rhythm, the strength in the action, and he's certainly displaying it. He's found something extra just to carry him over these last 100 metres. He's really enjoying it. He's going to run down to win the 800 metres for the boys 11 to 13s. That's a really good run. He's run it in 3 minutes 14.52. Really strong effort there from Cody Wrench from Kincumber. Hunter Lentil, he's done very well to hang on in that second 400. I think there were a couple of times there where he felt it a bit challenging, but he's found something. And then we've got Xavier Mansour, most likely third, Ralph Anstead fourth. But keep in mind that all of these results that we sort of give you from just our view, they're not the official results. That has to come through from ground level officials. That all has to be cleared, and then the results are posted. So we're just giving you a little bit of an interpretation, I guess, of our thoughts on the possible results. Ashton Burgess, he is now completed his 800. And we've got our next. These are timed finals, by the way, so boys will be attempting to post a score, post a time that is competitive across both of the heats, and then positions decided from there. Heat 2 coming up for the 11 to 13 years boys. Blake Heath, Parkview, Connor McDonald, Foster, Edward Lennon, Emu Plains, Johannes Usher, Manning Gardens, Blake Krause, Marion, Edward McPherson, Henty.
You're a bit quiet, so you're a bit quiet again on Jay. Oh, that's not too bad. If you can make it a tad louder, that would be absolutely perfect.
Once again, just a little hold up while they tidy up all the officiating at the end of the previous heat. The boys are all prepared to go here in their starting lanes in conditions that are not heavy, but there's certainly some rain falling that they have to deal with. And they're on their marks, and now they are away. Two start commands in the 800 to take their mark, and then the gun. And they take it away through the first 100, through that first bend. Get rid of a bit of nervous energy, I'd imagine.
specialty class 800 metres. In third place from Rose Hill, Kaya Donga.
Young man, surname of Blacksmith, and I can't get his first name unfortunately, but he's a South Coast boy, and he's a Shell Cove South Coast boy, and he's doing it very, very nicely at the moment. I'm sure the kids from his school will know who we're talking about. We're getting a great display from him at the moment of how to run 800 metres, because he has established a 40-metre lead. And he's only 350 metres into the race. He's going to come down to the line for the second last time, and he will lead them comfortably into the second 400 metres. Connor McDonald holding down second place at the moment as he comes round with 300 metres to run. He's from Forster. I think that's Edward Lennon holding down third place at the moment. There's a little battle on there for third place down the back straight, and gentleman from Shell Cove is making this event all his own at the moment. He's going to come off the bend and have 100 metres to run, and he has the luxury of being able to look over his shoulder and see that he has a healthy lead, and therefore he'll most likely enjoy this last 80 metres. He's getting a good rap from the crowd, so he should. It's been a really good run. An uninterrupted 800 metres for him. Just continual running. And what a great win for him from Shell Cove, South Coast. Of course, his time is around just over 3 minutes. Will be compared against Heat 1. We have Johannes Usher, Manning Gardens across the line. Edward Lennon, Emu Plains, completes his 800 metres, as does Edward McPherson and Blake Krause. Blake was involved in that tussle for third down the back straight as they had 250 to run. So, you know, it's exciting out front, but it's also, there are little battles that go on back in the field for some of the minor placings at times, and the fellows and girls involved in them know all about it. We have the next event on the track is the girls 8 to 10 years, 800 metres. They're going to send them in one heat by the looks of this. So we're looking at a final here. Sage Boothroyd, Grays Point, Kaylee Powell, Glendore, Ella Plummer, Engadine, Emma Shields, Toukley, Emily Hallam, Randwick, Talia Hassan, Combined Schools, Meredith Lee, Chatswood, Charlotte James, Charlestown, Hannah Horry, Neutral Bay make up the entire field for the girls 8 to 10 years, 800 metres final for 2022. They're on their mark and they're away. Clean start. And some honest running going on here. People obviously with different race plans. And a young lady Hannah Horry from Neutral Bay. Charlotte James, Charlestown. I think it's Charlotte James that's decided to take the responsibility and go to the lead for the first time down the back straight. And she's leading a pretty interested and energetic group of young ladies. Here's the gruelling nature of the 800 metres. Probably tending to go a little bit quicker than everybody really wants to in that first lap. And then it's a case of hanging on in the second lap. We're being led into the home straight for the first time. Young lady with great rhythm. And I'm going to get her number in a minute as she comes past. And she is Emily Hallam from Randwick. She has a 4 metre lead. Doesn't sound like much, but at this stage, quite handy. Something some others have to run down. She's going to be challenged. Charlotte James is going to come up alongside her. She's trying to come up alongside her, and she tries to now as they head down the back straight. So the race is well and truly on. Charlotte James takes the lead again in a seesawing affair at the front. These other girls, they're not going to let her go. They are very, very interested in this tussle for the medals, and it is broken down to 4 young ladies to fit into 3 medals here. It's such an interesting race. These girls would be feeling the fatigue big time here at the moment, and they have some work to do. All that fatigue, all that hard work's going to come to an end in about 10 seconds. We've got Charlotte James really laying it on the line here. She has led for a lot, and she's going to take it away, I'd say. Yep. Charlotte James, Hunter Region. Ella Plummer, Emma Shields were part of that little collection of runners trying to compete against each other coming around that bend, and now all the other girls have finished as well in what was just a really good 800 metres there. Gruelling event, and that's showing now. Girls just trying to get a little bit of recovery past the line. What a great race that was. Next event. Record for the boys, 8 to 10, 800 metres is 2 minutes 19 by Joshua O'Connell. It was set in 2017. The field for this final: Archie Herb, Sylvania Heights; Alfie Dunstan, St Matthews; Carter Bergen, Ironbark; Isaac Robinson, Balgala North; Ruari Mercer, Box Hill; David Carty, Roselle; Billy Herb, Sylvania Heights; Ryder Sharp, Thirlmere; Cameron Beatty, Balcombe Hills North. I tell you what, if this race can live up to the standard that the girls just put on for us, we're going to have another very entertaining 3 or so minutes in front of us. Entertaining for us, hard work for the boys. They are ready to go. They take their marks and they set off on their 800 metre journey. The pace is on. Running in the lanes and still in the stagger. They'll come off the stagger and be able to swing across to the inside lane, and they will try and settle into some sort of rhythm here, find a position, and a little bit like the Melbourne Cup, try and go to sleep for 5 to 10 seconds if you can, and just eat up some of that distance, because the racing will be starting in earnest as we come into 500 metres to run, and that is about now. So everybody has their position. Some might be happier with that. Some might be trying to adjust that. We've got the young man from looks like Sydney North. That's Isaac Robinson out in front at the moment. Isaac Robinson takes them through 400 in 1 minute 15. Snappy. And snappy pace. David Carty right on his shoulder, and he's content just running a little wide. He's content to sit on Isaac Robinson's right shoulder there, and Isaac didn't like that too much, so he's just lifted the pace. Now, another challenge. Once again, Isaac Robinson responds. He likes to dictate terms. Another challenge. Again, now the run for home is on. Plenty of fatigue going on here, yet they are finding the effort. And we have Billy Herb trying to lead it. Ruari Mercer coming at him. Oh, this is just a magnificent run. Goodness me. Oh, wow. Isaac Robinson found something in that last 100 to respond to the challenge that had been thrown down to him. But we think Billy Herb might have got the job done there from Sylvania Heights. We'll wait for the official results there. Another entertaining race. We now we've got the girls, 11 years, 800 metres. Gabrielle Moller, Annandale, Anais Biassi, Curl, Alexandra Bova, combined independent schools. Ruth Costello, Abbotsford, Ronia Wazorska, Engadine. Alexandra McWilliam, combined independent schools. Paxton Buckerfield, also representing the combined independent schools. Olivia Kalamvokas from Blakehurst, and Gracie Bishop is here to run the final from Manly. And she will go out of lane 9. Rain looks to have eased off a little. That's comforting. Must be better, slightly better for the girls. They've probably got their minds well and truly on getting away in this race and in the effort that is about to come. Take it. Once again, just wondering if we've got any kids in classrooms watching the track and field this morning. The 800 metres is just an absolute feast of entertainment so far. And I think the starter's going to stand them up here. There's a little movement there. They're away. All right. And we know that they're away on a journey that is going to involve some fatigue and pain at some point in the 800 metres. There's no mucking around here. The girls have put the pace on. They come out of the stagger, and we think that is Ronia Wazowska. She ran a strong, very, very strong qualifying heat yesterday. Very impressive, and she's not showing any mercy here. She establishes a 10-metre lead and says to the other girls, well, come out and catch me. She has a little look over the inside shoulder, and she leads them down the home straight for the first time. Ronia Wazorska, I hope I'm saying that correctly. Her friends back at school will be enjoying this as she leads them comfortably There's going to be some serious work done in this second lap to try and peg her back, and the battle may be on further back for the medals. Well, the gap has remained constant, which means the girls are quite willing back in second, third, and fourth place. But Rania is she's holding them, and the longer she does that, the less and less distance to cover. She's within 200 metres now, and she still has over a 10-metre lead. She completes the bend, and she has the straight in front of her. And she looks like she's going to get the job done after a very strong heat yesterday. No real surprise here. She's run a very strong, a beautiful final. Rania was Oscar Engadine. I'm sure the Engadine kids are very happy about that. Ruth Costello and Alessandra McWilliam make up second and third. We've got the other girls across the line. We've got Anais, Paxton, we've got Gracie and Gabrielle Moller and Alessandra Bova across the line to complete what was pretty impressive 800.
And I must apologise to Matt. I left him in the lurch there for quite a while.
Well, no problem, Neil. I tell you what, I've had good company watching these 800s. It's just been outstanding running, as we expected. You know, from coming in from yesterday and seeing some of those qualifying heats, we knew that today was going to be, you know, quite exciting to watch, and they haven't let us down.
And then he approached the records. Apparently we had 2 records established yesterday.
Okay, yep.
The new 8 years girls record. And I think there was one in the multi-disability.
All right. Yeah. So there's some high-level performance. We've got the boys at 11 years, 800 metres. The record for this one is 2:13. Joshua O'Connell. He holds a few records throughout the program. It was set in 2018. They're about to go, and I'll give you the field as they run. Benjamin Case, Drummoyne, Xavier Zara, Barnia, Lorenzo Paonessa, Darlinghurst, Max McIntosh, Pimble, Zui Ratakzak, I hope that's right, Engadine, Jeremy Lengthen, combined independent schools, Lachlan Dorahy, he's from Kenthurst, Cristiano Calcareo, independent schools, Owen Lovell Ward, Laguna. They make up the field for this 11 years boys 800 metres, and we are 300 metres into the race.
Matt, you may be able to help me. I was able to just witness the very close finish in the junior boys 800. Can you tell me who won that one? Because there was a Billy Herb, I think.
Yeah, he did. I think he I think he was our man. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was our man.
The 2 of her boys were in it together.
Yeah, Isaac Robinson had another crack at him in the last 50 metres. Isaac looked, you know, as though he might have put all his cards on the table with 250 to go, but he hung in and fought back very well. Now, leading away here, once again, runner's gone to the front and just put it all on the line and asked these other fellows to catch him. He has a 20-metre lead, and the boys in second and third are lifting, so he's going to have some work to do coming home here. Although, you know, there's that little telltale look over the shoulder. That's often an indication of either I'm going to race you here and I want to know where you are, or I'm starting to feel a bit tired. And
he's looking reasonably good, but the 2 from behind are going to attack.
Yeah. We've got Zui, I hope that's the correct pronunciation. He's got the arms pumping, he's got the hands, that nice chest level, and he's
run a good time.
He's just going to run away, and he's at 2:15.87. Yeah, just outside the record of 2:13. Excellent sportsmanship, appreciation of each other's efforts there. for second and third. Just get those boys' names for you.
Sydney North.
Yeah, I've got. I'm looking for the hip numbers. There they are. Jeremy Lenton and Max McIntosh, I think, are the boys that fought out second and third, and they embraced each other after the event, and probably in recognition of each other's efforts to try and get home. Great sportsmanship here, all the boys standing together after the 800 and shaking hands. Girls 12 to 13 years, 800 metres, Ivy Kim, Dundas, Chloe Blattman, Springwood from the Blue Mountains, Chelsea Nickel, Oak Flats, coming up from the Illawarra, Eliza Lawton, Bilgola Plateau, up on the hills of the Northern Beaches, Piper Sweeney from the Independent Schools, Claudia Wyatt, also Independent Schools, Kaya, Gallen, Engadine, Lucy Hoskins, Austinmere from down Wollongong Way, and from the other perspective, up from Newcastle, Hunter and Merriweather, Alana Dimmick going out of lane 9. I can't imagine this is going to be any different to what we've already seen. Just some really great running. They're away. Because we're seeing some great running, and it's going to schools and kids are looking at this kind of thing, you might be looking at it and thinking, gee, that looks like a fair bit of fun and would be exciting to get involved in. And of course, you might not be able to run this quick straight away, but if you're interested and it does take your interest, have a chat to one of your teachers, ask them a little bit about, how can I get involved in some athletics, and they'll know some people, and your journey can get underway. You can start to do a little bit of training, and after a while you'll feel a bit better, and who knows, one day you might find yourself running pretty quickly like these kids, or you might just enjoy going out for a run. They come through 400. We're going to hear the nice bell ringing, and it is Eliza Lawton that took them through, and she continues to hold the lead from Piper Sweeney and Claudia Wyatt. They have broken away, and they have sort of set themselves up in the medal arrangement at the moment. Strong effort from the other girls trying to peg them back though. 250 to run.
It's going to be close.
Yeah. And I think Eliza Lawton has figured out that she better get a move on now, because those other girls are going to take some interest if they can get some contact. They can't at the moment. She's got that 7 to 8 metre lead, and she's going to take that lead into the final straight. She'll be hard to run down.
In fact, she's increased the lead.
Yeah, she's looking strong. She's got that nice high hand action that indicates she's still got some strength in her, and she's going to take it away. Eliza Lawton from Bilgola Plateau. The Northern Beaches celebrate as Eliza Lawton wins her 800 metres ahead of Piper Sweeney and Claudia Wyatt. Alana Dembick is across the line. Kaya Gallen is across the line. All the girls are coming in. Lucy Hoskins, Chelsea Nickel, Ivy Kim and Chloe Blackman. They're all home now. Handshakes all around.
Introducing the finalists of the Sydney Boys 800 metres. Lane 1.
Bilgola Plateau kids would be watching the telly this morning. Hopefully, Neil, watching the big screen, and would have enjoyed a little bit of work from one of their girls, Eliza Lawton.
Let's hope so.
Lane 6, Archie Hetherington, Sydney North. Lane 7, William Burton, Holden.
Going to go now with the 12 to 13 years boys, 800 metres. These guys will move it along as well. The records pretty quick.
2:10.
2:10. O'Neill.
Andrew O'Neill.
Andrew O'Neill setting 95. It's been the record for quite a while. They're away. Here's the field. Nathan Jones, Independent Schools. Nathan Longster, Independent Schools. Patrick McMahon, Lewisham. Harry Keats, Combined Independents. Taj, Ramtel, Summerhill, Archie Hetherington, Linfield, William Curtin, Kelso. Ewan Thompson, French's Forest. And from the foot of the mountains, from Blaxland East actually, Ellis Hayden. That is the field as they head into the home bend for the first time.
That's a familiar gate of Harry Keats out in front, is that correct?
You may be right. Yeah, he's... Yeah.
He's got a sizable lead. He's taking it out pretty hard this time.
He's the chap that we thought if he ever decided to walk away from athletics, he might have a career in rugby at some point.
I think he might.
Yeah. He's a pretty solid looking character, and he's having a great time out front. He's massively confident as he takes them through and lets the others chase him. But as yesterday, Patrick McMahon had a good chase yesterday, and he's going to lead the pack to try and reel him in.
Got their work cut out.
They certainly do. They certainly do. Yeah, he's run his own race, hasn't he, Harry Keats?
It's at a cracking pace.
Oh, it's almost like he's gone. All right. Well, I'm going to go out for a nice hard run, and you guys keep up if you can.
Yeah,
It's
looking very much that way.
yeah. This is where the earlier effort's going to tell. But I'm sure he's confident in his race plan, and he's charging into the straight. I mean, he's even lifting. He's looking quicker.
Yeah.
And we've got a record here of 2:13, and he's going to go close to this. Yeah. Yeah, we're seeing something pretty special here.
Very special. 2:09.88, and
Goodness
just established a new record.
Unofficially, that's a new record, isn't it, Neil?
Down here. Yes, it's unofficially.
2:10, yeah, and he's gone under that. Yeah.
Which is one of the longest standing records of the association. It's a very good run if he gets there.
Yeah, one of those runs that if he has run the record and you saw it, you'll remember it for quite a while because of the way he ran the race.
I think he may stay with athletics and forget the rugby career.
Yep. We'll see how he goes. He might have some offers. Who knows?
And he beat a very good field.
He certainly did. They were a very willing field. We've got some interesting stuff coming up, Neil. We've got some relay action. And,
relays are always fantastic fun.
A number of schools sending their teams.
Apparently there are 209 schools represented in the relays.
All right. So they'll be switching on their screens around the state and elsewhere to enjoy a bit of this.
A lot of activity down at the presentation area. We've got photos, people taking photos.
Oh, yeah. From some of the events from earlier today. Not on our screen, but we can let you know that throughout the day a range of presentations occur. We had them to competitors and we also had them to some officials yesterday as well.
Well, the relays will take a little time to set up because we've got to get all the competitors out the various stations, but by the looks of it, we've got the first group just about out there, or have we got one more 200 to go? No, I don't think we have.
I did run into a gentleman outside.
Ah, yeah, so maybe this is a rerun of an earlier race. I think it is the 200.
Yeah. This is there was a moment at the start there that they had to attend to, and I'd say there may have been some discussion on that, and they're going to run this again. Yeah.
So we have, we'll find out officially very shortly, but it does look like they're setting up for a 200 run.
Yeah, you're right.
So this will be the boys.
They'll send us that, give us that information in a second on the screen if I can get it.
For all team managers who are helping with our relay changes, please report to the finish line now. All of our team managers are assisting with relay changes. Please see John Roberts.
We'll have to find out for you.
Yeah, we certainly will, though.
But it does look like we're going to rerun one of the 200 finals. And while that's happening, the relay teams will be taken out to their various positions on the track. We have a changeover, I think, in some of the field events too. Currently, we've got the multi-class long jump on and the senior boys in the eastern pit at the northern end, I think it is.
Weather's been kind at the moment.
It has. We've had a few spots.
Yep. I just about to say I ran into a chap outside who's been to a few carnivals, and he said, well, the relays must be coming up because it's starting to rain, and they marshal those kids on the grass outside the tent because there's so many of them. He said it's a sure indication that the relays are coming up because it's starting to rain. Hopefully it's not too unpleasant for them up there marshalling.
Well, I think the rain's stopped for the moment.
Yeah. It's looking better. Yeah, the majority of that cloud is staying to the north of the stadium, but it's got that horrible look like it's moving towards us if we look at the radar. But at the moment, we'll take all the clear weather we can get. We're in a gap with that rain. If that wind keeps coming more from the east than from the north, it could blow it past us. I'd say we will get a little bit more, and as long as it doesn't get too heavy, that's going to help all of the competitors immensely. I still think those discus throwers are going to find, and the shot putters are going to find the implement a little bit slippery. Jav, not here at this championships, but discs and shot puts. Shot putters might like that little bit of mud on the hands. Get down and dirty with the shot put. High jump, it presents an element of difficulty because you've got that slippery surface trying to run in and take off, and to do that requires confidence in the surface. But it's all weather track. It's not grass, so it will take the rain quite well. In fact, it'll take it very, very well. Still waiting for what we believe is a rerun of a 200-metre heat from earlier in the day. So while there's a little hold up on the track, on your screens you will have the opportunity to hit a button and flick across to some field action. Now, the main thing that's happening on the field at the moment, southern end I think it is discus. So some of the girls over there going through the practice motions, and we've got competitors in the throwing area. So the discus is going ahead if you're looking for something to watch for the moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, your attention is drawn to the presentation area, where we have the place getters in the 11 years girls 800 metres final. In third place from Queenwood, Alessandra McWilliam. In second place from Abbotsford, Ruth Costello. And in first place in the New South Wales PWSA Champion for 2022, Ronja Wachowska from Engadine. Congratulations, girls, well done. Ladies and gentlemen, again, your attention is drawn to the presentation area, where we have the place getters in the 11 years boys 800 metres. In third place from Sydney Grammar, Jeremy Lincoln. In second place from Pimble, Max McIntosh. And in first place in the New South Wales PWSA Champion for 2022 is Vinnie Rodenjack from Engadine. Congratulations, boys, well done. Making the presentation is Shari Nixon, Deputy Secretary of School Performance North.
I think I did a camera. This is just me. This is a little quite soft.
Oh my god, so the girls were like, and then
Yeah.
and then we were like, we will kill, I want this. Yeah, and then so Ted was in this room where he was back in the station, he throws it to Agatha, and she keeps running.
It's still a bit soft. too bad. Should really get better. What if I go again? And hang on, let me check my
I was just like,
I'm running at 10, that'll be right.
yeah.
If I go up to an ND, there we go, that's better. Yeah, okay. So yeah, I'm just running, yeah, sweet, got it.
Yes. Oh my goodness, chocolate giant is amazing.
Yeah, I just have it on relay, so now it's at about 5. Might have stopped about 5. Yeah.
Is it poisonous?
You're a bit quiet still.
Heading into a relay. Very good chance your schools will be represented here at some point. We're going to look at the list of schools for the girls 8 to 10 years 4x100 metre relay. I might get Neil to help me a bit with some of these schools.
Yeah, in lane 1 was from Northwest, we'll have Warrialda. Lane 2 from Sydney Southwest and Wilton Public School. Lane 3 from Sydney East and Manly Public School. Lane 4 St Catherine's and CIS. Lane 5 Villa Maria Hunter School, McKillop. Lane 6 Carlingford Sydney West. Lane 7 Corindai Northwest. And lane 8 Helensburgh South Coast. The record was set in 2019 by one of our schools in this group, St Catherine's, and they set a time of 57.60.
That's moving.
That is moving for 8 to 10-year-old, 10-year-old relays, 8 to 10-year-olds.
Good scattering of schools here from throughout the state.
Yeah, each association is entitled to 3 entries per association. So if my maths helps me out, then it should be approximately 42 schools, but we haven't got 42 listed.
Now we have first runners assembling at what is the relay start, and this event is run all the way in lanes. So there's no crossover here. In the 800, start lanes, get around the back straight, crossover. 4 runners to get the job done for your school, for your team, and they will run in the same lane for the whole journey. Therefore, it is a staggered start, and as they come off the final bend, all of that stagger should have been accounted for, and they'll run to home together. No starting blocks here, Neil. They're going off the
Standing start by the report.
I guess you're welcome to use a crouch start if you're comfortable with it, but a lot of athletes happy to do a standing start.
And the most important thing with the relays is the changeover.
It certainly is.
Usually the team that can do that the smoothest will finish as they expect to. Sometimes there's a little bit of confusion.
As they say, it's the path of the baton around the track to keep that baton moving and avoid the stop-start.
We're just about to go, and they're off. Now, these are the teams representing their schools.
Crowd noise goes up a little bit at these in these events because
they will, especially towards the end.
Plenty of supporters. Good changeover here. Wow.
St Catherine's.
Yeah.
St
Just
Catherine.
and there's a young lady from Combined Schools here that's just put in a massive leg on that
second leg.
That second leg. She's made up huge ground. The change is good, and they're going to go into the bend and extend their lead. Goodness me. I think they've done some work on their changes, these girls. Let's see what this one's like. Yep. Perfect. Smooth.
The interesting thing with this, Matt, if you were to go out the front of the arena here, in the forecourt, you'll see all the relay teams out there practicing and warming up, and they're running along, clapping each other hand or passing on a baton. That was a great run that was in 57.32, which I think is an unofficial record.
Yeah.
Set by St Catherine's.
4 runners all very quick, 3 great changes.
Yes.
And that'll be always very hard to compete with. So who did we have there? Was that the Villa Maria Huntersville outfit, or was that or was that lane 4?
Lane 4 as St Catherine's.
St Catherine's.
Yes, who were the existing record holders.
Yeah.
Set 3 years ago.
Well, those girls that set the record 3 years ago would have moved on.
They could be running in the senior.
They might be, and they're watching one of their junior teams contest their record. All the fourth runners just gathered at the end until the officials tidy up their results there.
Well, that's occurring. I'll give you the starters in Heat 2. In Lane 1, we have St Augustine's from Coffs Harbour. In Lane 2, Gunnedah South, Northwest. In Lane 3, Ellison, Sydney West. Lane 4, Muswellbrook Hunter. In Lane 5, Chatswood, Sydney North. In Lane 6, Our Lady of Fatima, Caringbah. In Lane 7, Caringbah North, Sydney East. And in Lane 8, Glendore from the Hunter region. But we're still waiting for the track to be cleared from the previous race. And I think they got the all clear from all changes. And it'd be the only thing that could be...
And we think that was St Catherine's, wasn't it?
Yes.
And basically putting on a clinic of how to do it.
Yes, it was. It was
run fast, change smoothly. Girls going in and out of the change zones quickly, and just a great start to the relay program. And a bunch of other schools chasing them.
There's the medal winners from the Boys Open 800 or 11 years 800 with young Harry Keats. Who's collected a swag of medals by the look of it. He has. He's had a big meet. He's got at least 2 gold, and there's a bronze in the middle.
A little bit like Mark Spitz there, isn't he? He's got a few medals around his neck. All right, they are set to go in the second heat, and that's suggesting to me, Neil, that they'll run finals at least this afternoon.
Yes, that's correct.
So if that record didn't go in that first heat, I reckon it's going to be under threat in the final.
It certainly will be. In fact, the last events of the day are the relays.
That'll be exciting to watch. No rain falling at the moment as far as we can tell. So we are fortunate. I met a man from Gunnedah here to support some students just out at the coffee shop a little while ago. He said it's very wet at Gunnedah at the moment.
One girl setting up her blocks at the moment.
So we do, you do have the option
Yes.
of using the blocks, and if you're familiar with their use, it's certainly worth doing, because that's what the big boys and the big girls do. This young lady, lane 1, representing her school, Coffs Harbour. That would be, help me.
St Augustine's.
St Augustine's.
Coffs Harbour.
Yeah. I have to throw to Neil for some help with some of those independent schools, because his knowledge of the abbreviations is first class, whereas I'm guessing. So St Augustine's, was it?
That's correct.
St Augustine's, Coffs Harbour. And this girl has obviously been practicing with some blocks.
I'm glad that official went over and helped it, because when I was looking at it, she was giving the others a metre start. She was too far behind the line.
Yeah,
She's
good.
right.
Yeah. She looks like she knows what she's doing with this piece of equipment. And John Morris, is it down there?
Yeah.
Official, and a couple of them.
I think it's John Morris.
And Derek Hume, I think.
Derek Hume's the other one.
Might be helping her. Wealth of experience there. The girls just waiting patiently, batons in hand. And you'll notice that most of them carrying it in the right hand, as a lot of bend runners do, because with the force of running the bend, the baton tends to get thrown outwards. If you have it in your left hand, it's sort of hitting your body. Have it in the right hand, it's just easier to run. And most teams will go right hand first runner, left hand second runner, right hand third runner, fourth runner. Take it in your left and do what you like with it.
But run fast.
I think some of the greats used to take it in their left and then put it. Carl Lewis, I think, used to
change it
put it over, and he's right here. Here they go. They are away.
Nice.
That's
all right.
Yeah. Here's the challenge of the change zone. Now Hunter are away here, but they had a little bit of rough change, I think. It doesn't seem to have affected them too much. Good change going into second change, and they run the bend now. We've got an inside lane here making up huge ground.
And that's Paulding.
Yeah. Big league.
That's St Augustine's Coffs
Yeah,
Harbour.
big league.
Sydney Southwest Manager, Sydney Southwest Team Manager, you are required to finish on.
And there's the challenge, Hunter. And
It's a great leg from the last Hunter runner.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very good run to bring it back. And that time was 1:00:76.
is that Glendor from the Hunter?
Yes,
running
what
out-
about
running out
Glendor?
wide. Yeah. It'd be interesting just to see how their change worked out on the first change. There was that one of those terrible moments where you reach for the hand, it's not, the button's not there, and they had to come up with something to get the change done. And it's got to be done under great pressure and speed, and they may have done it. Heat 3 coming up here. Neil, Springwood, Sydney West, Lillypilly, Sydney East, Griffith, North, Riverina,
Pimble ladies.
Pimble ladies from the combined school, Forestville, Sydney North,
St Xavier's Gunnedah.
Gunnedah, and is that the Paulding?
Paulding, that's correct.
Region there, collection of schools, Casino West,
Yes.
North Coast, and Orange.
Small schools.
Small schools.
Now that's where a number of schools combine. Within their combined enrolment must be less than 250. Years 3 to 6. And they can enter a team as a combined team. So you quite often get that in those rural areas where they've got 2 or 3 good runners over 4 schools. Or 4 runners over 4 schools.
And they can get those kids together from the different schools.
That's correct. And run in the relay competition.
That's where you said yesterday, it can almost bring a community together because they've got to find ways of getting those kids together, sending them off.
And it's quite common from the Western region because of the Orange small schools. There's quite a strong zone association or zone group. The other area that often occurs is the Riverina. When you think some of the schools out there, they might have a zone or a district that only has 3 schools in it. So they use that opportunity to come together and for not only us track and field, but the number of gala days.
And they'd be used to that, wouldn't they?
Yes.
That arrangement.
Yeah.
They'd see these kids coming through and saying, right, let's get these kids ready for a bit of combined school, small schools action. These guys are ready to go. Standing start for all of them, and they're away. Young lady in lane 7, I think.
North Coast, yes. Casino West,
yeah,
a good run.
She's smashed that first leg and given her team a handy lead. But here look at this. There's
Paulding
some
and
serious
Sydney
work
North.
going in here in the second leg.
Well, that was a great run from that second leg from Paulding, Sydney North.
Bit of a lonely old leg, the second
Yeah.
leg.
A good change. There was a good change there.
Oh, that's a great race.
Paulding, yes.
Yep. Smashing it out.
Xavier's Gunnedah.
If they can nail the change, they're going to bring this home. And
nice change.
It's a pretty good change, pretty smooth. And
Although they've got 2 runners going to come at her.
Yeah.
Sydney North.
Let's keep in mind all the speed merchants are in this last.
Oh, it's going to be tight.
Wow.
Sydney North from CIS and Paulding
Yeah.
in a time of 1:02.13. Heat 4, we will see runners from Kajagong Valley Public School in Western, Minamara Public School South Coast, PLC Sydney CIS is out of lane 4. Lane 3. Lane 4 has Manly Village from Sydney North. Lane 5 from the North Coast we have Cudgeon. And lane 6, Sydney Southwest, there's Elderslie Public School. And in lane 7 from the Hunter, Dudley Public School.
Such a range of things can happen in the relay, can't they? Yeah, Paulding, led a lot of that, even led into the last change, and then there's that dynamic of, well, who are you going to run against in that last leg?
Yep.
And what are they going to offer? So many things have to come together.
The two chasing girls there did a extremely good job from Sydney North and CIS.
Because they've probably come through at the regional level and probably used to changing in front.
That's
going into
exactly
that last
right.
leg, and all of a sudden they've been given a different scenario and they've had to run someone down. So full credit to them. Often that last leg can be the glamour leg if you're given the baton out in front, but sometimes there's some serious work to do. That light's got better.
It has.
Yep. Which indicates that the clouds moved or lifted a little bit, and that's good.
The athletes are behind their marks for the first leg.
Yeah. Interesting waiting on those marks on a lot of focus on those first runners, but down on the back straight, down on the home bend. It's all very quiet there while they're just waiting for their runners to arrive. When they do arrive, it's all action.
At least if you're the first runner, you can get the nerves out of the system pretty quickly.
Get it out and hand it over to the other guys. So there you go, I've done my job. And you're ready. One girl on blocks. And they're away, clean.
This is the first marching call out for Bullies 28-29. The Sydney Bullies longer.
Outside lane, good leg, strong leg.
Also the first
Hunter.
Yeah, that's the Hunter. Sydney North. North Coast.
Yeah, and the other girls are still in it. They've kept their teams in it.
Yeah.
This is, we've got a lane 3's run a strong leg, run up alongside here.
Yeah, that's the only stagger that's been taken out of it. Good change here with Sydney North.
Okay, here's the excitement of the home bend to hand over to the final runner. They come into that change, and some smooth changes there.
Yeah.
Yep. Combined schools.
Yep.
And
the young girl from Western is streaking along.
Yeah, she's done some serious work here.
Wow.
Yeah. That's a nice victory.
Kajagong Valley.
Yeah, nice victory for them.
In 1:02.24.
In the heat.
That was a very good anchor run from that Western girl.
Well, there's a reason they often put them there. It's often the fastest runner in their school. Doesn't have to be, but often is. And they're used to a bit of pressure. Heat 5 coming up. Griffith East, Riverina will go out of lane 1. Oran Park, Sydney Southwest. Be fairly new.
Oran Park, yes, it would be.
Mudgee, Western, Corrimal East, sitting down there, backing on to, I think, Pioneer Road at one side and edging up into Corrimal itself on the other. Corrimal East Primary School, fine little place. Murwillumbah, North Coast.
St John Vianney, Doonside. St Matthews, Mudgee, Paulding.
Yeah.
And in lane 8, Albury Riverina. So St John Vianney is running out of lane 6 and St Matthews is running out of lane 7. This is the final heat in the girls' junior 4x100 relay.
Corrimal East, like a lot of schools, have got a nice little cricket net with a nice concrete pitch down there, and I believe they had a very famous cricketer come down to open those nets, and he was an all-rounder for Australia, Alan Davidson. I think he came down and opened those cricket nets. I'm sure they'll be able to check that and let me know.
Very fine supporter of school sport, Alan Davidson.
I think they gave him a pretty old cricket ball with and he still managed to swing that. Davidson was involved in, apart from a lot of great games, he was one of the players that was involved in that time test. It's the Windies, the West Indies, the great West Indies. Up in Brisbane. Slightly bigger crowd here today with the relays, the parent supporters and people bringing their students and children along. And some good stuff to watch. Got some excellent 200s, 800s, and now the relays feast on the track. Some big work gone in here. Polding, strong leg from their first runner, and just a sweet changeover. Hand went back, baton went in, and she was away. Another sweet change for Polding, and he's running outside them.
Sorry.
St Matthews. We'll know a bit more here.
The young girl from Western's coming through very strongly.
Yeah.
She's been chased by the Riverina girl, and it's going to be very close. I think the young Western girl from Mudgee,
she's going to hold it off.
Just out at Griffith East, 101.90.
So they're a little bit away from that record at the moment, but in the final, who knows?
I was just trying to see the progression through from semi-finals to finals for the relay. I'm just struggling to find where they had that listed.
5 heats, you'd imagine they'd probably take the first. They can't take the first 2 unless they run 10. Have they got room for 10 on it?
There's only 9.
Yeah, so they're probably looking at fastest qualifiers.
I'd say so.
Yeah. Righto. We've got boys 8 to 10, 4x100 metre relay here. School of the Air, Barrier Region.
That's correct.
Going in lane 1. Wingham's up near Taree, isn't it?
That's correct.
Yeah, Hunter Region. Lane 2. Lane 3, Hammondville, Sydney Southwest.
Lane 4, St Mark's Drummoyne and Killip.
And also from Drummoyne, must be Drummoyne Public School,
yes.
Sydney East in lane 5. Minamurra, South Coast, Armidale City, Northwest, and lane 8.
Sydney Grammar, St Ives. The record here is 55.15, set by Epping West in 1995. So another long existing record.
What are those blokes doing now? Was it one that set that record in 1995?
Probably doing very well.
They probably are. conditions are good. I think the weather's improving, and that's comforting news. Well, the big move here is Sydney West. I think they had a big leg and a combined skills unit from
Sydney Grammar.
Sorry, in the outside lane. We saw outside lane running scared all the time, so there's no room for complacency there.
Sydney East has done all right too.
Yeah, Sydney East in the running here for a fast qualifier. Come into that hectic work of the last change.
And the young boy from Sydney Southwest is making inroads, but I don't think he's going to have enough at this point in time.
They may have to go look for a fast qualifying. They have done well.
58.88.
Sydney Grammar took out heat 1.
In heat 2, we'll see Mount St Thomas and Willoughby poled in lane 1. From the Riverina, Hay Public School in lane 2. In lane 3, Blackwell Street, Sydney Southwest. In lane 4, Burraneer Bay, Sydney East. In lane 5, Gunnedah South, Northwest. In lane 6, St Paul Apostle from Winston Hills. In lane 7, we have Calare from Western. And in lane 8, Balgala Heights from Sydney North. As we see a group of girls move across to their field event.
Yeah, something coming up there. They look like they might be going to throw the discus.
That's right, I think.
And the chances of throwing a dry discus are better and better at the moment. Because, as we said, the light's getting better. A little bit less rain. A good indication is most of the officials have got that light rain gear off. It's been reasonably dry out there at the moment.
And they are in the starters' hands by the looks.
Starter having a chat, one of the Czech starters at the moment, having a bit of a chat with the boy from Western. Asking him how his breakfast was and where he's staying.
He's looking a little bit nervous. He's done a couple of laps around that lane of his.
Well, it's a pretty nervy thing, Neil. I think starting a relay for your team.
That's another event I've never been part of as a relay because of my lack of genuine speed.
Well, I understand where you're coming from because in me sort of having a little bit more of the endurance sort of sport background, and I found running against some of these guys, these quick guys, you're just trying to make your legs go faster and they won't. These guys are just, they've got speed and quickness in their movements, and that's what makes them sprinters.
The old twitch factors.
Yeah. Northern,
Sydney North.
yeah,
Ooh.
big leg and good change.
They're obviously using walkie-talkies, the relay judges, because they haven't been holding flags. So obviously they've all been clear.
Yeah.
It's still a good run from Sydney North, the Sydney North team in...
Ease away, change the
Oh,
speed.
this is St Thomas's Willoughby. No?
Yeah. And Sydney North, they use the downward change like the big boys and big girls do. So they're going to run away with this heat. Pretty quick qualifying, 58.
Balgala Heights.
Yeah.
58.6. It's a good run. Our fastest heat so far. We only had two. Heat three is in lane 1, Benora Point, North Coast. Lane 2, Villa Maria, Hunters Hill. Lane 3, Bungendore, South Coast. Lane 4, Shaw Preparatory College, CIS. Lane 5, Alabama from Hunter. Lane 6, Excelsior, Sydney West. Lane 7, St Joseph, Kempsey. And Lane 8, Young North, Riverina.
that school running in lane 4? Yeah.
Who was that school in lane
The
4?
one you just announced.
Lane 4, Shaw Prep.
The code there. See, this is the great experience you have. I look at that code and I can't get sure out of that, but you do. It's great.
Well, I'll be honest with you, mate. They're listed fully in the program. I've had him going for a day and a half, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, very good. Well, that's good. Don't give me too much too early. I'm now going to pick up my program and work like one of the pros. What page are we on there?
49.
49, lovely.
Matt has been working off the start sheets, which was a little bit unfair of me.
I like the start sheets. Sometimes they can be a little bit more up to date, but they don't give all that great information that the program does.
Just looking here in front of us, we've got a very successful athlete who's proudly wearing his gold medal from the 200, I think it is.
Yeah.
I suppose he's resting up a bit because he's got the 100-metre sprint coming up later in the day too.
Imagine he's involved in the relay. If his team's been good enough to get through.
Just waiting on a couple of the competitors, or one of the competitors to adjust adjust his blocks. He's getting help from one of the Czech starters.
You're going to hear from me for a little while now because I'm busy reading this program now that I'm introduced me to. It's got my attention. So we're going with, we are in the 8 to 10 years boys.
Third heat. And they're right, yes. It wasn't the smoothest of changes from holding.
Sometimes no matter how much you practice, you can still have a glitch on the day, can't you?
Yep.
And you've got to think quickly and tidy it up.
That was a better one. Been a good run from the Hunter School. Taken out a bit of the stagger. In fact, they're going to go into the last turn, I think, in the lead. As they come off the bend. And they're away, and there's going to be a chase from the McKillop and the CIS competitors on the Hunter boy. And it's going to be close, very close. But I think the Hunter has held on. And 58-12. So these times are coming down, 58-12, and that was at Alabama.
Alabama, yes, just holding off.
So well done to all those.
There's
And the thumbs up.
Yeah, he's got some supporters. There's the advantage of just winning a heat. That'll take you through.
Yep.
And then that fellow in second, well, you probably second, his team's got to try and finish as a fast qualifier.
And I'd say they'd have a chance of that being the fastest heat. We'll go to heat 4.
Give me a go at this one now.
I will now. He's got the program.
Now it's Corindi, isn't it?
Corindi.
I've been battling with that. I should know. But I used to visit a place up near Woodbury called Corindi on the coast. Nowhere near Corindi. No. It's spelled differently. Anyway, Corindi. Northwest, we're going along Glenhaven, Sydney West, Helensburgh, South Coast, Oxley College, CIS, Camden, Sydney, Southwest, St Nicholas's, Tamworth. These are the ones I used to struggle with, and I'm all over it now. St Nicholas's will go out of lane 6, Baronia Park, lane 7, Sydney North, and Cudgegong, Western, will run scared in lane 8 with the field coming at them, and they won't get a look at them for the first half, so they'll just have to put their heads down and run. That'll be Cudgegong, lane 8.
Well, they're hoping they won't get a look at them because they'll be out in front all the way.
That's exactly right, but they start in lane 8 in the front of the stagger, reason we say they're running scared is because all the competition is coming from behind them. Sections of the track are starting to dry out now.
Yep.
This morning. These all-weather facilities is really only one discipline that is affected by really heavy running. I mean, of course they make decisions based on safety and how much water's on the track, but the only thing I've ever seen stopped at an event, in a venue like this, is long jump and triple, because of the sand being so wet that it's unsafe for the competitors to land in a pit that's not going to be forgiving in any way.
Sometimes we've had issues with the high jump in rain, that they hurdles and the one. But the venue here has a couple of super soppers which they place near the high jump pit bags. And during the last championship, the combined high schools, they spent a lot of time drying the run-ups for the competitors.
There was some of that.
But in years gone by, if it was too torrential, you'd just call the high jump off because it was too dangerous, especially when they were just jumping off grass.
Grass becomes mud.
Yeah.
That's hard. Did we have a little false start?
Yeah, I think it was a technical false start. Away this time. Very good strong run by the Sydney North runner in lane 7. Good change.
Just looking at these inside lanes, and Sydney West, Glen Haven has moved up to be in a good position to strike at the bend, if they can get a good bend on this.
Really strong
Yeah,
run from both the two at the front.
Yeah.
And a good change.
Baronia Park.
Yes, this will be Baronia Park.
Baronia Park going to run away with this 4th heat. Yeah, strong.
And that time is 57.54. That's the fastest. Each heat has been marginally faster than the previous one, but that one was, it was quicker by over a second and a half.
All right. Heat 5 will round out the 8 to 10 4x100 metre relay. We've got Forbes from Western going in lane 1. Kororo, North Coast, lane 2. Singleton in the Hunter region going in lane 3. Kingscliff, North Coast, lane 4. Lane 5 will be Wattle Grove, Sydney Southwest. 6, Wheeler Heights, Sydney North. Karela, Sydney East in lane 7, and Finley, Riverina, lane 8.
Athletes are patiently waiting on their marks at the first leg.
Big moment. Obviously, they've spent time in obviously travelling, getting here, but also time up in the marshalling area, preparing for the relay. As you said, practicing their changes outside, and now they bring it to the track. Pretty cool head running this first leg.
They're on their marks at the moment. Just about ready to take off. And off they go. And we're looking to see if anyone can take the stagger out in the first leg. It looks like Sydney North has achieved that. Good change. Sydney East still change in front.
Bit of a fall over there and a baton problem. Bit of a drop. Western, I think it's at Western.
Yes.
Lane 1, they've had an unfortunate first change.
I'll be your principal.
Big change.
Sydney East,
Hunter.
Sydney Southwest now it's up to the bend runners. Sydney East, Karela.
And a little bit of work to do here for the fourth round.
Sydney Southwest has, I think, jumped to the leads in this one. That'd be Camden, and Sydney North has fought back, so that's a great fight back from Boronia Park, but Sydney Southwest have got it in 59.72, so that was a bit slower that heat.
And Finley managed to get it home. Yeah, that little hassle there at the first change. The boys have got it together, got it home.
We now move into the senior girls relay. And in heat 1, we'll see in lane 1, Mimosa from Sydney North. Lane 2, Forbes from Western. Lane 3, Ocean Shores, North Coast. Lane 4, Queenwood, CIS. Lane 5, Guyamea Bay. Lane 6, Bradbury from Sydney Southwest. North Rocks is in lane 7 from Sydney West. And the record was set in 1997 by Ulladulla South Coast, with a time of 53.28. The crowd is definitely bigger today, Matt.
Yep.
Looking around, and there are people now got umbrellas up to protect themselves from the sun, which is interesting.
It's like a parasol, isn't it?
Wow, they're Bunnings parasol.
Yeah, traditionally, Neil, relay day when it comes to swimming, athletics is a big crowd day because a lot of the competitors actually have one or a group of people bringing them. And in the COVID time, there was a limit on how many supporters a person
could take, which made it very difficult at the primary level because the nature of the primary schools are that they like to have their parents there, and rightly so.
I know at swimming there for 1 year there was they basically ran the program where one group of athletes would come in for the first part of the day. Everyone would leave the venue. The venue would be cleaned. Then the senior athletes would come in for the second part of the day. And the programs had undergo a fair bit of change to accommodate.
Exactly right. And people were encouraged once they'd completed to leave the venue.
And that that takes away another thing that people really enjoy, and sometimes just sitting down and watching some other events.
And the atmosphere was there. So anyway, we're put through that, and we're back to, we'll have a false start there.
Got a team manager from Western who's coming to the finish line, team manager from Western.
I think that might be against lane 5. Yep.
If it is, she pulled up pretty quickly.
Oh, she knew she'd go.
Yeah. She was she made the
She
least
said,
progress.
Whoops. But I don't think oops is an explanation for...
No. Normal reaction. She knew she was the one. clean now. And Sydney West have pulled away here.
Line 7 North Rocks, yes. Sydney West. Although CIS from Queenwood in lane 4 has made a good second leg.
Having a bit to say here with the second leg.
A good change, they changed first.
And that leg by that young lady from
Queenwood.
That leg and that change gained them about 10 metres.
And that's another great change. Looks like Queenwood may be heading towards the victory in the first heat on the open or the senior girls relay.
They look like a pretty strong outfit.
They've gone through at 55.39.
All of their runners very quick. The changes were good.
Well, followed in by Sydney North, I thought. Yes, Mimosa Road Public School.
Going to go with heat 2 now of the senior girls 4x100 metre relay. It's event 59, the record, as Ian told you earlier, set in 1997 by Ulladulla, and a time of 53.28. The heat 2 orange, lane 1 Western region, lane 2 Balcombe Hills North Sydney, lane 3 Sylvania Heights Sydney East. Balcombe Hills North is going to be Sydney West region. Lane 4, Kingscliff, North Coast. Lane 5, Edgeworth, Hunter. Lane 6, Corinda. I'll get that, and I apologise to the people for ignorance. Lane 7, St Peter and Paul School, Kiama. Okay, thank you. And Coringal, Riverina makes up the field for heat 2 of the senior girls 4x100 metre relay. The sun's out. That's really nice. Pleasure to be out there now. Because the alternative was we had a rain today, so we'll still get some more, but anyway, it's very nice at the moment. Great for all the competitors, good for spectators. 2 girls going in blocks here. Away.
Good start. It's a strong run by that girl from McKillop.
Blaze that
St Peters and Paul, Kiama from...
Their change was good. And their girl taking care of the second leg, pretty speedy. Knows the stuff. Let's see how they go with the change.
Good change.
Hand was high in the air.
North Coast is doing all right on the inside here too, as is Sydney East now, so there could be a bit of a challenge on.
So they'll want another nice change here, and they've got it.
As have Sydney East and North Coast, so they've set out to try and chase down the runner from St Peters and Paula Kiama, but
they've got some speed as well. All these girls do.
Well, that's a good, solid, a very solid performance. 55.49.
I think they could put that down to some good changes because those other girls are just as good. Gavin's maintained.
We've got Heat 3 coming up next, and in Lane 1 we'll have Griffith East from Riverina. Lane 2, Currajong North, Sydney West. Lane 3, Barker, CIS. Lane 4, Hastings North Coast. Lane 5, Our Lady the Star C Terrigal. And Lane 6, Ulladulla South Coast. Lane 7, Balmain Sydney East. And Lane 8, Forestville Sydney North.
There's now Lady Star of the Sea down in Wollongong as well.
That's correct. That's one of the orders. one at Terrigal has quite nice views of the ocean.
Yeah.
A bit like some of those south coast schools like Coaldale and Austinmere. I'm fortunate that I didn't actually teach there because I think I would have done a lot of whale watching.
Well, it's very tempting, isn't it? It's,
Beautiful settings on the coastline there.
there's a couple of two schools, I reckon, have got some nice views inland as well. I know
Yep.
that Kangaloo Primary School up on the hill overlooks a beautiful valley there, just to the west of Barrel, beautiful green hills of Kangaloo. There are some nice playgrounds.
Yes, there are. Stand up.
There's a little movement.
Off they go.
Just saw a notification about the Nigel Bagley Trophy and Elizabeth Austin. The ones you talked about yesterday.
Those small schools relays, yes, they're coming up.
Nice thing about this, if you think about all the work that's probably been going on back in school
For months
playgrounds, and possibly kids watching on the screen would have seen some of their teams out training, and here they are, putting it into action.
Some strong run from the CIS school, which is Barker, lane 3. Some very smooth changes.
Commanding lead, isn't it?
South Coast, North Coast girls, Sydney North girls made some time too. 56.84 was that time. And a good run from the Forestville Sydney North teams.
Heat 4 will be Lane 1, St Mary's, Manly. Holding group of schools, yeah? Minamurra will go in Lane 2, South Coast. Bardia, Sydney Southwest, Lane 3. Scone, Lane 4, Hunter Region. Henschke,
From a frame
Wagga
perspective and a pacing
will go in Lane 5. In Lane 6 will be Gunnedah South, Northwest. In Lane 7, Avalon, Sydney North, on the beautiful northern beaches there at Avalon. And Anna Bay, probably a pretty nice spot too, up in the Hunter, will go in Lane 8.
I can assure you Anna Bay is a very nice location. Now it's interesting in Lane 3 in this one is Bardia, Sydney Southwest. And Bardia has had a couple of very good athletes competing in the 100s and 200s. It'd be interesting to see how they perform.
I think they might be combining with a couple of their schoolmates to put together a snappy relay team at some point. These teams would have a number of those excellent 100, 200 runners that we saw yesterday. We're going to get a bit more of that 100 action later today, I think, aren't we?
Yes, we are. We've got the semi-final of the 100s coming up there, to be followed by the final.
So no shortage of work for the sprinters again today. Mid-distance runners had a bit of work on their plate yesterday with 800s and 1500s. One yaw on blocks, one with a crouch. Away. Maybe starters not happy there for some reason. Looked all right on the outside. Notice anything?
No, I didn't. But I did notice a couple of girls pull up before I heard
But they might have known something was wrong.
yeah.
Just been told to move my mic up a bit. Hopefully people didn't hear some of those mistakes I made with the commentary earlier, the pronunciations.
You've done very well, Matt.
got away with it so far. All right, here we go. Stagger remains in place here, but the South Coast school is... they're going very nice. Hunter. I think it's Hunter. I think it's Scone. Doing some serious work in the middle of the track.
Yep.
There's some nice work going
Avalon
from St Mary's Manly too, I think, as they come into the bend. But no, the race seems to be with the outside lanes.
We have 2 Hunter schools in this, which is very good. And that was leading into the straight is a Scone.
Yeah.
And a good race for second here. A very powerful runner from McKillop. And the Sydney North girl from Avalon has done well, and the time was 56.42.
We've got that young lady, one of the young ladies that ran very well yesterday in the hundreds, and I think she was just representing Bardia, Sydney Southwest.
Yep.
That's what we were talking about.
Yes, that's right.
And they didn't figure in those top places, but and she received the baton a little bit back in the pack, but she put in a strong effort to try and contest probably 6th or 7th, you know, and that's the beauty of it, you know. Even back in the field, sometimes there are some great battles going on.
Heat 5 will see Pickney Point from Sydney Southwest in lane 1, Tamworth from Northwest in lane 2, Griffith North from Riverina in lane 3, in lane 4 St Edward's Tamworth, Paulding. In lane 5, Thomas Hassel, CIS. In lane 6, St Clair's and Rellenvale. In lane 7, Bathurst from Western. In lane 8, Toolumbar from South Coast. Well, I'm not sure where Toolumbar is, but it's...
I think Toolumbar might be between the escarpment and Albion Park.
Okay.
A bit of a traditional little piece of land there. They used to have an establishment called the Toolumbar, it might have been the Toolumbar Inn.
Okay.
And I think it's, someone will write into us and correct us if we're wrong, I'm sure, because, you know, we can sort of guess when these people are sitting in classrooms going, well, that's not right. You know, who are these guys?
Who are these people?
Girls ready to go in Heat 5 to finish the qualifying for the finals for the senior girls. At least one team to go through here. With the starter, no blocks, 1 crouch. Clean. Sydney Southwest they got away all right in lane 1, seemed to make a bit of an impression there. But it's the outside lane.
And that is
Toolumbar.
South Coast, yes.
Toolumbar.
And they've still maintained that, although CLS have done fairly well on that change. Paulding seems to be coming through.
Yeah, they're still chasing South Coast, but it's gathering up now. They change together. No, I don't think the Toolumbar girls were entirely happy with their change, but they're in the battle. And she's
holding.
Yeah.
Oh, she's. What a great one.
That's a massive
run.
I think, as I said, I don't think the Toolumbar girls were entirely happy with their change. But
and they've come through in a time of 56.59.
Yeah.
50 metres down the from the finish. They look like they may have been pipped out at first, but she fought back.
Yeah.
What a great effort. Great effort.
They had to fashion something there with that last change, I think.
Yeah.
And it's all happening very quickly. They got the change done.
Oh, we're entering the senior boys relay now, where we've got in lane 1 from Sydney East, Tarawal Public School. In lane 2, Tamworth Northwest. In lane 3, Tacking Point North Coast. Lane 4, Holy Family Kelso, and that's from Paulding. In lane 5, Barrier. From Barrier, the School of the Air. Now, this is all these kids learn remotely, and they've come together and they put a team together. So that's pretty magnificent. From in lane 6, North Kellyville, Sydney West. In lane 7, Barker, CIS. In lane 8, New Lambton, South Hunter.
What an interesting arrangement that must be. The School of the Air. You know, what do they do? I mean, because they probably don't live near each other.
No.
Do they just say, hey, let's meet for a bit of training at a central venue, or they meet at the...
Well, I think it'd be through their zones, and that they'd put together a team and compete at the zone and then on to region. So they do very well. Sorry, they don't run. They would have zones and on a Barrier Association final.
Do you think they might sort of meet each other, reintroduce themselves to each other at the ground?
Sometimes they do.
Very nice.
Yeah. And work out who's going to run first, second, third, and fourth.
Do you feel like running first? Yeah, okay, I'll do it.
Yeah. The record here is 51.45, and that was set by St Edward's Tamworth in Paulding in 2019. So that's a fairly quick run.
It is. That's 4 guys running under 13 seconds with some good changes going on as well.
And 2 bent.
That's right. Changes were okay. Hunter just had to hang on a little while there to make sure the baton was in place.
But he's made up for that hanging on. He's made on a very strong leg.
It's a credit to a lot of these teams.
Nice
how good their changes are.
Coming into the last change, and it's CIS at the moment, and that's Barker in lane 7.
Yep. Oh, strong finish.
On North Coast. Don't know if he's got the legs, but that's a good finish from Barker and North Coast in the time of 53.19.
He kept the Barker runner very, very honest over that last 50 metres.
And our runner from the School of the Air Barrier is coming in. Well done.
Good on him. Nice one. Very colourful top, haven't they?
Yeah, Barrier. Thankfully, they changed it. Many years ago, it was brown.
Okay.
A brown and orange one.
Someone decided to go for a bit more colour.
Yep, and they've done a good job. Heat 2, we'll see Corindi's running out of lane 1. And Corindi's, of course, is from Northwest. Lane 2, St Augustine's Brookvale in lane 2. Lane 3, Carlton Sydney East. Lane 4, Seaforth Sydney North. In lane 5, Forbes Western. Lane 6, Griffith East Riverina. Lane 7, St Michael's Blacktown. Lane 8, Ocean Shores North Coast.
I reckon a few of those regional jerseys and tops have improved over the years, because if you cast your mind back, I remember Met West, which is now Sydney West, used to have a black singlet, cotton singlet, of course that was the fabric of the time, with a sky blue number, and that was it. And we used to think it was pretty handy if you could get your hands on one of those and hang on to it. But those team managers were pretty good. They got them back off us most of the time. But you look at Sydney West now; they're sporting them. And it's a great range of colours, and they look great.
That was the team manager's job, to distribute the T-shirt singlets and make sure we've got them back.
I've got a greater appreciation for what those team managers did now than when I was a kid trying to run around trying to nick a jersey. Say, look what I brought home, Mum. Yeah, and you get the phone call. Hey,
bring it back.
Your kid's got a singlet of ours.
away.
One out of the blocks, one using the blocks. Western, I think. Yeah, Forbes.
Good change. North Coast.
Yep. That outside 2 lanes, they are probably the most noticeable to watch the changes because we can see them very clearly. They're out and away. They're not part of the, not behind the discus net for starters.
Yeah.
But they're not part of that closer cluster of changes.
Good run here from the young McKillop boy in lane, whatever he is. He's made the stagger. Sydney East on the inside though, got a good change too.
Good change, Sydney East, yeah.
It's going to be a race in 2. Oh no, I might have spoken to earlier. I think the young lad from Poland.
Goodness me.
Yeah. It's a nice run though.
It is.
And that's gone through in 54.62. And that was St Michael's, Blacktown, I think. Yes.
Heat 3's coming up for the senior boys, and we've got in lane 1 Albury from the Riverina. Lane 2 Northern Beaches combined independent schools. Barnia, Sydney West will go in lane 3. Floraville will go in lane 4. They're from Hunter region. Lane 5 Mudgee, Western region. Coming up from the Illawarra and running in lane 6. Fairy Meadow, South Coast. Oran Park, Sydney Southwest in lane 7. And St John Bosco Engadine will run out of lane 8 in heat 3 of the senior boys 4x100 metre relay.
And senior girls multi-class discus.
Must be a pretty daunting thing to stand in lane 1. Back behind, you're at the back of the stagger, and you've just got to run with some confidence. You've just got to run fast and hope the stagger does its job and your other runners.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I always used to think they run further, but that's not true.
Well, you know, and I hope they've measured the track correctly, won't they? Boys are just getting organised here. They have their batons. Yeah, you said you ever run in a relay team? Okay.
No.
You weren't one of the. You were like me. You weren't one of the quick guys.
No.
No, I never. I did. Relay. They'd have to be someone not turn up. They say, "Hey, you, get this. You're going for a relay."
No, I didn't run a relay. I had 2 speeds: walk and stop.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, we've got a final.
Oh, those are the semis progression. So that's for later.
We're talking hundreds, 4x100s.
Progressions.
I think it'll be semi-finals for this. All right, so that's possibly top 2 going through and then some fast qualifiers. It's a good looking lineup here. Boys are setting away. Now we'll get a look at how things unfold after that first leg. Pretty even. Holding down the middle of just put in a massive second leg. Had a good change, so he got away to a good start. Is it, or is that South Coast?
That's the Hunter.
That's the Hunter. It's his black.
Shorts
that have sort of thrown me a little bit there. He's banged straight
great
down.
change.
Yeah, got clinical, wasn't it? It's almost like he had time to enjoy that change. And this guy's just, he's steaming.
And that's Floraville. Oh, and a good time, 53.94.
All right, yep.
And obviously the mother was just outside there, was very excited about that. Well done.
Yeah, got some enthusiastic supporters in the stands. Plenty of them.
So that was a good heat time. Still not quite as quick as the first one.
Oh, they might not really be coming out to play until the semi-finals and the final. You know,
Yeah.
pressure of and the excitement of that might shave a couple, a second or two off some of their times. No shortage of entertainment, though. It's just fantastic to watch, isn't it? The speed and the skill of the changes.
And we're now looking at Heat 4, which will involve in Lane 2, Riverina, Lavington. In Lane 3, Guyamere North, Sydney East. In Lane 4, Henschke, Wagga, McKillop. Yes. In Lane 5, Helensburgh, South Coast. In Lane 6, Holy Name, Foster, Paulding. In Lane 7, Buninyong, Western. In Lane 8, Camden South, Sydney South West. In Lane 9, Ride East from Sydney North.
Helensburgh School, top of the escarpment there.
That's exactly right.
I don't know much about Lavington. You know?
Lavington, yes, that's a suburb of Albury, on the northern suburb side of Albury. Been a very strong sporting area in in Riverina. Always produce very good Australian football teams, understandably, because it's such a strong sport down there. They've got tremendous facilities in Lavington and Albury for sport, and I think they used to. I'm fairly confident they still do. They hold a sports festival in Albury involving all ages and all different sports. It's a great tourist attraction.
Might be an age group there for you and I now.
I'm sure they would be. Playing seniors rugby, I'd like the purple shorts, not allowed to be tackled.
You're still allowed to run, aren't you, until you run as long as you like. Those schools down towards the Riverina, you talk about their Australian rules connections. They are closer to Melbourne, than and if you look at Sydney was the NRL, rugby league, the foundations there. Melbourne more Aussie rules, and some of those kids and people that have grown up there have had a closer connection to Aussie rules than they have rugby league.
Very much so. And they've got some very strong senior clubs in the Albury. We talk about the Finley line, where that's a line that goes across for catchment areas for Australian football. And Albury falls on the Melbourne side of the Finley line. But they have some terrific facilities, as I was saying. Some of their cricket pitches down there are top class.
Okay.
Decks.
For batting or bowling? I was a batsman.
Well, so was I. So that's what you think I'm saying.
I'm just wondering, different players have different views.
Different opinions.
If the pitch is nice and green, bowlers thought it was great. If it was a straw colour, you think, okay, I can score a few runs here today. Pushing their luck with a change there. On the limit of the zone, the change zone there. Which group was that?
Sydney Southwest.
Oran Park. Was that Oran? No, Camden South. We're going Heat 4 here.
Heat 4, yeah. Heat 4.
Camden South. The officials might have a little look at that. But they're in the mix here. So we'll let the officials
good change from McKillop.
Yeah.
Leading the way.
They've got a strong final runner.
And that's Henschke from Wagga. Another great sporting capital in New South Wales.
Absolutely.
And a good run from the Sydney North runner in Ride East. Their time was 54.55.
Heat 5 will see the following schools. In Lane 2, according to the program, there will be no Lane 1 team running in Lane 1. Lane 2, Inverell, Northwest. Lane 3, Kingscliff, North Coast. Lane 4, Tathra, South Coast. Lane 5, Bidaba, Hunter. Lane 6, John Palmer School, Sydney West. Lane 7, Dalmini, Sydney Southwest. Lane 8, Sydney Grammar, St Ives. That's the combined independent schools group. And Lane 9 will be Eastwood, Sydney North. Nice little suburb of Sydney, Eastwood. I've had the pleasure of having a bike ride through there last week. Lovely people. I got a bit lost and they helped me find my way through. So anyway, that's our lineup of schools for Heat 5, and that will complete qualifying for we're going to be having semi-finals in these relays, so we assume that top 2 may be going through here. Then best qualifiers after that, based on time. We've got the final heat here, Neil, for the senior boys.
Well, that's a good first leg from the Sydney Southwest school. Not a smooth change, but...
No, I agree. He had to wait. Might have got away a little quick, then had to pull up and just wait for that baton. Hasn't done him too much damage. Outside lane. Sydney Grammar, that might... Oh, no. Yeah, Sydney Grammar. It's not going all right here. The Sydney West guys have come out of that little hold-up quite well. But it will be Sydney Grammar St Ives at the moment. But the Sydney West guy is going to come up alongside him. And
Sydney Southwest.
Sydney Southwest and make him...
That's Dalmini.
Yeah.
Sydney Southwest.
Nice run from all the guys. Good finish.
Well, that brings to a close the relays for the
heats and qualifying.
The heats for the boys and girls in the larger schools, but we now come to one of the feature events of the New South Wales PSSA track and field, and this is an event called the Nigel Bagley Relay, and it was established for those schools with an enrolment number greater than 25 but no more than 54, and it can have girls and boys in the same team. They can have all ages. They can have an 8-year-old running with a 13-year-old, and it was for those schools with those numbers and enrolments, and it's a keenly contested event, predominantly for the schools in the rural areas and regional areas of New South Wales. And the record is held at the moment by Jerilderie in the Riverina, and that was established in 2009. And it's a record of 54.48.
And I can see we've got a number of heats and a number of schools that are going to contest this, Neil. So it's a well contested event, isn't it?
Yeah, it is very well.
What's the history of this event?
Well, the history was introduced in the mid-1990s. Prior to that, we've always had what was called a small schools relay, which was the Norman Elizabeth Austin Trophy, and that was for one-teacher schools. But this one was introduced because we recognised that there were a lot of schools out there with only 2 teachers and only no more than 54 students, and they weren't able to compete in the Norman Elizabeth Austin small schools relay, nor were they really competitive when it was everyone. So we introduced this. Nigel Bagley himself was the convener of athletics for some 27 years with the New South Wales Primary School Sports Association. He did a lot for athletics.
Where did he hail from? What sort of...
He was a country teacher. Western, was a previous sports organiser, and he loved the opportunity of giving the rural kids just that little something special, because the whole school or the whole community will come down and watch it. And we have similar events in the PSSA swimming for the small schools, and they're always tremendous events.
Yeah. And they're away.
They're away in the first one.
In the Bagley
Nigel Bagley Trophy.
Yeah.
I think we've got one girl competing at the moment in this one, but we could have a number throughout. Yes, there's two. No, there are two for the lead runners. And we've got I'd say a definite age mix in this group.
Well, the ones we've got competing here in Heat 1 are St Joseph's, Grenfell, Colnurra,
Sydney North.
Mulbring, Gulgowie,
Yep.
Cumnock, Wiseman's Ferry and Curlewis. They are the schools that make up Heat 1 of the Bagley Heats, Bagley Trophy.
And it is Cumnock from Western, I think, that is leading the way in a very strong performance.
Having a nice time here up front.
And that had pleased Mr. Bagley even more, as he was a Western-based teacher.
There we go.
All his career was in Western.
That's good. Yeah.
Lives at the base of Mount Panorama.
Right. Well, that's been busy recently.
Heat 2 will see Fingal Head, North Coast. Middle in lane 1, in lane 2, Middle Jewel, Sydney North. Lane 3, Laguna Hunter. Lane 4, Bald Blair, Northwest. Lane 5, St Peter's, Colliambley. Lane 6 from Mathura, Riverina. And lane 7 from Windale, St Pius X, Paulding.
Isn't this great? I mean, we're seeing the appearance often for the first time of some names of schools that, because we tend to see some schools coming through regularly in the program, and now we're getting these guys that from schools that we don't see a lot of, and this is their moment, you know, on the big stage, and it's so wonderful to see them here.
Yeah.
Combinations of boys and girls in this starting lineup.
Yes, we've got
we
three
said,
that
yep.
we're looking at the moment. Nigel. And we're waiting. They're in the starters' hands. Heat 2 with the Nigel Bagley relay. Good change here from the Paulding team. Well, which is St Pius at 10th, Windale.
Sydney East manager report to announcing, please. Sydney East.
This is going to be very close to the finish with Northwest and Sydney North. Paulding at currently in front. And some very strong runs. It's a very close event all the way across the board. And that's a good run from St Pius' 10th, Windale. And they've gone through in 10.72. Now, Heat 3 will feature in lane 1 Terralga from the south coast, and lane 2 Goolagong from Western, lane 3 Burren Junction northwest, lane 4 St Joseph's Barraba, Paulding, lane 5 Broadwater north coast, lane 6 Vineyard Sydney West, and lane 7 Barrington the Hunter. on the start of Heat 3 of the Nigel Bagley Trophy relay. And they're away. As I said earlier, you can have girls and boys in this team and different ages. For example, the North Coast team just handed on to, I'd say, an 8-year-old or a 9-year-old boy. And there's a girl from Northwest streaking up. What a good run that was from Northwest at Burren Junction. And that leg has really put them in the mix. And they've come through with a change. Well, North Coast and Northwest. Oh, what a great run that is. And a great finish. Oh, yes. Burren Junction in 101.74. All of those teams have been very well trained, I'd suggest.
Burren Junction, Northwest. That's the blue. Is that the blue jersey of them?
Yes.
And is that that's the team where the young lady had that big second leg?
Yes.
Yep. So she had a big impact on that, didn't she?
She did. She really. And that could have been that the way where they'd numbered their runners.
That's right.
She may have been a Year 6 student who came up against a couple of Year 4 or.
Yeah. And that's one of the nice things about relay. You know, you can come up with various configurations of, you know, who's a good bend runner, who's better on the straight. Sometimes the quickest runner gets the fourth leg, the final leg, but sometimes they'll put them down the back straight. And you know,
well, in Heat 4, we have St Patrick's from Trundle in Poland. And in lane 2, St Joseph's Colcan, which is McKillop. Lane 3, Moringa, Riverina. Lane 4, Tabulum, North Coast. Lane 5, Bilpin, Sydney West. Lane 6, Spring Hill, Western. Lane 7, Hillside, Sydney North. And lane 8, Delegate, South Coast.
Reminds me, this setup reminds me a little bit of the all-age relays that because it just adds that different dynamic to a relay, and you're never quite sure until it's coming right down to the finish.
Oh, we're off and running in this one.
But
you're exactly right. All-age relays at the swimming and both primary and secondary are just tremendous events. And then you have the all-age relays in the track and field. It's the CHS.
Right, some big work being done in the middle of the
North
field
Coast
here.
and Sydney West.
Yeah.
And it's North Coast, and the North Coast team is Tabulum.
But once again, you don't know because
anything can happen.
How the schools have arranged their runners, you know. Screen might give us a better look at this.
It's going to be North Coast that turned. Oh, good change. We've got Western.
North Coast there.
North Coast in the middle, Tabulum. That's a nice run. Run.
Having a nice time.
And there, Sydney West and Western girl. And he's going to hang on.
North Coast.
101.005.
That's good. That's very good.
So that's the finish of the Nigel Bagley relay heats. We're now going to move to the Norman Elizabeth Austin small schools relay. And this is for one teacher school. So those schools with an enrolment less than 25. And these are sprinkled throughout the state. But we've had a lot of these schools coming back each year. And it's surprising how many there are.
So their team will be all from their school.
All from their school.
Can be any age, any male, female.
Yep.
All right, yep.
So they get an opportunity to perform on the big stages, for want of a better term.
And I see coming up in Heat 1 is that school I spoke about, Kangaloon Primary School.
Yes.
Up on the escarpment in the south coast, they will have a team in here, and along with half a dozen others.
Yeah.
So it's great to see those sort of schools represented.
And the record here was set in 2005 by Martindale in 57.66. And we've got Sacred Heart, Coolah, in lane 1, Polding. And Coolah's a great sporting area. In lane 2, we've got Quandialla, Western, another great sporting area. Lane 3, we have Durban from the north coast. Lane 4, Hannon Vale from the Hunter. Lane 5, Barker, Duckinjong, CIS. Lane 6, Wabundri, Riverina. Lane 7, Blackville, Northwest. And Lane 8, Kangaloon, South Coast. And they're in the hands of the starter.
Certainly are.
Although we've got one boy facing the wrong way, so that's going to make it difficult.
Yeah, it's a whole range of tactics. They are ready to go. Austin. Is it a trophy or is it a cup or is it a shield? What's this one? Yeah.
This is a trophy
Trophy.
donated by Norman Elizabeth Austin. Norman Austin, as I mentioned yesterday, was a life member. One of the most revered members of the PWSA. And back then it was called the Primary Schools Amateur Athletic Association. He was most revered, Norm, for his work with school sport in particular.
And he continues to be honoured with these relays.
And they're away.
Norm and Elizabeth Austin. They are away. The small schools. Some early ground here for, I think, Barker.
Durham. Although there's Northwest girl from Durham, Durban. No, that's not correct. From Blackville, sorry.
Yeah, so he's done some serious work.
And the South Coast with the CIS Parker team has done well.
Marshall and call now for track events 67, 68, 69 and 70.
Barker held everyone on the bend. Kangaloon change in second.
It's also the final call now for track events 63 to 66.
Barker's going to storm away with this on hit one. And nice finish. Yeah,
South Coast from Northwest.
and they're all home. Representing their schools. Great run. Heat 2 will be lane 2, Huron Gilly, Riverina. St Joseph's, Peak Hill, holding group of schools will run in lane 3. North Star, Northwestern, lane 4. Lane 5, Mount George, Hunter. Lane 6, Central Tilba, South Coast. Lane 7, Trunky, Western Region. And Corndale, the North Coast, will round out the Peak 2 competitors, the schools, and they will run in lane 8.
Thanks. I'm just looking to see what lunch will be. Well, I don't know if we're going to get any. And they're up and running. A good change over there from the North Coast team, which is Corndale. And a nice run in here from the South boy from the South Coast. In the second change, he's taken out the stagger. Well, it's the South Coast team in Central Tilba, a clean pair of hills, followed by North Star and Corndale, and 101.46. Well done
Oh,
to those competitors. They're all across the line. They've done a great job for their schools. And our last heat of the Norman Austin Relay will involve Binya in lane 2 from Riverina. Lane 3, Carabagabul from Western. In lane 4, Roland Plains, North Coast. In lane 5, Windalama, South Coast. Lane 6, St. Columbus Yeovil. Lane 7, Kentucky, Northwest. Lane 8, Elliston, Hunter. And we're about to start. The runners in the starters' hands. The movement you can see at the bottom of your screen are the students going up for the 100 metres multi-class events. And they're away. And it's a good lead out from our competitor. From Kentucky in the Northwest. As they lead up the back straight. It's still a couple of two teams on the inside of challenge, Riverina. And that's Binya from the Riverina, who've had a good record in this event. But Northwest is still showing the way. Come into the final change, we'll see who's... And it looks like Binya from the Riverina have got a good lead, and this young chap has powering down the finish line, but the boy from North Coast, what a run. And he's from Roland Plains, and he's had a sensational run. And they finished in a time of 1:00:55. So we will get the finals of those relayed up to us in the next little while. We're now moving to some timed finals, and they will be the multi-class events, 100 metres. And we'll have in the junior girls 100 metres class, we have 2 heats or 2 sections, three sections to compete. And then we'll have the junior boys 100 multi-class finals. Do you want to go down and grab it first? And I'll do those. Well, whatever. I'll have a pie. If it's a pie, yeah, that's easy. No, I better not. I better not. It took me an hour to eat the thing like yesterday and get the chocolate off my face. Yes, thanks. My apologies if you're listening to me place my lunch order. That was unintended. We're now waiting on the as I said, the 100 metres multi-class junior girls. The athletes have made their way to the start of the 100 metre track. As you can see, we've got the officials setting up the blocks for those students who are going to use them. Some students will choose to, others will not. The first heat will be started very shortly. And again, these are time finals. And again, it is the level of the classification compared to the world record time for that classification. And the student with the best percentage will be declared the medalist. So that's how this is decided. The calculation is done after both events, or the 3 heats will have been conducted. So we're just waiting for those the preparations to be completed before we make the start.
Could a holding team manager please come to the announcing room? A holding team manager required in the announcing room.
Preparing here for junior girls 100 metres multi-class timed finals. To the best of my knowledge, event 63. And we have it in 3 sections. So we haven't. So it is event 63. Junior girls 100 metres multi-class timed final. And in section 1, we have the following competitors. In lane 1, Talia Davis, Casino West. Lane 3, Scarlett Monk, Windsor Park. Lane 5, Margaret Jordan, Kensington, Sydney East Region. Eden Usher will go in lane 7 from St Anthony's, Kingscliff. In lane 8, Lexi Cornwell, Arana Heights. Lane 10, Mia Hogan, St Patrick's, Albury. And in lane 12, running closest to the grandstand, Paulina Alias. Could be Elias, I apologise. I've got that wrong. St Gertrude's, Smithfield. That will be the field for section 1 of the girls 100 metres multi-class timed finals. Weather's looking good. We had the threat of rain in the lead up to the championships, particularly on this second day, but it's staying away at the moment, and that's great for all of our competitors and officials and spectators. That rain continues to hover just to the north of the stadium.
Holding team manager, please come to the announcement room.
Hopefully it stays there. There are a couple of rain bands that sort of, with the, on the breeze, they tend to be heading from the north towards the stadium, but they're not on the ground at the moment, and that's the way we'd like to keep it. So it's dry and just around 20 degrees, I think. The conditions continue to be comfortable, I think, for the competitors, and cloud cover, so some degree of sun protection, but of course we know that we need to keep guarding against that sort of thing. Keep the sun protection on. Yeah, we're sitting at around 22 degrees, 22, 21 at the stadium. No rain, cloud cover, perfect. Competitors are behind blocks for the start of section 1 of the junior girls 100 metres multi-class timed finals. We are roughly on time. This afternoon we will be heading into some pretty exciting action. We'll have finals of hundreds. I think there's finals of 800s to also look forward to. 800 metres on the track. And as I said, there was some great racing yesterday in the qualifying heats for both of those events, 100s and 800s. It lived up to expectations this morning, where we had the 200 metres, where those athletes qualified yesterday, and looked like it was going to present with some exciting racing this morning. It certainly did, and therefore I don't see why that will change this afternoon when we have more finals of both sprint and mid-distance events. Still waiting on the track for the multi-class 100 metres timed finals. If you'd like some action and you're watching back in your school, hit the button and flick across to field. There's certainly some field events taking place. We've got shot put at both the northern and southern ends of the field, and we also have some discus that is taking place on the eastern side. All right, if you are tuning in and viewing the track from Homebush for the PSSA Championships, Athletics Championships, we have the multi-class 100 metres timed finals here now. May have misled our viewers a little while ago, telling them there was some 800 metre action later in the day. Those finals were contested this morning, but we will have some 100 and relay action later on and now. So sprint fans have certainly got something to enjoy in the afternoon session. We'll have finals of 100 metres. We'll have semi-finals and finals of 4x100 metres relay. And athletes and schools qualifying for those yesterday and this morning for the relays. We're away. Section 1, timed finals. And we've got in lane 1, Talia Davis there, but we're going to have hip number 10. It looks like Mia Hogan from St Patrick's, Albury. She's come a long way and she's had a great run. So Eden Usher from St Anthony's Kingscliff there, just crossing the line. Great reception once again from the big crowd here today with the relays taking place. Great reception for the multi-class competitors in Section 1 of the Junior Girls 100 metres. Section 2, Annalise Zeri, Pitttown, will go in lane 1. Sienna Compton, St Aloysius Chisholm, lane 2. Violet Fuller from Lake Munmora will run in lane 4. Lane 5, Annabelle Davey, Port Macquarie, North Coast. Lane 7, Brianna Wilson, Orana Heights, Western Region. Lane 8, Daisy Faulkner, Newcastle.
This is the first marshal for the track event, 71 through to 74.
Makita Starkey, lane 10, East Gosford, Sydney North, and Macy Wilson will run in lane 12 from Gunning. Says South Coast, but anyone that's been to Gunning knows that it's a little inland Gunning on the way between Sydney down to Canberra. So we hope if you're sitting there in classrooms, or you might be watching from home, if you're in that circumstance, if you're a student or a staff member, teacher, sitting in the classroom, hopefully keeping an eye on how one of your students goes. We hope you're enjoying the coverage. And we've got Section 2 away now for the girls junior multi-class timed final. Section 2. Young lady here, Sienna Compton, St Aloysius Chisholm, first across the line, closely followed by Anise Zeri, Pitttown. All the girls finishing here, and we've got Macy Wilson from Gunning. She will cross the line now and she will receive the huge reception of the crowd, along with all the girls for their efforts in the 100 metres. We've got Section 3 coming up. Kira Bladen she's from Forster in the Hunter region. Kira will run in lane 2. In lane 3, Isabel Skipworth, St Patrick's Trundle. Lane 4, Mari San Jose from Marion, Sydney West. Stella Pace will run in lane 5, St Bernadette's Castle Hill. In lane 7, Melinda Hotes, Lake Munmora, I hope I said that right. And Alison Murnane will run in lane 9. She's from Buninyong, Western Region. Emily Hayes will run in lane 11. She's come over from Milperra in Sydney Southwest. Section 3, girls 100 metres multi-class timed final. They are just completing their preparations at the start line. Keep in mind, I just mentioned earlier that this afternoon is a feast of entertainment, of sprinting in the individual sense and the team sense, because we've got 100 metres finals arrangements, and we've also got relay semi-finals and finals. They are away. They are well away here. And we have Alison Murnane, Bunnyong, Western Region, first across the line in section 3. Next across, Isabel Skipworth, St Patrick's Trundle, Kira Bladen, Melinda Holtz, and Emily Hayes is across. She's from Milpera. Girls have had a great run, had a nice time, and once again, great reception from the crowd. Going into the boys here, 100 metres, multi-class time final, section 1, Jeremiah Middleton, lane 1, Covenant, combined independent schools. Zane Graham will go in lane 2, Lisa Rowe, Sydney North. Jack Robert Jones, lane 4, Lismore Heights, North Coast. They're away, they're moving well. Sam Rigendike, Woy Woy, Xavier Wilson, lane 8, Michelle Cove, Emerson Ryan, Bondi, Noah Blackmore, St Christopher's, Holsworthy, and I reckon Jeremiah Middleton might have got across the line there first. Closely followed by Xavier Wilson. Didn't muck around, those guys, finished that 100 pretty quickly. Heat 2. In lane 1, Saxon Hawkins, Foster, Hunter Region. Quante Glass will run in lane 2, Chatham, Hunter Region. Lane 4, Lachlan Evans, Lane Cove, West, I think, Sydney North. Lane 6, Toby Morgan, Parks East, Western Region. Lane 8, Joey Ucciarelli, Strathfield North, Sydney East Region. Lane 10, Ashton Bayarda, Bunnyong, Western. Ethan Hoffman will run in lane 12, Lismore Heights, North Coast. Most of those athletes are here, and they will take their place in the lineup in section 2.
Sure.
Section 3, We're in section 2 at the moment, I think. That's right, here they come. They make their way down the straight. And we have Quante Glass from Chatham Hunter, who will lead them across the line. And plenty of celebrating there. Rightly so. Great run from all the guys in section 2 of the 100 metres multi-class timed final. Section 3, Noah Ayres will run in lane 2 for North Beaches. Combined Independent Schools. Seth King, Holy Family Parks running in lane 3. Lane 5, Eddie Clare, Holy Cross Helensburgh. Lane 6, Hudson 1, Our Lady Mount Carmel. Pritchard, I think. Maker, Marshot, lane 8, Bird Oldfield School, Sydney West. Caleb Hislop will run in lane 10, St Aloysius, Chisholm. Lane 12, closest to the grandstand, Bailey Lloyd Small, Tottenham, Western Region.
Thank you, Matt, for taking us through those events. We have the the competitors at the start line, ready to go for the 100 metre time final. Just waiting on the starter. The track is clear at the finish end. And the competitors are keen to go. And they're off. And we have Maker Marshot from Bird Oldfield School going through in 17.4, and some good efforts from all the competitors. Congratulations. And Zeph Parker has gone through and he's very happy that he's completed the race. Oh, we have our first girl in the girls' senior 100 metres multi-class finals. In lane 1, we have Abel Kelly from Strathfield North, Sydney East. In lane 2, Gemma Selleck from Bagala Heights, Sydney North. Lane 4, Taya Dager from Rose Hill, Sydney West. Lane 5, Melissa Fitzgerald, Chittaway Bay, Sydney North. Lane 6, Chloe Smith, Windsor Park, Sydney West. Lane 7, Maria Iacano, Mater Day, Camden. Lane 8, Shari Nixon, Foster Hunter. Lane 10, Marley Knox, Marley Knox, Chittaway Bay, Sydney North. Lane 12, Lexi Brown, Nambucca Heads. I think we've got a few runners missing. I know. There they are. And at the moment we have Sydney North. Gemma Selick doing very well. And our North Coast in a time of 14:60. And Lexi Brown also did very well from the Nambucca Heads. Section 2. We'll see Chloe Hunter in lane 1, and she's from Panania, Sydney Southwest. In lane 3, Keely White, Warhope, North Coast. In lane 4, Chloe Dent, Wallabadar, Northwest. Lane 6 is Charlie Sue West, Murrumburra, Riverina. Lane 7, Heidi Lushenko, Holy Family, Ludlam. Lane 8, Jasmine Letty from Foster and Hunter. Lane 10, Piper Cogran from Evans River, North Coast. And lane 12, Savannah Elder from Buninyong, Western.
We'd also like to acknowledge the great work of
Just doing a little bit of work on the behind the start line while these athletes get ready. We've just had a record established. Very good. I'm sorry I didn't catch it, but there's a record established in the multi-class event. I think we've got another record.
In the presentation area, we want to recognise a very busy young man who set 3 new records. Jeremiah Middleton in the T13 class for the junior boys 200 metres. In the T13 for the junior boys long jump 3.16 metres. And in the junior boys 800 metres 255.83. Congratulations, Jeremiah.
We just had a presentation to one young lad at T13 from CIS who has established 3 new records. He's had an outstanding meet. We're still waiting on a start in the girls' senior multi-class time finals. Chloe Hunter from Sydney Southwest Panania, who's streaking away in a very dominant performance, and she's covered the distance in 16.24 seconds. So well done, Chloe, from Panania Primary School. If the kids from Panania Primary School are watching, and hopefully you are, I know one teacher of Chloe will be very proud.
Congratulations, Madison. Just a reminder to all of our team managers, the combined event applications for School Sport Australia, they need to be in by 4 p.m. this afternoon to our state selections. So team managers...
Our next event will be the boys' senior multi-class time finals. In section 1 we have Hunter Lentil from Penshurst, Sydney East. In lane 2, Aidan Sheeto from St Gertrude Smithfield in lane 3. William King from East Gosford in Sydney North. Johannes Usher in lane 7 from Manning Gardens Hunter. In lane 8, Paul Riley, Blackdown West, Sydney West. Lane 10, Cody Wrench, Kincumber, Sydney North. And in lane 12, Carson Blacksmith, Shell Cove. Starters' hands. And they're away. Carson Blacksmith from Shell Cove has set an incredible pace. And gone through in 14.64. What a good run that was. And as always, all the competitors are shaking hands and congratulating each other. Congratulations to all the boys. They've done a great job. Section 2. We have Edward McPherson from Henty, Riverina, in lane 2. Edward Lennon in lane 3, and Our Lady of the Way, Emu Plains. Lane 4, Tiger Han from Nambucca Heads, North Coast. Lane 6, Ronnie Tandy Bell, Wellington Western. Lane 8, Cooper Smith, Carinya, Tamworth, CIS. Lane 10, Liam Damcheski from Port Kembla, South Coast. And lane 12, Toby Laser, Forest Hill, Riverina. And young Ronnie Tandy Bell has run a very good race, as all have.
Let's acknowledge the great achievements of Sam Rugendijk, who set a new record in the T47 class for the junior boys long jump.
Section 3. In lane 2, we have Ian Hutchins from Mater Day, Camden. Lane 3, Noah Kitching from Huskinton, South Coast. Lane 5, Riley Rumble, Muswellbrook, South Hunter. Lane 6, Lachlan Margiston from William Carey, CIS. Lane 7, Archie Whalen from Schofield, Sydney West. Lane 8, we have from Marion Public School, Sydney Western athlete. Lane 10, Campbell Davis from Spring Hill Western. Lane 12, Ralph Ansted, Wadalba, Sydney North. And they're running, I'm sorry, they're a bit slow on that one. And we have the boy from Sydney East. Is it? No? Hunter, sorry. And that was Riley Rumble from Muswellbrook South, who showed a clean pair of hurls. Well done, lads.
Let's acknowledge a great, outstanding performance from Caleb Hislop in the T35 class for junior boys, 200 metres, the new mark, 39.51 seconds. Congratulations, Caleb.
We're now going to move through to the semi-finals of the 100 metres events. These were
Ladies and gentlemen, Hudson Wayne has set a new mark in the T63 boys, junior boys long jump, 2.38. Congratulations, Hudson.
the heats of the 100 metres were conducted yesterday. So we got the first event of the semi-finals. We'll see the 8-year-old girls 100 metres and a record of 14.5 set in 2013 by Emily Crawford. In this event, we have Ella Frith-Wall from Illawarra Heights, Sydney North. In lane 4, we have Annika Graham from Roy Roy, Sydney North. In lane 5, Molly Schmood from St Mary's Armidale. Lane 6, Harlow Pate from Wilton, Sydney Southwest. In lane 7, we have Sierra Seal from Winona. In lane 8, Zoe Dilworth from Maitland, the Hunter. In lane 9, Holly Velati, St Patrick Griffith. Lane 10, Olive Ryder, Karela, Sydney East. Lane 11, Nova Reynolds from Central Coast Grammar. And in lane 12, Dayasu Kumar from Girraween, Sydney West.
Final call now for track event 71 to 74.
The 8-year-old girls.
100 semi-finals, and the first call for track event 75 to 78. 12-year girls and boys, 100 semi-finals. 13-year girls, boys and girls, 100 semi-finals.
Good start across the line. And young Harlow Pate is tearing up the field here. And she's gone through in 14.20. So it's just, that's probably a new record, although she established a record yesterday, I believe, at 13.96. So she hasn't matched her own time from yesterday, but has certainly run an extremely good race. So congratulations to Harlow Pate. She'll move through to the final with obviously a few other competitors from that event. Heat 2, we have Hayley Gessel from Nords Wharf from the Hunter. In lane 4, we have Amelie Tedesco from Thirlmere, Sydney Southwest. Lane 5, Maddie Timmins from Fairy Meadow, Good Shepherd Fairy Meadow. From lane 6, we've Harley Conning from Gerringong, South Coast. Lane 7, Josephine Hahn from Manly Vale, Sydney North. Lane 8, Desiree Adorimia, Red Hill, Riverina. Lane 9, Indy Stewart from Minamara, South Coast. Lane 10, Laura Wilkinson, Tamworth, Northwest. Lane 11, Zoe Lynch, Terranora, North Coast. And lane 12, we have Mia Brown, Our Lady of Fatima, Carringbar. These are the semi-finals of the girls 800. We had our first competitor through in the time of 14.2, but she set the record yesterday, I believe, at 13.96.
Congratulations, and wishing you well for the final.
And, oh, they were away. There's just a little warm-up one, I think. Warm-up start. So we've come back. A number of record presentations are taking place down here for the athletes, multi-class athletes, which means they have performed extremely well. So, the second semi-final of the girls' 8 years is up and going. The young South Coast runner has come out fairly strongly, as has the girl from the Riverina. But it's lane 5, and that's Maddie Timmins. Lane 5, Maddie Timmins. Sorry, it may have been Harlow Conning, Gerringong. Yes, well done to those girls. We now move to the 8 years boys semi-finals, and I'll hand you back over to Matt.
Thanks, Neil. Got a little bit of rain starting to fall again, so it's going to make it interesting this afternoon. 8 years boys, the record for this event is 13.99, set by D. Tehuia, 1995. Okay, lane 3, Jake Lambert, North Rocks. You Kite going in lane 4, Griffith, small school. Lane 5, Jackson Gray, combined independent schools. Hudson McGregor will go in lane 6, Valgalla Heights. Nicholas Condilios, lane 7, Opsh, Ramble. Ryan Chidamba, combined independent schools, lane 8. Luca Dixon, Avalon, lane 9. Lane 10 will be Jarrett Flack, From Corrimal, lane 11, Amir, Sapita, Ramsgate, Xander, Gaker, Caringbah, North, I think, in lane 12. Full lineup
Umbrella's
here.
in wrong place, but still it's okay.
Boys will now go to their marks.
If there is one, that will be great.
In
Thanks so
this
much.
first semi-final, they're away. Strong work through the middle, Sydney North. I think we've got Hudson McGregor there going through for Balgala.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention is drawn to the presentation area where we have the place
Nice
given
run from the guys.
high jump. In third place from Valentine.
Semi-final 2, and that'll take place. Lane 2, Marcus Barber, Casino, Spencer Terreo, lane 4, Carlton, Sydney East, Xavier Kirk will run in lane 5, Belfield, lane 6, Hudson Bootsman, Corcan in Riverina, Zach Watson will go in lane 7, Independent Schools, Lenny Haywood, Haywood will be going in lane 8. Isaiah Campbell-Davies from Wallsend, lane 9. Oliver Dennis, Crestwood, Sydney West, in lane 10. Connor Mackey will go in lane 11 from Matella Road in the Toongabbie area. And in lane 12, Asher Lawler. Holy Family, Skinners, Head. St Mary's Roos, from the Killip region, we think for Lenny Haywood. All right, we are almost right to go in the second semi-final, and we are away. Great lineup, right across the track. Approaching the finish. Oh, they're going to need a photo for this. It's a great finish, very close. Right through the middle, Hudson Bootser, Zach Watson, Lenny Haywood, Isaiah Campbell-Davies. Take your pick. Not my job to try and figure that out, thank heavens. It's over to the photo finish, I think, and the officials. But it was great to watch. Girls 9 years, 100 metres is coming up. The record is 13.88, set by C. Van Nudal. And it was in 1997. Once again, a long-standing record. Heat 1 will comprise the following students. Willow Samuel will go in lane 3 from the independent schools. Emma Shields, lane 4. Tukley. Ayla York, Shell Harbour will run in lane 5. In lane 6, Havana Gray, Terry Hills. Lane 7, Matilda Cantrell, Orange. Kiani Vero will run in lane 8 from Musselbrook. Lane 9 from Calais, Western Region, lane 9, the competitor will be Lara Hooper. Lane 10 will have Sabina Chan from Roseville, Sydney North. Rain Ross will run out of lane 11, Lake Munmora. Bernards, Camilla Roderick, lane 12, here they are. Sacred Heart Pimble for Camilla. Strong right down through the middle, lane 6, and that's going to be Havana Gray from Terry Hills, who will qualify first, probably from that heat for the final. Nice run from the girls. Rain is threatening. We've had a little bit of light rain, and I can see some umbrellas going up. It's going to put a different complexion on the afternoon if it continues to rain, because the relays will be contested as well. Heat 2. Lane 3, Billy Rollo, Kensington. Lane 4, Lacey Snooks, Kentucky Northwest. Pippa Thomas will run in lane 5. St Mary's, I think, Corowa. Lana Bozic, Sutherland. Lane 6, Imogen Wynn from Shelley, Sydney West. Lane 7, lane 8, Grace Gervan. We think it's St Anne's at Clavelli. Kids watching in the classroom will tell us. In lane 9, Madison Cohen, Mariah College and the combined independent schools. Lane 10 is Charlotte Harper, St Andrews, Sydney Southwest. Sierra West will run in lane 11 from Coorwool, Western Division, Western Region. And Vea Tavita will run in lane 12 from Picnic Point. Here they come. Do you want to be on the mic? Close one again. Hundreds tend to be that way, particularly when we get up through the speeds and heading towards the finals. Young lady just spills onto the track. Girls are helping her out. She's happy. She had a great run, and she says no, she's all right. Help. Boys, 9 years, 100 metres, semi-finals coming in now. Jane Mulligan set the record, 1998, 13.58 is the time for that record. Lane 3, Ethan Foster, Beaumont Hills. Lane 4, Clarence Kelly, Southern Cross. Lachlan Chapel will go in lane 5. St Bernard's, Botany. Thanks, Neil. Lane 6, Ethan Costa.
Lady of the Assumption.
Pagewood. Teddy Sharp, lane 7.
I think that might be Skeggs.
Okay, Skeggs.
CIS, yes.
Schools. I'm just unraveling a few codes here. Anthony Trenergistic.
I'm sorry, I can't help you with that one, but they're running for CIS.
CIS.
And they're just
on the
about
track.
finished.
Just about done. And we've also got Braden Murtagh, Rocco Jenkins, Will Damasceno and Arthur Balkan completing that lineup.
And we have
Semi-final 2 coming up for the 9-year-old boys. And we've got lane 3, Miles Essen, Tacking Point. Hugo Barwick, lane 4, Warrialda. Jensen Barrett, lane 5, Mount Cola. In lane 6, Nicholas Whitehead, Jindabyne. 7, Nate Russo, St Ives North. Oliver Sciuli will go in lane 8. St Joseph's.
St Joseph's,
Merriweather. Patrick Boafo, Bert Oldfield School.
St Joseph's.
Lane 9. Lane 10, Edward Carolyn, St Joseph's. We wore 11, Tom Gibson.
St Gregory's.
Queanbeyan, and Kravitz Fayette.
Glenwood Hills, isn't it?
Leadswood Hills, qualified in a time of 14.6. We're going in lane 12. These boys are ready to go. Second semi-final.
Oh, they got away with it.
Let them go. They're racing.
Oh, it's a strong run for the... Oh, nice. Too close to call, I think.
Young man from South Coast, Nick Whitehead, opened up a little gap there in the first 30 metres, and then they ran him, tried to run him down, nearly did.
Well, I think they did. The boy from Sydney West in 14.28. So we now move on to the girls. 10 years, 100 metres final. A semi-final. So in semi-final 1, we will have Scarlet Nest from Barnia, Sydney West. In lane 3 we'll have, in lane 4 we'll have Olivia Toshak from North Sydney, Sydney North. Lane 5 we will have Owen Evans from Orange. I think it may be from St Mary's. In lane 6, Capri Vincent, St Augustine, Clavelli. In lane 7, Lara Barnes from running for the CIS. I'll come back to the school later, shortly. In lane 8, Eva Cole from the Junction of the Hunter. In lane 9, Chloe Anthony from CIS, and I'll come back to that school. We have in lane 10, Maddie Burge, Greenwich, Sydney North. In lane 11, we have LaQuisha Vaona from Griffith East in the Riverina. Alice Burge is out of lane 12, and she's from St Catherine's in CIS. We have, and go back to Chloe Anthony, she's also from St Catherine's. And we will need to go back to Alara Barnes in lane 7, and she is from St Phillips Primary School. And I'm sorry, it's not St Augustine's Clovelly. I should have remembered this. It's St Anthony's Clovelly. So they are on their way.
Certainly are. And Paulding
Look, young
Alara
Alara Barnes.
out here. Yeah.
No, sorry. It's Capri Vincent, of course, from St Anthony's Clovelly. And she's gone through in 13.94.41 hundredths of a second out of her qualifying time.
Did quite comfortably.
Yeah, so she's in good form. We have semi-final 2. We'll have Tilly in lane 3, Tilly Rebelt from St Anthony's Coffs Harbour. St Augustine's Coffs Harbour. We have in lane 4, Savannah Lartoumi from Grafton North Coast. In lane 5, Caitlin Barnard, Narella Vale, Sydney Southwest. In lane 6, Elisa McJury from St Catherine's, CIS. Lane 7, Lindsay Jabanillo, Peakhurst South East. In lane 9, Charlotte James from Charlestown Public School in the Hunter. Lane 9, we have Spandala Yodam from Bankstown, Sydney Southwest. Lane 10, Maggie Trenole from Caringbah, South Sydney East. In lane 11, Jasmine Morrison, Walsall South from the Hunter. And in lane 12, Savannah Cox from Northbourne. I think Northbourne must be on the north. I don't know.
Northbourne.
I'm just trying to have a look at the uniform. I think it's a North Coast uniform. Sydney West, sorry. Northbourne. Sydney West.
Marsden Park. Northbourne. Yep.
Our young runner from Sydney East. And that's Lindsay Jabanillo has led the pack home. And she's gone through in 14.05. The boys will be next up, and that's going to be the boys' 10 years 100 metres. And the record was set by Alex Jello in 2005 of 12.85. In heat 3 of semi-final 1 in lane 3, we have Billy Herb, Sylvania Heights, Sydney East. In lane 4, Henry Keane from Berwick South Coast. In lane 5, Edward Burke from St Therese Willoughby. In lane 6, Corbin Fayanga from Peakhurst, Peakhurst South, and in the Sydney East region. In lane 7, Ryan Jose from CIS. In lane 8, Ryan Uni, Camden, Sydney Southwest. Lane 9, Finn Wilson from St Ives Park, Sydney North. In lane 10, William Bailey from the CIS. In lane 11, Jadai Akimai from Harrington Street, Sydney Southwest. And in lane 12, Cooper Kleindanks from Wingham in Hunter. And they are standing behind their lanes. And I'll just check some of those schools when they come up on the board.
Yeah, we've got a little light rain falling out there at the moment, Neil. It's just sort of spitting, but you can see the officials have got some of the wet gear on again and a couple of umbrellas up, so that cloud that was hovering towards the north of the stadium appears to sort of just made a bit of itself over Homebush. So,
all right, those schools that I didn't know was Blake Edward from St Thomas Willoughby, Ryan Jose from the Lutheran Primary School. We've got William Bailey from Villa Maria Hunters Hill. about ready to go. And I'd suggest this could be quite quick. Young Billy Herb features in one of our 800s earlier today, finals. I think he actually ended up winning it.
Yeah, just. And is that him standing in lane?
That's him in lane 1.
Lane 1, yeah.
Lane 3, as it is.
Lane 3 on the track.
Yeah.
So he's got a little bit of speed in his legs as well as endurance.
We've got a couple of others that have featured.
A lot of guys on the crouch here. Yeah. Using the blocks.
So that's Kobe Corbin Faengai at the moment from Sydney East.
He's done
He's
that.
gone out in 13.63. Just under a second over the record, so he may be pushed to the next one. In Heat 2, well, semi-finals 2, we have in lane 3 Charles Carano from Waverley, CIS. Lane 4, Janicio Da Cunha from Hassel Grove, Sydney West. In lane 5, Saxon Scott from Dubbo South. In lane 6, George Lambusis from Ramsgate, Sydney East. In lane 7, another very strong performer, Ethan Warner from Avalon, Sydney North. In lane 8, Victor Ogbana from Our Lady of Mount Carmel, Wentworthville. In lane 9, Riley Death from Hammondville Public School, Sydney Southwest. Ethan Suleiman, excuse me, from St Mary's Drummoyne. Lucas Hill from Oxley College, CIS. And in lane 12, Jack Calcraft from Minamara, South Coast. And I need to go back and correct Ethan Suleiman from St Mark's Drummoyne, not St Mary's. Starters are getting in position. Athletes are getting in the starting position. I apologise. Rain looks like it's getting a little bit heavier.
Yeah, we've got some of that light wet weather gear going on.
A few umbrellas going up.
Yeah.
Oh, we've had a
And you can see the rain now.
little bit of an anxious start there.
Got a nice marquee down there at the start. Yeah, I don't know if the athletes get a bit of access to that, keep them out of the conditions for a little while until they're required on the track. And quite a few athletes accessing some of the marquees around the field events at the moment.
There we go with Sydney East, George Lambusis and Ethan Walker going at it. Warner going at it. It's Ethan Warner who's come through in 13.54.
Goodness me, he didn't give that up, did he? He just kept
He's a
hammering.
fighter, 13.54. Congratulations to all those boys for the finals. The finals are certainly going to be hot events.
We're going to girls, 11 years, 100 metres. And the record set in 2017, Chelsea Eziok. She set the record of 12.72 seconds. These are pretty handsome records. And we're going to Heat 1 of first semi-final, Lane 2, Ruby Meehan, Collovale. Annie Lidbury, Lane 3. I think St Anne's, Chisholm. Jessica Morris, Kororo, Lane 4. Divine Chukwudi, Liverpool, possibly All Saints. Madison McWilliams will go in Lane 6, Flinders, South Coast. Holly Tweedale, Lane 7. And it's going to be combined independent schools. And Lane 8 will be Sophie Howson, Cronulla. Olive Smart will go in Lane 9, combined independent schools. Tilly Ogioka and Ogiaco, Pettit, Kingscliff, North Coast, lane 10. And making up the final field in lane 11, Ava Pepper. She'll run against the lane nearest the grandstand from Combined Independent Schools.
Could we please have Harlow and Harry Keats onto the presentation, please?
So we're waiting now. The girls are going to their blocks and will be on their marks for the semi-final one of the 11 years girls 100 metres away. Full field. Early work being done here. Sydney East, it's going to be Sophie Howson, I think, from Cronulla. Sydney East, is that right? Am I correct? No, I'm saying Divine Chakruti. Is that who you think that is? Yeah. All Saints, Liverpool. Yeah, she established a good gap there. Yeah. Sophie Howson, we think, followed that up pretty close. Semi-final 2, year 11 years girls. Lane 2, Olivia Bailey, Lake Albert, Riverina. Lane 3, Willow Toll, Avalon, Sydney North and the Northern Beaches. Delilah Wharton, Lane 4, Byron Bay, North Coast. In Lane 5, Taylor Piuila, Bardia, Sydney Southwest. In Lane 6, Janice Hicks, Edgeworth, Hunter. Lane 7, Sienna Vasella, St Ives North, Sydney North. Lane 8, Mia Wood, Yowie Bay, Sydney East. Lane 9, Assumption Ayeto Sadler, St John's Forest Lodge. They're racing. And Aria Jensen is in lane 10, Demi Spiteri, lane 11, and 13:57 the time. Do we have, who's your girl there that might have got Hunter? That would make it Janice Hicks. Now, is that right? Who appeared to be fastest qualifier coming through from what are now the semi-finals. We're going into the boys 11 years 100 metres semis. The record 12:12.5. Robert Boateng set in 1998, quite a while ago. Lane 2, Sean Matapuli, Ingleburn. Lane 3, Penai Ika, Walters Road. Leon Ladejo. Lane 4, Manly Village. Lane 5, John Espinita, Kingswood. Kobe Ryan will go in lane 6, Null Caber, Hunter. Lane 7, Philip Cabilla from Granville. Lane 8, James Martin from Northbridge. Lane 9, Shea France, Warners Bay. Lane 10, Callum Gilchrist, Combined Independent Schools. And Tayton Rogers will go in lane 11. And he's from Narrabeen Lake, I think. Sydney North. It's Narrabeen. And there is a nice lake up there. They are racing the boys, the 11 years in Sydney West. Philip Cabaya, I think, lane 7. Would he be the man? Sydney West boys in there. All right, we've got semi-final 2 for the 11-year boys. Angus Simpson. I'm going to say that's St Xavier's. Gunnedah. It's terrible grammar, isn't it? I'm going to say. Actually, I'm going to say. Gunnedah. Angus Simpson, lane 2. Bo Wheeldon. Forbes, lane 3. Jacob Kopp, Hinchinbrook, lane 4. Going in lane 5, Michael Melfi, Ferry Meadow. Lane 6, Ethan Medeiros, he's from Belfield. Gabriel Ali, lane 7, Merriweather Heights, I think. Aaron Finnerty will go in lane 8 from Preston's. Lane 9, Thomas Vedras, Norman Hurst. Lane 10, Luca Giametti from Wallara. And in lane 11, Ethan Sherlock, Waniora, South Coast. They're standing them up. And they're down in Kingswood South. John Espanito, we think, won that previous heat. 3 guys using standing, the rest are crouched and in the blocks, and off they go. And a young man from Hunter region just opening it up here. Right down the middle, I guess he's from Merriweather. I think it's Gabriel Ali. And it is
13.04.
Yep.
Some good runs there. And he's very happy. Smile from ear to ear. Everything must have gone the way he wanted it to.
13.04. Going into the girls, 12 years. And Neil will take you through the lineup for that event.
And that was Gabriel Ali from Merriweather Heights. In fact, his time was 13.02 according to the board. And now we've got the girls, 12 years, 100 metres. In lane 2, we have a runner from South Coast. In lane 3, we've got Estelle Sodden-Smith from Paddington. In lane 4, and I'll come back to the school for that one, Ruby Bishop from Scone Hunter. Lane 5, Naomi Janik from Forestville, Sydney North. In lane 6, a girl that's had a very big meet so far, Marley Pay from Arana Heights, Western. In lane 7, we've got Marley Main from Banks Meadow, Sydney West. Or no, that'd be Sydney East, wouldn't it? In lane 8, Ruby Kerr, Oak Flat, South Coast. In lane 9, Alani Clark, Coffs Harbour. In lane 10, Ruby Coote, Forbes. In lane 11, Joanna Allman, St Joseph's, Benora Point. And lane 12, Grace O'Bead from Wallara. St Francis of Assisi was the school I missed for Estelle Sodden-Smith.
And St James.
And St James, not St John's, for Johanna Allman.
Now the track is wet. It's not saturated. It's just got a light sort of covering of where the rain's fallen, and it's one of those annoying sort of rains where it's sort of a little bit on, a little bit off. They're racing here on the wet track.
Yes, and it's a young girl from Western again who's just cementing her place as one of the top athletes here today. That's a great run from Marley Pay from Arana Heights in 13.28. Heat 2 will see Alana Moran from Benvenue Northwest. Heat in lane 2. In lane 3, we've got Ginger Scissorsats from St Peters and Paul Kiama. In lane 4, Ria Havelchek from CIS, and I'll come back to it for you a bit later on. From Talia to Bone in Marilyn Vale, we've got from St Catherine's. In lane 6, Angelica Batty from the Grange, Sydney Southwest. In lane 7, we have Madison Trimbath from Swansea, but I'll come back to the school. In lane 8, Jade Johnson from CIS, and I'll need to come back to that school. In lane 9, Ellie Fairhall, Harboard, Sydney North. In lane 10, Amalia Bond from CIS. I think they're from Pymble Ladies College. And In lane 11, Arby Russell from Avalon, Sydney North.
That is Pymble Ladies College.
Yes,
Yep.
so I'll go back to the ones I need to. I gave Sinclair's Narellan Vale for Talia to Bone. We've got St Patrick's Swansea for Madison Trembath. Claremont for CIS for Jade Johnson in lane 8. And the rest were all correct. Oh, sorry. Rhea Havalik in lane 4 is from Pittwater House. And they're just about finished.
Game on in the middle here.
Oh,
Yeah,
great. That's
close.
going to have to be close to a dead heat for LaGrange and St.
Got a Polden girl there.
Yes, Narellan Vale.
Sydney Southwest.
And that was St Clair's Narellan Vale, which was Talia to Bone, and of course from LaGrange, Angelica Batty, who both had a great 13.05, and it's gone to Talia to Bone from St Clair's by 100th of a second. So they will compete neck and neck in the final later this afternoon.
You'd imagine they'll be sort of breathing down each other's neck again
Yes.
in an hour or so.
So we've got coming up now the boys 12 years 100 metres. In lane 1, lane 2 in semi-final 1 is Eli Gavin from Ross Hill Northwest. We then have in lane 3 Khan Jackson from Holy Family Parks. In lane 4 Jacob Wright from Matunga Northwest. In lane 5 Carlo Magbag from Ellamore Vale Hunter. Lane 6 Tyler Cunico Lithgow Western. Lane 7 Jared Shepherd from Ryde East Sydney North. Lane 8 Cameron Leung Eastwood Sydney North. In lane 9 we have Dominic Shaw from CIS. I'll come back to it. I think it's the King's Preparatory School. Yes, it is.
That's right. Yep.
Ethan Mullins from Baronier Bay, Sydney East, and LeBron Patalo Vitali out of lane 11 from Carlton.
They're ready.
And we're ready.
Got a nice range of hairstyles in this race,
Yes,
Neil. I
yeah.
see.
There's a few
Yep.
different ones.
Tend to be the sort of the extroverts of the track, the 100-metre runners.
They
Not-
do,
not
and
letting
young.
this down.
Oh, this is a good run.
It is.
Oh,
Close
I
again.
don't
That's-
know. I'm not going to call it. We have
photo.
Carlo Magbag and Jared Shepherd.
Yeah.
And it's got to be a photo in their time of 12:44.
Wouldn't be surprised if that's another 1/100th of a second.
It's coming up on the board now, and it's gone to Caleb from Ellimore Vale and 1/100th of a second over Jared Shepherd. We now move to semi-final 2, and we've got Blair Ritchie. And I'm going to have a guess. St Mark's Tremoy. Lane 3, Alexander Beneforte, Rouse Hill, Sydney West. Lane 4, Cooper Patocchio, St Patrick's Albury. Lane 5, Ashton Foley, Bonnells Bay. Lane 6, Lockie Samways, Holsworthy, Sydney Southwest. Lane 7, Ollie Savone, Taking Point. Lane 8, Ariz Ishmael, Tumont, Riverina. Lane 9, Elias Campbell, Taking Point, North Coast. Lane 10, Tashan Waits, Barona, Western. And lane 11, Mitchell Davies, Floraville.
Well, we'd like to have a look at that St Mark's there. We think you're on the money there, Neil, but they're not giving us a lane 1 on the
No,
pick.
well, that's heat 1 semis. They haven't switched over yet. That's the previous race.
That's result.
Here we
Yeah,
go.
it is St Mark's.
St Mark's,
Well
that's
done,
good.
Neil.
And St Patrick's. Yes. Clean bill of health. Well
Yep.
done.
Clean sweep.
So the winning time in the previous heat was 12:46. The record is 11.87. That kid must have been able to run. Wow.
Absolutely, that's more than half a second in that.
Wow.
So they've got a bit to do to reach that this afternoon.
I like the kid in lane 4. Lane 5 got away a bit early.
That's a
Was
break.
lane 6.
Yep.
Lane 5, yeah, I like the boy in lane 5, I must admit.
Right.
But that doesn't mean.
It doesn't mean a great deal, really,
No,
because if these other guys are going to, it's, you know, if you're a betting man, that's where you're putting your money. But we don't encourage that.
We certainly don't.
We're going to, look, this is predominantly a crouch start for these guys. And they're away. Let's see how your tip goes here.
I think I'm in trouble.
You are in trouble.
Well, not now.
No,
Not now.
no, that's comfy, isn't it?
12.75. That's
Yeah.
a good one. 12.75, and that was young Ashton Foley, who's had another very strong meet. As has the boy next to him from Holsworthy, Lockie Samways.
Yeah, his name's come up quite a bit.
We now move to the 13 years girls 100. And I might hand over to my colleague, Matt.
All right, Neil,
for the
thanks
next
very
two.
much. You're going to guess a few of these schools, and we'll see how we go. Hope we get them right. Jaden, no, we're going with 13 years girls. Yeah, Jaden Erdelyi, lane 2. Port Macquarie from Enfield. Lydia Tofeono, lane 3. And lane 4, Jasmine Liddell Withers, Orchard Hills. Michaela Whaler, lane 5. Lochinvar. Anne Mooney, Haley, they're away.
Lane 3.
Bunignon, Olivia Tuckwell, Ocean Shores, Sukman, Gullywall, Narara, Talisha as they're crossing the line. Houlihan was running in 9, Oxley Vale, Paige Rydell running in lane 10 there, and Isla Glazebrook completed that 100 running in lane 11.
13.92 seconds and a good run from the girl. From the Hunter.
13.92, the record is 13.61. That record's under threat this afternoon.
Oh, so it would be.
Yep. Semi-final 2, lane 2, Layla McConnell, South Grafton. Lane 3, Matilda Burton, Finley, Riverina. Katrin Bagarian, lane 4, Matthew Pearce School. Chloe Gowdry will run in lane 5 from Balgowlah North. Lane 6, Daisy Clark, Soldiers Point, up in the Hunter region. Zyra Wilcoxon will run in lane 7. Combined independent schools. Tegan Hine, lane 8. Edgeworth, Hunter. Lane 9, Ollie Chow, Gordon, East, Sydney North. Lane 10, Bridie Hammond, Spring Hill, Western region. Lane 11, Emma Davis, Wagga. Henschke School at Wagga. Our independent schools girl is from St Andrews.
Oh, this is going to be close.
Yeah, they're fighting it out in the middle, but our girl from Sydney North is doing the best here. I think Chloe Gowdry.
She's gone through in 14.09. 14.9.
It's a little slower than the previous heat, but nonetheless there will be a number of qualifiers from that semi-final.
Representing Sydney West, Charlotte Poliata.
Boys 13 years 100 metres semi-final. Lane 2, this is the first semi. Lane 2, Finn Parker, Wagga. Lane 3, Cash Fitzgerald, Cootamundra. James Marks will run in lane 4, Browley on the south coast. Lane 5 will have Harry Wen from Warrawee, Sydney North. Lane 6 will be a competitor from the southwest Sydney region. Lane 7, Jared Chong from Castle Hill, Sydney West. Auto Butaku will run in lane 8 from Miranda, Sydney East. Hugo Chizuski from Millthorpe, Western region, lane 9. Leonardo Guilmac, lane 10, Kent Road, Sydney North. And Orson Gavaka will run in lane 11 from St Andrews and the combined independent schools. Finn Parker is from Mater D School in Wagga, lane 2. They are behind their blocks, tightening a few things up with their equipment. They look happy now. Starters look happy.
And they're going to put them on their mark. The rain's not creating a massive difficulty here at the moment, I don't think. At least not on the track. It might have that annoyance factor in the field, but track going all right.
Whoa.
This guy's just stormed to the front. He's
He's
sitting
in a
saying
hurry. He
it's
wants to get out of the rain, I think.
Harry Wen. I think he's going to try and set a pretty good time here.
And he did,
13.13.
13.13.
13.13.
I think he was getting out of the rain as quickly as he could.
Yep. See, Hamburger holds this record at a pretty snappy 12.21.
Yes, I remember that race where he set that record. There's Mark's field.
So it stood for a while. Okay, last of our semis here. Big boys, 13 years. Lane 2, Elliot Burden, Kerlewis, Northwest. Kevin Tasker, lane 3. I'm going to say St Michael's, Belfield. Would that be right?
I think it is.
It'll be St Matthews.
It could be. Or Monica's.
Okay, right. I'm going to get myself into trouble the further I go there. Right, kids in the classroom, help me out, please. Lorenzo Iramia, lane 4. Fate Field, Sydney Southwest. I wonder if that's Fairfield. But anyway, Christian Lawrence, lane 5. That's going to be Our Lady of something. Our Lady of... It's at Forestville.
Yep.
Yep. And I'll check that in a moment. Aung Na La, Villawood, lane 6. Zion Hopper was from Bligh Park in lane 7. He's just completed his race. They finished. Jay Apino, Independent Schools. Jackson Poole, Point Clare, Leon Ronquillo from Kelso, and William Allison Kula.
You're correct, it was St Michael's.
That's good.
Our Lady of Good... I can't actually see it from here. And it was St Ignatius, the other one.
Yeah, kids in the classroom are screaming the answer at us. I
Yes.
know that, yeah. Well, we can't hear you, unfortunately. Not yet.
Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the finals, very shortly, of the relays.
Are we going a semi?
Semi-finals
Yep.
in the relays.
They'll have to get through a semi to get to...
They have to get through a semi, and we have some of the semi start lists here. I have the 8s and 10s girls, 8s and 10 boys, which is the juniors and seniors, the senior girls and the senior boys. And the mixed Bagley semi-finals, and the Norm Austin semi-finals. So we've got 6 semi-finals to compete here. Then we go to the 100 metres final.
Don't get much of a rest, those 100 guys, do they? They're
No,
going to have to recover pretty quickly.
Well, some of them are going to be in the relays too.
Yeah, yep. The only good news there is that they're all in the same boat.
Yeah.
They've all had the same amount of recovery time, and you keep in mind the sort of training those athletes do, where they tend to do, repeated intervals over short distances, and they kind of have that a little bit of fatigue built into their work.
So when the relays start, which will be in some little time, we will have our first relay. I won't call them yet, because we haven't got any of the competitors on the track as yet. They're still in the marshalling area.
Yeah, there's still a few people up there.
Yeah, so I'll probably marshal all 6 events and bring them down at one time.
Bit of field going on.
Still a bit of field going on. We have a girls shot put at the southern end on the western side, a boys discus on the eastern side at the southern end, and we have we've got a girls high jump going on and no shot put or no discus.
Yeah, we've certainly got a high jump and the shot put. No, there's no event going on at the northern end. There's a gathering of officials, probably just preparing for the next one.
And as we speak, we are getting lists of the finalists for the 100 metres coming through. But we still are waiting for the relay teams to go out to their positions. So maybe some of the 100 metres runners have had to run straight up and go there. But we've got a couple of relay teams warming up down on the side here.
Pretty busy afternoon
Yeah.
for athletes.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I'll leave you, and kids, I'll leave you with Matt to keep you entertained.
Thanks so much, Neil. We'll find something to watch here for the next 5 or 10 minutes, and keeping in mind that there's going to be some pretty exciting stuff coming our way in this late afternoon session on the final afternoon of the PSSA Championships here at Homebush. We were expecting heavy weather on day 2. Doesn't appear to have come yet. I've probably just cursed the whole event by saying that. But we've got light rain, and the competition can still go on pretty comfortably, I think. Certainly shot put going on, some discus going on. The discus just seems to roll all day. He's doing a great job over there on the eastern side. And the girls are battling a little bit of the slipperiness, no doubt, at the northern end with some high jump.
Could the team managers who worked as relay officials please report to the finish line now?
Just starting to gather for, waiting for the gathering, waiting for the arrival of some relay athletes. Coming to you live from Homebush, right beside the original Olympic Stadium. We're at the current current athletics track at Homebush, and I'm aware that even though many of you will be watching from schools based in Sydney, and you know exactly where Homebush is, if you're watching from a little bit further away and you're not quite sure, Homebush is located about level with where Sydney is on the map, and come in about 20 inland, about 20 kilometres, 25 kilometres. Actually follow your way up along Sydney Harbour and up into one of the rivers, which is the Parramatta River, and Homebush is located pretty much beside that river. It used to be quite a heavy industrial area back in the day, and then it's undergone a number of transformations, I imagine, but one of the significant recent ones was when the Sydney Olympics was brought to our shores in 2000, and Homebush was selected as the site, and they transformed the site from industrial to get ready to receive thousands of Olympic athletes. The building of Olympic villages, the building of development of competitive venues, not only running tracks but other stadia, and therefore Homebush, pretty good central location for where Sydney is now, because the population has spread far and wide from the coast. So about 25 kilometres if you were driving in a car, about half an hour's drive from the coast, from Sydney Harbour, and that's where Homebush is located. Just still waiting on arrival of athletes for relays. long jumps taking place on the eastern perimeter, eastern end of the ground. Thank you very much. We've also got information coming through now regarding the finals of 100-metre events. So they are coming up. There'll be finals of 100s, and then we'll be having, just to back that up, some of those 100-metre runners will then have to quickly get themselves organised for finals of relays. They'll be the concluding track events of the day in the carnival. If you've been watching in your schools, we certainly hope you have. We hope you have enjoyed and are enjoying the coverage. There's still plenty to come this afternoon. Hope you've had a chance to, or it's created the opportunity for you and some of your classmates and teachers and staff at your schools to be able to watch and observe the performance of children and students from your school, who you probably saw close up in the flesh at the school athletics carnivals, and now they are on the screen, possibly miles and miles away from you, but you're still able to watch their performances at the pinnacle of the carnivals, I guess, at the state level, where children that have been successful across the state arrive together to compete against each other. So we're watching the best of the best, I guess, that come through from primary schools from throughout the state. It's great to see. Some excellent performances. Right, if you're still with us and taking a little bit of track coverage, we don't actually have anything on the track at the moment, but be assured that the athletes are preparing for the 4x100 metre relay semi-finals. So you may have students from your school that ran this morning in the qualifying heats, and they've qualified through, they've got their way through to the semi-finals. They'll be in the marshalling area right now, and in a moment will be making their way. They'll be led down onto the track to take their place at their respective change areas for the 4x100 metre relay semi-finals. We also have the Nigel Bagley Trophy final in amongst that, and the Norman Elizabeth Austin Small Schools Trophy scattered in and put in amongst that this afternoon. And they were very well contested events a little earlier today. So our order of operation when we return, and the scheduled start of relay is 2 p.m, which is not very far away. Athletes will be going through their final preparations. Will be the junior girls, the junior boys, the Nigel Bagley Trophy, the Norman Elizabeth Austin Small Schools Trophy relays, then the senior girls, then the senior boys. And at the conclusion of that, that'll bring us to around 3 p.m. and we will have the 100 metres finals, blue ribbon sprinting finals events. And after that, on the program, we will move to some small section of presentations. But we're about 7 minutes away now from a gathering of the relay teams. And relay competitors are making their way down onto and around the track now to go to their respective change zones. So now we've had the little break here while we're waiting for marshalling to be completed for the relay teams. We're heading into the semi-finals, which are due to start at 2 p.m. If you have a view of the track now, you'll won't see anyone actually on the track, but you will see groups of athletes making their way around the perimeter of the track, and they're going to all of their respective change zones. So we'll have the second runners heading into the back straight on the eastern side, as with the third runners that will run the bend. They'll be helped to their change positions and change zones by some officials, and a lot of these guys and girls will know their way around a bit of the change zone. Now they will have obviously come through their zone and school zone and region carnivals, and they've also had a run on the track this morning in the qualifying heats, so they know a little bit about how these changes have to take place. They'll have talked to their teammates about how they want to make their changes, and with the various details of those, and then I guess what they do then is they hope everything goes right when that race is actually on, because it's all got to happen at pretty good speed once the competition starts. So we're getting organised for junior girls will be first to go in the 4x100 metre relay semi-finals. I imagine with 2 semi-finals they're going to take possibly 3 teams through from each, and some fast qualifiers.
I think you may be correct, Matt. I'll just check the rules.
It's a bit of a guess, a bit of a stab in the dark, but that sounds like a pretty fair, it's one fair way to do it, I guess. The conditions are good, they're cool, a little damp, but no rain falling right now. I think officials have got their wet gear on just in case. Hume assisting first leg runners to their starting lines. The runners are receiving their batons, and our lineup for
The girls will be,
girls.
I've got semi-final 1 here, Matt, for the junior girls. Out of lane 1, we'll have Our Lady of Fatima, Carringbar, McKillop. Lane 2, Randwick, Sydney East. Lane 3, St Augustine's, Coffs Harbour, Paulding. Lane 4, St Catherine's, CIS, and I believe they may have established a new record in the heat, 57.32. In lane 5, Griffith East, Riverina. Lane 6, Forestville, Sydney North. Lane 7, Corrimal East, South Coast. Lane 8, Cudgegong Valley, Western. And lane 9, St Xavier's, Gunnedah, Paulding.
So you'd imagine, Neil, that they're going to be chasing St
Catherine's,
Catherine's, particularly in the early part of this.
We go back to the heats. They were very slick in their changes and had a very smooth race through the whole event. But anything can happen in those relays.
Well, that's right. I mean, you know, to have good changes helps you a lot. Well, it's immensely important. But then, you know, come the final, you're hoping you can nail those changes again, aren't you?
That's exactly right. The girls at the different changes, some are looking a little bit nervous, some are having a chat, which is good. Others are looking very relaxed.
Saying at those change zones down the back, it's all very quiet, and then all of a sudden the race is on, and when your runner arrives, all of that quietness
dissipates very quickly.
And then your leg, you know, you've got the baton in your hair and your leg's over pretty quickly, but there's serious work to do in between.
It's amazing how long 13 or 14 seconds can last when,
Yeah.
when you've got that burden of trying to get there for your team.
That's right.
Well, I think they're in the starters' hands at the moment on the first leg for the start.
Yeah, one girl will use blocks here. A number of standing starts, maybe only one, maybe one in the crouch.
Thank you, Mr. Hume. He's just gone over and adjusted the starting position of one of the girls to make sure she wasn't giving the others a head start.
It can be at the back of the line, but not on the line. The interesting thing, though, is with the hands and the baton. The hands must be at the back of the line. The baton can be over it.
Yes.
Great looking lineup. First semi-final. The junior girls. They want to stand them up here. There's a motion to stand them up. One of the check starters is not happy. This conversation here between the starting panel. Check starter also has a pistol in case he or she needs to fire a false start if they see something.
Then I get the umbrella.
The major starter at the back may not see. He's not happy again. They're going to stand them up. Because these runners at the start are spread over almost 60 metres, 70 metres. So the starter at the back, the main starter, needs assistance from a couple of other check starters along the side of the track. One of those check starters now is speaking to one of the girls, just explaining how the start is supposed to occur, and what she needs to be mindful of, rules associated with it. And they're going to try again now. See how we go.
And they're away.
Go with the blocks, knew what she was doing, and she came out well. And she's put some space in here in lane 3. Taking the stagger almost right out of it there. heavy work going on the outside, and then right down the middle from the combined. We said, was it St. Catherine's? They're not letting anyone down here in terms of the expectation. They're away. Their third runner had to wait a little while for that, and
getting into work now.
Yeah, they're fine if they can just keep it under control here and make it a tidy change, and it is. There's no pressure on there. She's going to run away.
The anchor runner is very fierce and determined, as she was in the previous races.
So they will qualify, all things being good.
Yes. They've gone through in 58 at 07. 58.07, so I might suggest they might have taken it a little bit easier.
It's going to be, there's no great pressure on them.
No.
And it's going to be interesting to see who can run up alongside them. They'll be in the final,
yes,
assuming everything's right with the officials, and who can go with them as a contest in the final.
And then heat semi-final number 2 in lane 1 we have Albury from Riverina. In lane 2 St Matthews from Mudgee. In lane 3 Villa Maria Hunters Hill. Lane 4 Glendore Hunter. Lane 5 Mudgee Western. Lane 6 Pymble Ladies College from CIS. Lane 7 Corindai from Northwest. Lane 8 Manly Village Sydney North. And lane 9 PLC Sydney. Our start. First runners on their behind their marks, and the other changes areas are standing ready. It's interesting to watch. Some of them are on the far left-hand side, others on the far right-hand side. So that shows which hand they'll be receiving the baton in.
They've got about 20 metres to make that
change.
And the rule now is that they must start and finish that change within the 20 metres. You used to be able to start your run before the change zone, and teams used to manipulate that rule beautifully to get different lengths of runs out of their stronger and slower run. Slower if you can be a slow runner in a 100-metre relay. Not so now. Not as much these days. I suppose if you really want to play with it, you can get a little bit funky inside that 20 metres, but you don't want to muck around too much. No. Here they go.
And they're off. Clean start across the field. No one making any. Oh yes, sorry, the lane. Sydney North team.
Sydney North have made an impression, yes.
Manly Village.
And now the independent
girl is trying to make up that leeway.
Some ground.
A lot will depend on this change.
Lane 1, lane 3 doing quite nicely there.
Very good changes. The CIS girl is from PLCs are making some ground. It's going to be very close at the finish here. Need to chase them in.
Mudgee maybe coming in lane 2. Yes, St Matthews had a really
good. Yes.
They had a good back part of the relay down the back straight, but we're going to get Hunter.
Hunter, yes, it's Glendore.
Yeah.
Glendore in a time of 1 minute 41. So they've got a bit of room, distance to make up on St Catherine's at the moment, but some good races. It might be a race for second and third, but that won't matter. We'll now move to the boys' juniors, and I think Matthew has those.
All right, here we go. Junior boys, thanks Neil, 4 by 100 metre relays. So we're going in semi-final 1, in lane 1. Benora Point, North Coast. Lane 2, St Thomas Willoughby. Lane 3, Camden, Sydney Southwest. Lane 4, Baronia Park, Sydney North. Lane 5, Sydney Grammar, St Ives. Combined independent schools. Hammondville will run in lane 6, Sydney Southwest. Oxley College, combined independent schools, will run in lane 7. Lane 8 will be Wattle Grove, Sydney Southwest, and Burraneer Bay, the team from Burraneer Bay, Sydney East, will run in lane 9. Fastest qualifiers coming into this semi-final. Hammondville, no. Sydney Grammar, St Ives, combined independent schools in a time of 58.86. No, I'm giving you some wrong information there. Baronia Park, a 57.42. They are our fastest qualifiers. Makes sense. They've drawn lane 4 in the semi-final. But they've got some guys around them time-wise, so should be a good race.
And off they go.
They are away in the first leg of Junior Boys semi-final. Sydney North, that's Baronia Park. They've taken ground off other schools there, and they continue to do that. Pretty strong back leg. Baronia Bay, Sydney East, maintaining the advantage they have of the, if there is any advantage from the stagger. They're still out there, but
Sydney,
the Baronia Park boys are coming at them now around the bend.
It's a strong bend that the young man's run.
Yeah. He's away. Has he gone too early? No, he's gone perfectly. He's got the baton. He's a left-hand collect boy, and he keeps it in the left hand. As he charges away, we'll have a look at the time here. Going to do a 57.
10. Baronia Park.
Nice run from all the boys. Off the track heading into semi-final 2. Lane 1, St Nicholas's Tamworth will go in lane 1. Bungendore, South Coast, lane 2. Balgowlah Heights, Sydney North, lane 3. Elibana, Hunter, lane 4. In lane 5, Villa Maria, Hunters Hill will go in lane 5. Lane 6, Shaw, Prep, combined independent schools. Lane 7, Wheeler Heights, Sydney North. Lane 8, Drummoyne, Sydney East. Lane 9, Carrila, Sydney East. Fastest qualifiers. Time, it's pretty close here. There's a number in the 58s. It's going to be Villa Maria, Hunters Hill, 58.23. Fastest qualifiers, ones to watch going out of lane 5. Hunter, fastest qualifiers going out of lane 4. Villa Maria, Hunters Hill, lane 5, just above them, both in the middle of the field, as they should be for the lane draw. They're away. Sure, Prep has run a good. They've run a good relay so far. They've had a nice change in here. They may be the surprise in this relay. They're going to come around this home bend with 120 metres to run and hand over to their final runners.
Sydney North on the inside.
Charge is on. Sydney
Oh,
North.
what a run for the boy from
Balgowlah Heights, Elabina, who the fastest qualifiers.
Oh, yes.
Oh. Well, Sydney North, the Balgowlah boys gave the Elabina boys a run for their money there. boys have come over, showing concern for the young man that tripped coming out of the line. School is being assisted by John Morris, an official. The boys are showing a bit of compassion and concern. That's good.
It was Hunt the Silver. What was it, Villa Maria?
Yeah, it was the young man that went down from Balgowlah Heights. It's going to be between Villa Maria and Balgowlah Heights.
Villa Maria have got it, 57.81 against 57.86, where
They snuck it home there.
Alabama in third place. That brings us to the girls senior relay. And we have two semi-finals here once again. And in lane 1 we have Lake Albert Riverina, North Rocks, Sydney West, lane 2, lane 3 Sylvania Heights, Sydney East, lane 4 Queenwood CIS, lane 5 Mimosa Sydney North, lane 6 Thomas Hassel CIS, lane 7 Barker CIS, lane 8 Forbes Western, lane 9 St Clair's Narellanvale. And we have a time of 55.39 for Queenwood, but we have other times in the 56s, so this is going to be a very even race across the board, I would suggest. So again, it'll rely on those smooth changes.
We've got the Bagley heat here, a Bagley semi.
Oh.
Combination of boys and girls, I think they put out on the track.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
That's all right. I just thought that's
yes, I have it here. We've already done the girls 13-14, 12-13s. Of course, that last one was the boys 12-13. Well, we might go to the event that's in front of me now. That was just a trick to see if Matt was working. Kept up to date.
Just having a look at the starting arrangement. That's something going on there.
Okay, so we do have the semi-final 1 of the Nigel Bagley Trophy for schools, 25 to 54 enrolments. In lane 1, St Joseph's Barraba Paulding. In lane 2, Middle Jewel Sydney North. Lane 3, Spring Hill Western. Lane 4, Cumnock Western. Lane 5, Tabulum North Coast. Lane 6, Burren Junction North West. Lane 7, Broadwater North Coast. Lane 8, Barrington Hunter. Lane 9, Wiseman's Ferry Sydney West. And they're off to a good start, but I'll let you know that Cumnock Western had a time of 58.8. So it's all on the changes, and there's been some good changes over there.
Sydney West pushed it out here.
Sydney West, yes, Wiseman's Ferry.
There's some good ground being made up by Western.
And Western, and that's Cumnock.
Yeah, they've made a good change. So Western's running a big relay here.
And so there's a young kid from Tabulum in the North Coast. He's made some ground up there. He's going to put his runner in first.
They come off the bend and almost change together. North Coast changing just in front.
So we've got Spring Hill and
Blake from Western is just
Cumnock,
absolutely motoring.
Wow.
I mean, no discredit to the North Coast.
59-2.
They ran a great relay, but
yeah.
Young man from Western there, Cumnock, did you say?
Cumnock, yes.
He's from. He got the baton just behind and run over the top.
So 59-10.
59-2 here.
Okay, okay. 59-91 for Tabulum. So Tabulum improved by a second easily.
Yeah, okay. 59-19 they've got for the winning time.
1-9, was it?
Going into a second semi here.
So that's very good. In the second semi, we'll see out of lane 1, Delegate, South Coast. Lane 2, St Peter's, Colliamberley, McKillop. Lane 3, Bilpin, Sydney West. Lane 4, Kalewis, Northwest. Lane 5, St Pius, the 10th, Windale. Lane 6, Coolgowie, Riverina. Lane 7, Methusha, Riverina. Lane 8, Bold Blair, Northwest. And lane 9, Mulbring. And Kerr Lewis might be the team to watch here. They had a 59.66 in their heat.
Handy.
And again, we have the mixture of ages and mixture of girls and boys.
Yep, and I think that's a shot of the fourth runner. Would that be right?
Yes, that's our anchor leg.
Waiting patiently on the home turn. But the race will be with them before they know it. And we'll watch another good battle, I imagine. respective arrangements of runners.
Yeah, the boy from Poling made a big inroad. That's St Pius of 10th. They've handed it off.
Yeah, the flying. Gee, there've been some, a lot of great running everywhere, but there've been some pretty impressive runs down that back straight today. And probably that we can see it and notice it a bit more because we've got that nice perspective of how the runners string out along that back straight, but they continue to lead.
Pius 10th there.
Yeah. Smooth change.
Yeah.
And they're just going to have a cruise here in the semi. Go through. It's a nice run. Yeah, got time to have a little look around.
15-1-0, and that's interesting. Kerr Lewis must have had a bad change somewhere along the line because they haven't run anywhere near their 59.66. But still, they made the semi at the state, so well done to them.
Absolutely.
I think, Matt, you've got the Norma Austin teams there.
I'll have to have a look around for that. Austin looking for.
So.
Yeah. All right. The Norm Austin trophy. Going to contest some semi-finals for this as well. This is small schools.
Small schools, that's correct.
Heat 1. I hope they've got some people watching. It's 2:17 hopefully sitting in some classrooms about to enjoy an afternoon of relay running. Hopefully your schools are involved. Lane 1, Mount George, Hunter. Lane 2, Quandialla, Western Region. Lane 3, North Star, Northwest Region. Lane 4, Rowlands Plains, North Coast. Lane 5, Binya, Riverina. Lane 6, Blackville, Northwest. Lane 7, Corndale, North Coast. Lane 8, Urungilly, Riverina. And Lane 9, St Columbus, Yeovil. Fastest qualifiers running right on 1 minute, 1:54, were the kids from Rowlands Plains. Obviously can run quickly up that way. Rowlands Plains. They're going to try and put 4 good legs together here, and as with all the other schools, try and get a spot in that final. Just a little wait here. We don't have a team lined up in lane 6 here. That's the team from, I think that's the team from Blackville. There's a little change to that program. Everyone else is here. Temperature in Sydney at the moment, 20 degrees. We've had a little bit of rain throughout the day, but nothing to make it extremely difficult. Did have some significant rain here during the New South Wales CHS Championships a few weeks ago, and it was on the relay day. The teams that were running qualifiers in the mornings for the relays ran in the rain. It did clear up for the afternoon, so they were able to run finals in much better conditions in the afternoon. But morning session at CHS for relays was run in rain. They're on their mark for the semi-final. The Austin Trophy here, and they've stood them up. I'm entirely happy. Quite sure what's going on. I think it's a discussion near the finish line between some officials and some management. They're just trying to tidy something up here before they let these girls and boys loose in the first semi-final of the Austin medal. Trophy. If you're looking at your screen now, you can see there's a little bit of a sheen to the track. We have had some rain throughout the day. Referee John Morris just communicating something to his fellow track officials. Just tidying something up here. Always great to have the service of the New South Wales Athletics high-level officials that make sure the carnival runs correctly and according to the rules. So runners in the first semi-final have just been held up a little while here. Spending a little bit of extra track time. And that may be why management were involved.
Team manager from Sydney North, please come to the announcing room. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention is drawn to the presentation area where we have the place getters in the senior girls multi-class discus. In third place from Namia.
So the runners in heat one, semi-final one of the Austin Trophy are being made to wait a little bit longer until they unleashed. And in the meantime, they're going to conduct some presentations of medals. Got a multi-class preso at the moment taking place, I believe. Not sure which event that is, but anyway, the girls look happy to be there and receive their medals. more waiting. We're away. We have them on their marks in semi-final 1. And they're racing now. We've got Mount George, Quandiala, North Star, Rollins Plains, fastest qualifiers, Binyar, Corndale, Urungili and St Columbus Yeovil. They make their way down the back straight.
The Rollins Plains look like they've made up some ground, and they're making up more ground in this leg.
Yeah, they've got a pretty fast operator in that second leg who's just taken some ground off the rest of the field and just made a nice change.
As has Riverina on the
Yep,
inside.
Yep, they're there. And
in fact, she's putting a lead in it. So it'll come down to the last runner, and from memory, the last runner for Rollins Plains was quite fast. So it's a blade from Riverina. It's going to be hard to catch, but here he comes.
Here comes the storming run. And there they are. Rollins Plains just unleashing their, letting their
running.
Letting their fast people do their business, and they just reeled them in. Going to be a pretty strong team in the final, I would imagine.
Very strong team. I think both those teams will qualify. The Riverina team and Rollins Plains.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a height difference there between first and fourth runner. That sort of highlights the the beauty of the event. You know, a whole range of individuals can be selected.
I think it was probably a little bit unfair. The big fella from Rollins Plains was taking 1 step to 4 steps of the.
Yeah. You may be right. Oh, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very
I can't find anything.
Here we go. We've got the second semi-final. Trunky, Hannon Vale, Kentucky, Central Tilba, Barker, Kangaloon from up on the hill at the back of Barrel, Walbundry, Dundarabin and Karagabal make up the lineup for this second semi-final in the Austin Trophy. From Western Region, Trunky, solid work going in lane, in the inside lane, and might have had a little glitch there at the change. Barker, they had a strong run in the heats, and they're going to do that again here in the semi-final. She's running a great leg, and she's going to, I reckon she's held him off. It was a massive run. Central Tilba running against Barker.
What a great effort.
And that's going to set them up well. That'll be some good practice for the final. They're going to be going against that Rollins Plains outfit, and that was a strong finish as well. So there we go. We've got qualifiers going through now into the final of
Norm Austin.
The Norm Austin Trophy. Thanks, Neil.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us up to, we're going to start the 100s, and these are going to be fast and furious. But I think we're ahead of time.
Did you get your donut?
I've had my donut. It
consumed
was lovely.
yours.
Thank you. It was
Lovely.
lovely. Mr. Banks supplying the donuts.
Nice of you to leave one for me now. Thanks.
You were lucky. So our next battery of events will be the 100 metre finals. We've got another 4x1 yet to go. And this senior girls semi. Oh, I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Oh, they're up and running. And in lane 1 we have Lake Albert from Riverina. In lane 2, North Rocks, Sydney West. In lane 3, Sylvania Heights, Sydney East. In lane 4, Queenwood, CIS. In lane 5, Mimosa, Sydney North. In lane 6, Thomas Hassel, CIS. In lane 7, Barker, CIS. In lane 8, Forbes Western. In lane 9, St Clair's Narellan. And they're up to the third, coming into the last change, and we have two CIS teams. Going to change first. And then it'll be lane 3, which is lane 4, Queenwood CIS, which had a cracking time in the heats. And lane 6, Thomas Hassel. And they're going to go through in 55.78.
Yeah, not a great surprise there. They did run very, very well in the heats, and we expected them to perform to figure in the semi-finals. A great run from all of the girls and all of the teams. Looks like most of the changes must have gone quite well there, because they tended to finish in a bunch. We good? Going with semi-final 2.
Semi-final 2, ladies and gentlemen. I'll just wait till they put the teams up on the board. And in semi-finals 2, in lane 1, we have St Edwards, Tamworth, Paulding. Lane 2, Hastings, North Coast, Hunter. Sorry, North Coast. In lane 3, Scone, Hunter. In lane 4, St Peter and Paul, Kiama, McKillop. Lane 6, Kingscliff, North Coast. Lane 6, Tullambar, South Coast. Lane 7, Avalon, Sydney North. Lane 8, Forestville, Sydney North. Lane 9, Henschke, Wagga Wagga. And the best times in this heat, or semi-final, was St Peter and Paul, Kiama, with 55.49.
So,
And they're on their blocks. It's a relay. There's another relay there.
keep it on there.
With all
That's a final. The event in front of us at the moment is, correct me if I'm wrong, Neil, it is the second semi-final
That's correct.
of the seniors.
Yes.
Yeah. It's a good picture, it's a good image. The shine that you can see on the track is correct. It's been raining, but it's not raining at the moment.
And they're up and going.
Middle of the course here, middle of the track, has just taken the stagger right out of that.
And that's St Peter and St Paul
Yeah.
for McKillop.
And they continue that form with a good change, and it's a girl running a strong second leg. You'd imagine they've only got to nail their changes here to finish well enough to qualify for the final. Went well enough.
they coin change.
Yeah. It's going to come down to some of these fourth runners.
Hunter School is girl is at least holding a position.
Yeah, but their fourth runner has something to offer there. She gets away.
And finishes in 55.70, so that's going to be a very...
Yeah, I thought the fact that they had a good change and she changed just in front might have been the advantage she needed, but she certainly had more in the tank. She had some speed to offer in that second 50. So when she was called upon, she certainly delivered. Yeah. Going into semi-finals now, boys, senior boys. Semi-final 1 of the 4x100 metre relay. Heat 1, semi-final 1, lane 1, John Palmer School, Sydney West. Lane 2 will be Seaforth, Sydney North. Dalmini will run in lane 3, Sydney Southwest. In lane 4 will be Eastwood, Sydney North. And beside them, in lane 5, the fastest qualifiers with a time of 5:3.18 is Barker Combined Independent Schools. Lane 6, Henschke Wagga. In lane 7, Holy Family Kelso. In lane 8, North Beaches Combined Independent Schools. And lane 9, rounding out the first semi, St John Bosco Engadine. Fastest qualifiers in a time of 5:3.18, Barker. Running in the middle in lane 5. Two Sydney North schools qualifying here, 2 independent schools qualifying. These 2 MacKillop schools. Yeah, so they've won their way through.
Good.
And they're going to run against each other in the first semi. Runners receiving their batons. Baton can be a little bit over the line, but the hands have got to be behind the line, and everything else can be at the back of the line, can be not, hands cannot be on the line. Check starters, and starters will be right onto that. That's one of the major rules of the start, so that everybody starts with the same conditions. It's a fair start. Two lead runners electing to use blocks. Barker and Henschke Wagga, first runners. No, that'd be Barker and is it Eastwood? Can't see. It is Barker and Henschke will use the blocks and they'll come out. Pretty quick start by both of those schools, nothing amazing, but they've held their ground. So that's a good first leg from both of those runners. Now, Northern Beaches have just put a bit of a stamp on this. Running in lane 8, they're going to change in front. First to change, and the others will come at them now with the benefit of the inside lane. And here comes Barker, and they will change in front. Northern Beaches are in the running here, and they would not have been one of the quicker qualifiers, but they tell you what, they're making their presence felt here in the first semi.
53.48.
Goodness me, yeah. Nice work from Sydney Southwest in there as well. We go to second semi-final, and fastest qualifier here is in a time of 53.34. They will run out of lane 5. That'll be tacking point from North Coast, fastest qualifiers in the second semi, but not the fastest qualifiers over both of the heats, probably second or third. Semi-final 2, Mudgee lane 1. Lane 2, North Kellyville from Sydney West, and Mudgee's representing Western region in lane 1. In lane 3, Floraville, Hunter region. Lane 4, Sydney Grammar, St Ives, combined independent schools. Lane 5 is that quick qualifier, tacking point, North Coast. Lane 6, St Michael's, Blacktown South. Lane 7, right east from Sydney North. Lane 8, Helensburgh, on the top of the escarpment from the south coast. And lane 9, St Augustine's, Brookvale. No starting blocks for this group. With the starter, time's up. Time is on, electronic timing here. Spare a thought for those runners in that first semi of the Norm Elizabeth Austin Trophy. They did have to wait a long time to run. These guys should be right to go soon, I would think, in what is the second semi-final of the senior boys. Fastest qualifier, lane 5, tacking point, North Coast. Be worth keeping our eye on them, but not far behind in a time of 5:3:49, Sydney Grammar, St Ives. Away.
Attention please, if anyone's lost their credit debit card,
And Sydney Grammar, St Ives, straight up to take out a little of the stagger. We're going to find St Augustine's Brookvale got the change just in front. They're going quite well, but the stagger's a little bit deceptive at the moment. Going to have Hunter, Floraville, doing nicely. Will change level. This is going to be a great finish. Floraville, Hunter changing level with Sydney Grammar. Yeah.
Look, it's going to go.
Here is the tacking point performance.
Wow.
And he's just
53.95.
he's just run over the top of them. He's a bit of a weapon, that guy.
He gave him at least 5
He did.
metres.
Their other runners set it up for him, and then
Wow.
and then he brought it home. So that's why tacking point were a bit of a team to watch out for in that event, because they looked like they were just going to run with the others, and then young man just added a little bit of spark at the end just to bring it home. Yep.
Well, it was an exceptional race, isn't it?
Well, there were 3 or 4 in that, you know, at the bend, and then they've got their 4th runner there as a bit of a speed machine. And
I don't know if they'll challenge the record, but who knows, with other people pushing them.
yeah, that's right. That's right. We've got some good teams in that other semi.
Well, we're coming to the closing stages of the 2022 New South Wales Primary School Sports Association program. We're about to move into the finals of the 100 metres.
It's going to be interesting,
And
isn't
they're
it?
going to be rapid fire. In fact, they're going to be so rapid fire, I'm going to allow Matt to introduce all the girls' races and I'll do all the boys' races.
Thank you very much. I hope I get all the pronunciations correct. Otherwise, I'll be checking with you. Thanks, Neil. So we've got the girls going first here, and it's the 8 years. Girls, 8 years. And no point mucking around. This is the final, the lineup for the final for the 8-year-old girls 100 metres. Going in lane 3 from Tamworth, Northwestern, will be Laura Wilkinson. I hope these runners have got some kids watching them back in the classrooms, so we've still got time before the bell goes, I think. So Laura Wilkinson, lane 3. Lane 4, Holly Villata, St Patrick's Griffith. Indy Stewart will run in lane 5. Lane 6, and Indy Stewart is from Minamurra on the south coast, down Kiama way. Little inland from there. Lane 6, Sierra Searle, Winona, combined independent schools. In lane 7, Harlow Conning, Gerringong, south coast, and right on the coast, Gerringong. 8, lane 8, Harlow Pate, Wilton, Sydney, southwest. In lane 9, Desiree Adeyemi, Red Hill, Riverina. Lane 10, Josephine Hahn, Manly Vale, Sydney North. Lane 11, Zoe Dilworth, Maitland, Hunter. And Mia Brown will run in lane 12. Our Lady of Fatima, Carrying Barb. Thanks, Neil. Fastest qualifier for the final. Harlow Pate. Harlow Pate from Wilton. Yeah, and she's qualified in a time of 14.19. If she gets away, she could be hard to rein in, I think. Let's see how she goes. And good luck to all of the girls in the final. Nervousness there for the final. All the blocks are available. See the girls lined up in front of their respective lane numbers. In a moment they'll be called up to the start line to organise themselves on their mark for the final of the 8-year-old girls.
Looks like there's a few anxious nerves amongst them.
Yeah, you'd have to be a little bit fired up for something like this. You wouldn't want to be sort of a bit sleepy coming out of the blocks, would you? Those other girls will get away.
In front of lane 7 looks a little bit chilly.
Yeah, well.
It is a bit with a little bit of rain.
Yeah.
Lane 6 is doing skipping.
Conditions good, the lights improved, the rain seems to have stayed away. They're going to get a clear view down this 100 metres, and they'll do it in pretty smart time. They'll probably have it all done and dusted in about 15 seconds for all of them. Much anticipation in the grandstand. Rightly so. It's one of the exciting times of any carnival, and that is finals. And no better example than the 100 metres. Imagine sitting in the grandstand for an Olympic 100 metre final. That ticket would cost a bit of money, I'd reckon. I heard about a fellow that sat in the grandstand for the 1988 100 metre final in Seoul for the men's, and it turned out to be a very controversial final. It was that one, yeah, where the gold medal medalist was taken back. And I think the fellow said he'd never seen people run so fast in his life. He was right, fastest in the world.
don't know if I ever saw anyone like Jamaican films. What was his name? Isn't that terrible?
Yeah, you're talking about Usain
Bolt.
Bolt.
Of course I'm talking about Usain Bolt.
I didn't know if you're talking about their women's team or their men, because their women's team's pretty good too.
Yeah, no, Usain Bolt doesn't seem to touch the ground as he runs. It's just...
He tried his hand at a bit of soccer too. I reckon he didn't quite cut it at soccer. I reckon he'd be all right, you know.
He'd have the speed to get round a
Kick
lot.
the ball
but
down there, let Usain chase and he'll get there before everybody else. He did. I think he did trial with a team in Australia.
Yes, he did.
Was it Central Coast?
Central Coast team.
Yeah, yeah.
And well, it might have been the Hunter Mariners.
Okay.
And they said he had some skills, but the ball skills probably weren't at the level that was required.
Yeah. He would have drawn a crowd though, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he did. But there were a couple of times he did. They thought it was pretty amazing.
Good that they picked the better soccer player though.
Well, yes, I think
Fair.
the cynic in me says that it might have been a bit of a publicity
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing our girls
foil,
80
but
100 metre finalists.
he was very interested. I've got no doubt.
Holly
It'd
Velaki
be
from
lovely for that
Manila.
sort of publicity stuff.
Indy
Because he's always
Stewart
smiling,
from
he's saying,
South Coast.
Always got time
Sierra
for people.
Seal
he
from
does.
CIS.
Good time.
Harlow Conning from South Coast. Harlow Pate from Sydney Southwest. Desire Aliumi from Riverina. Josephine
The lady
Hahn
that
from
won
Sydney North.
The women's
Zoe
100 metres
Dilworth
in
from
Seoul,
Hunter and Mia
she was a
Brown
pretty
from
flamboyant
McKillop.
character herself. Florence Griffith Joyner.
She was another one who feet that touched the ground.
Oh, yeah. She had some great fashion sense too. You know, long
Fingernails.
fingernails. She was the ultimate 100 metres the extrovert.
Diva.
Yeah. Here we go. Final. No way. It's all clean. Straight down.
Sydney Southwest.
Sydney
What a
Southwest.
race.
This is Harlow Pate, who
Yes.
is fortnight putting a good performance, and she has won it.
14.4.
That is a 6 metre lead. Yeah. 14.4.
14.42. I think she may have just created a new record.
Yeah,
unofficially.
She qualified with 14.19.
Oh, well, she already established the record. By
Yeah.
So,
Right.
that's very good.
Got some boys.
Yes, our next event, we'll see the boys 80s 100, and they're lining up now. In lane 3, we've got Ryan Chidamba from Macarthur Anglican School. In lane 4, Luca Dixon, Avalon, Sydney North. In lane 5, Isaiah Campbell Davies from Hunter, Wallsend, Hunter. In lane 6, Nicholas Condilius, Our Lady of the Sacred Heart, Ramwick. In lane 7, Hudson McGregor, Balgola Heights, Sydney North. In lane 8, Lenny Haywood, St Thomas Mall, Roos. Lane 9, Zach Watson, Wycliffe Christian School, it's CIS. In lane 10, Jarrah Flack, Corrimal, South Coast. Lane 11, Hudson Putzmar, Can, Riverina. And 12 is Oliver Dennis from Crestwood, Sydney West. And our fastest qualifier was young Hudson McGregor in lane 7 from Balgola Heights.
Lane 9, Zach Watson, CIS.
Try and pick top 3 here when they all finish. Missed it in the girls there, but try and be sharp. It's hard there because they finished in such a flourish.
And for those people who are wondering why the athletes were waving to people in the stand, they had just been announced to the crowd.
Boys ready to go here. They're away. And he's opened it up right down the middle.
Hudson McGregor.
Yeah. He's going away, so yeah.
Lanes 8 and 6, 14.48 for both McKillop.
McKillops for the...
So it was either side of Hudson. There was Nicholas Condilios from Our Lady of Sacred Heart, Randwick. And Lenny Haywood from Mount St Thomas More, it's from St Thomas More, Roos.
Contesting that second and third place.
Yeah, so that's another good one.
Introducing our girls 9-year-old 100-metre finalists.
Righto, we're going with the girls. The next event will be the girls' final for the 9-year-olds over 100 metres. In lane 3, Emma Shields, Tukley, Sydney North. Matilda Cantrell will run out of lane 4, Orange, Western. In lane 5, Sabina Chan, Roseville, Sydney North. In lane 6, Madison Cohen, Mariah College from Combined Independent Schools. In lane 7, Havana Gray, Terry Hill, Sydney North, and she's the fastest qualifier at 14.62. Lane 8, Imogen Wynne, Shelley, Sydney West. Lane 9, Lana Bozic, St Patrick Sutherland. Lane 10, Kiani Vero, Musselbrook, Hunter. Lane 11, Lara Hooper, Kalea, Western. Lane 12, Grace Gervan, St Anthony's, Clavelli. Fastest qualifiers have lived up to their reputations, Neil, in the first of the finals. In that sense, Havana Gray is who's going to run in lane 7 is the girl we will be chasing. I'm sure the other girls are quite intent on doing that all the way down the straight.
I don't think they'll have it their own way.
I don't think they will. I think she will have to do some work, serious work here to win this one. I'm sure she's ready. Good luck to all the girls. Hope you've got a student from your school running here and you're watching. If you are, welcome to what is coming to the end of day 2 and end of the championships. If you've been watching across a couple of days, we hope you've had a good time. Makes me wonder if any classrooms have done not much work over 2 days and just watched the championships. It'd be a great way to spend a couple of days, wouldn't it? They'd be bringing presents for their teachers. Watching and enjoying the events, you might want to think about, and you're not here, think about you might like it, think about next year, start gearing up for a bit of athletics and have a bit of a go at your school athletics carnival next year. Plenty of fun to be had participating. They're off through the coloured markers, and it's a nice spread of runners as it comes down the straight, and she is going here, Havana Gray, and she'll do it.
14.58, that's a very strong run.
Yeah, we had Madison Cohen in the medals there, I think, and Imogen Wynne on the other side of Havana. I think that's where the medals will come from. And then we've got all the other girls, Emma, Matilda, Sabina, Lana, Kiani, Lara and Grace. Great run from all of them. Havana Gray.
Our next event will be the boys 9 years 100 metres. In lane 3, Jensen Barrett, Mount Cola, Sydney North. Lane 4, Nate Russo, St Ives North, Sydney North. Lane 5, Oliver Sciulli from St Joseph's Merriweather, Polding. Lane 6, Patrick Boafo, Bird Oldfield, Sydney West. Lane 7, Ethan Costa, Our Lady of the Annunciation, Pagewood, McKillop. In lane 8, we have Nicholas Whitehead, Jindabyne, South Coast. Lane 9, Anthony Strinar Distic from Thomas Hassel, CIS. In lane 10, Teddy Sharp, Shaw Prep, CIS. In lane 11, Tom Gibson, St Gregory's Queanbeyan. In lane 12, Edward Carlin, St Joseph's Weewar. And our fastest qualifying time is 14:06, and that's lane 7, Ethan Costa.
Boys are called to their marks. Set and away.
Even though Ethan didn't get the greatest of starts, he's certainly powered down the centre. And has moved at some speed. 14.00. So a very good win to Ethan, unofficially, of course.
Girls 10 years final will be the next event on the track. Over 100 metres. The girls 10 years, 100 metres final. And the contestants are as follows. In lane 3, Alice Burgess, St Catherine's Combined Independent Schools. In lane 4, Eva Colvin, The Junction, Hunter. In lane 5, Alara Barnes, St Philip's Combined Independent Schools. Lane 6, Lindsay Jabonilo, Peakhurst, Sydney East. Lane 7, Capri Vincent, St Anthony's, Clovelly. She's the fastest qualifier, Capri Vincent. Her time coming through from the semi-final, 13.93. She's the only qualifier to run under 14 seconds, although Lindsay Gerbolino is at 14.04, so she's right on her shoulder. In lane 8, Alyssa McDrury, St Catherine's Combined Independent Schools. Lane 9, Chloe Anthony, St Catherine's Independent Schools. Three girls from the same school in this final. Bandala, Yardom, apologies, Bankstown, Sydney Southwest. Olivia Toshak will run in lane 11 from North Sydney, Sydney North. And in lane 12, Jasmine Morrison, Wallsend South, Hunter Region.
From Sydney Southwest,
Capri Vincent, fastest qualifier.
From Sydney North, and Jasmine Morrison from Hunter.
Athletes are just being introduced to the crowd at the stadium. You've just had them introduced to you from wherever you're watching throughout the world. And they are on their marks.
I wonder, St Catherine's have such a strong relay team. They've got 3 of them in this race.
This is it. Makes sense, doesn't it?
It does, but what, that's a good race.
Running through the middle.
Yes, 13.87. And that was Sydney East.
That was Lindsay Jabonilo, who we thought might run up alongside Capri, and she certainly did. Capri was certainly in the mix there.
She certainly was.
But we think it might be Lindsay.
It is Lindsay in 13.86 to Capri in 13.91. And we've got the boys 10 years coming up. Again, the record here was 12.85. So we'll have to see. I think they may be a bridge too far, but they'll do their best. In lane 3, Jadi Ikamui from Harrington Street, Sydney Southwest. Lane 4, Ethan Suleiman from Marks, Des Moines. Lane 5, William Bailey, Villamarius, Maria, Hunters Hill. Lane 6, Corbin Vianga, Peakhurst. Lane 7, Ethan Warner, Avalon. Lane 8, George Lambusis, Ramsgate. Lane 9, Billy Herb, Sylvania Heights. Lane 10, Ryan Jose, Lutheran Primary School, CIS. Lane 11, Lucas Hill, Oxley College. Lane 12, Victor Ogbana, Our Lady Mount Carmel, Wentworthville. And our quickest finisher, or quickest time, is Ethan Warner from Sydney North, Avalon. 13.54, running out of lane 7.
Sydney North, is he?
Mm-hmm.
There he is in the red.
Flanked by two very strong runners from Sydney
yeah,
East, Corbin Faenga and George Lambusis.
He got through in his semi running from the back.
Behind.
He ran, so he's got a strong second half. Here he goes. He's going to need to use it because these guys are out. Yep. So he's going to need to use all his powers here to once again try and reel them in. And they might. Here he comes. He's trying.
Oh,
They've
George.
just got him.
Yes. In a time of 13.62.
Yeah.
George. It was George Lambusis, I think.
Yeah, well, the other Sydney East boy
Was Corbin Faenga.
He got up. Did he win it? He win it? And then this guy and these two guys.
No, George Lambusis, Ramsgate, 13.41.
There we go.
I think Ethan Warner was in second, but they'll be a close. Be looking.
Yeah.
Ethan Warner second, 13.63. And I think Corbin Faenga, or maybe Corbin Faenga third, 13.64.
Not much in that.
What a race.
Okay, girls 11 years final, 100 metres. Aria Jensen will run in lane 3. She's from Our Lady of Sacred Heart.
Girls 11-year-old 100-metre finalist.
Lane 4, Mia Wood, Yowie Bay, Sydney East. Lane 5,
Mia Wood, Sydney East.
Olive Smart, St Catherine's. Combined Independent Schools. Lane 6, Sophie House and Cronulla, Sydney East. Divine Chagudi will be in lane 7. And she's from All Saints, Liverpool. She is the fastest qualified Divine, running lane 7. Janice Hicks, her fastest qualifier, for Divine is 13.40. She's got some other 13.5s around her. Janice Hicks will run in lane 8. She's from Edgewood, Hunter. She's a 13.56 girl. Now, in lane 9, Taylor Piula, Bardia, Sydney Southwest. Sienna Vasella will go in lane 10 from St Ives North, Sydney North. Holly Tweedale, lane 11 from Queenwood, Combined Independent Schools. And Madison McWilliams will run closest to the grandstand in lane 12 from Flinders, South Coast. Aria Jensen's qualifying time, 13.9. Madison McWilliams on the other side of the track from her, 13.71. In the middle, 13.40. Fastest qualified, Divine Chakwudi from All Saints, Liverpool. They're on their marks. A little movement, but they let them go, I think. Nothing untoward. And here she comes. Divine, it is Divine Chakwudi.
The time, 13.26.
13.26, she goes faster in the final. And just as well because the other girls were all around her.
And as always, they're all congratulating each other, which is absolutely fantastic.
Janice Hicks given second place, and Sophie Howson appears to have secured the third and the bronze medal.
We now move to the boys 11 years, 100 metres final. In lane 3, Kobe Ryan, Muckelbar, Hunter. Lane 4, Michael Melfi, Fairy Meadow, South Coast. In lane 5, Philip Cabia, Holy Trinity, Granville, McKillop. In lane 6, Gabriel Ali, Merriweather Heights, Hunter. In lane 7, John Espinita, Kingswood South, Sydney West. In lane 8, Callum Gilchrist, Barker, CIS. In lane 9, Che Franzi, Warners Bay, Hunter. In lane 10, Ethan Medeiros, St Michael's, Belford, McKillop. In lane 11, Aaron Finities, Catherine's, Sienna Preston's, McKillop. And in lane 12, James Meekans, Phillips Neary, Northbridge. And our fastest qualifier will be running out of lane 7, John Espinita, who set a 12.68 in the semi.
He's their only guy that's running in the 12s at the moment.
Let's see if he can lift these others.
Yes, a little move.
And I'll be a little bit more nervous now. We've had one false start.
So, Neil, does that mean that anyone that goes here is disqualified?
I certainly hope not. It could be. They'll all sit back just a little bit. It's part of the skill is anticipating that gun. They want to get off to the best possible start they can. Good luck, boys.
Oh, goodness me. There's a few little nerves running through the group now, aren't there?
No.
In third place from Queenwood, Chloe
Conversations taking place down there, and
He knows.
In second place, Sophie Howard from Cloydo.
obviously disappointed.
And in first place, the New South Wales PSSA champion for 2022, Millie Morrison from Abbotsleigh. Congratulations, girls. Making the presentation is Peter Banks.
So they'll try again for another start. So it appears the rule is anyone that goes.
So they'll all be very anxious now. They might wait.
Yeah, we might see a little bit of a slow getaway here. Goodness me, yeah, that's
I think he'll be gone.
yeah, I think that's
Line 3.
it's going to be an interesting decision once again for the officials.
Calling it technical. Well done, starter.
These guys are certainly keen to get away.
Bit of drama. A lot of nerves.
Yeah.
Got clean. And John Espinata, who try in lane 7, has shown he's had that nervous twitch going. What a race.
Yeah, he's pretty calm throughout those
12.61. Well done, John.
It's good running from all the guys
Yep.
in what were pretty nervous conditions at the start. 12.61 it is, Neil. Callum Gilchrist, is it?
Callum Gilchrist, yes.
13.18. And Michael has got third. All right.
Michael Melfi.
12 years girls final, 100 metres. Lane 2, Ruby Kerr, Oak Flats, South Coast. Lane 3, Estelle, Soden Smith, St Francis, Assisi, Paddington, McKillop group of schools. Ailani Clark will run in lane 4. She's coming from Coffs Harbour on the North Coast. And beside her in lane 5 is Marley Pay from Marana Heights, Western region. Beside her in lane 6, Angelica Batty, The Grange, Sydney Southwest. Talia Tabor will run in lane 7, St Clair's, Narellanville, McKillop group of schools. Naomi Krajanchik, if I'm right, Lane 8, Forestville, Sydney North. Jade Johnston in lane 9, Claremont, Combined Independent Schools. Marley Main, Banks Meadow, Sydney East in lane 10. And in lane 11, Amalia Bond, Pymble Ladies College, Combined Independent Schools. How's this? 2 students have run within 100th of a second of each other in the semi-final. So we're going to have Angelica Batty going in lane 6, who's qualified in a time of 13.05, and right beside her in lane 7, Talia Tabone, who's qualified in 13.04. Now, beside each of those girls are 2 others that have qualified in 13.28 and 13.36. This is going to be a pretty quick race, and could be a couple of them contesting it right down to the line. They are away.
Great start from the girl from Sydney South West.
Marley pay out early, and this is the big second half
from
of Angelica Batty. Talia Tabone.
13.07. I think they're going to find it very hard to split them. Glad we're in here.
Lived up to expectations. We were expecting a pretty close contest there.
Talia Tabone, 13.05 first. Second, Angelique Batty in 13.06. And
Marley Pay, who came out really well. I mean, she put her stamp on it in the first 40 metres, and the other girls had to try and rein her in. They did in the end. But she'd have put a few little scares into their hearts early on, I reckon.
Well, Marley Pay has had a magnificent championship. It's going to be a rather strong relay team that New South Wales PWSA selects for School Sport Australia. All right, we are now down to the 12 years boys, 100 metres. In lane 2, we have LeBron Patalo Fatali from Carlton, Sydney East. Lane 3, Dominic Zhao from Kings, CIS. Lane 4, Ariz Ishmael, Tumut, Riverina. Lane 5, Ashton Foley, Bonnells Bay, Hunter. Lane 6, Carlo Magbag, Ellamore Vale, Hunter. Lane 7, Jared Shepherd, Ride East, Sydney North. Lane 8, Cameron Leung, Eastwood, Sydney North. Lane 9, Tyler Cunico, Lithgow, Western. Lane 10, Ollie Savoni, Tacking Point, North Coast. And lane 11, Lockie Samways, Holsworthy, Sydney South West. And we've got six runners under the 13 seconds. The fastest time was 12.43 from Carlo Magbag from the Hunter, but Jared Shepherd also had a 12.44 from Ride East.
It's going to be another one of those finals, I'd say.
Yeah.
Plenty of good viewing for spectators. Last boys' race was a little bit nervous at the start. Let's see how these guys go.
They're away clean.
Yeah.
He's got a great second half. 100 boy from lane 3, but I think they might have got him this time.
Hunter, Sydney East, Hunter.
I think that was Carlo Magbag from lane 6 from Hunter, followed by Sydney North, Jared Shepherd,
and then Hunter again.
Ashton Foley from the Hunter.
That's a great
and
race.
The time was 12.46.
Very business-like at the start, the boys there. No mucking around. All right, we've got the 13-year-old girls. The big girls are going to run here, probably their last 100 before they head off to high school next year. Run a bit of CHS and the like. Here we go. Lane 2, Bridie Hammonds, Spring Hill, Western region. Lane 3, Layla McConnell, South Grafton, North Coast. Sukuman, Daliwal, Narara, Sydney North. We'll go in lane 4. Beside her, Hayley Ann Mooney, Buninyong, Western Division. We're going 5 in lane 6. Michaela Whaler, Lochinvar, Hunter, fastest qualifier in 13.90. In lane 7, Chloe Gaudry, Balgala North, Sydney North. Olivia Tuckwell, lane 8, Ocean Shores, North Coast. In lane 9, Zara Wilcoxon, St Andrews Independent Schools. Daisy Clark is in lane 10, Soldiers Point Hunter. And Tegan Hine in lane 11, Edgeworth Hunter. On paper, Michaela Whaler qualified significantly quicker than the others. If she can put it together in the final, she might be able to run away with it. But once again, these other girls will go with her. So who knows? We're looking at Michaela Whaler in lane 6 as the fastest qualifier. And she's from the Hunter region.
She's got a beautiful stride on.
She's opened it up.
Yeah.
And this is why she was the fastest qualifier. Here she comes, down to the line. She has 7 metres.
14.02. She's done that, continued that all through the meet. That brings us to our last event for the boy in the 100 metres, and that's the boys' 13-year-olds 100 metres. Let me introduce you in lane 2. We will have Orson Wagner from St Andrews CIS. Lane 3, Cash Fitzgerald, Cootamundra, Riverina. Lane 4, Zion Hopper, Bly Park, Sydney West. Lane 5, Christian Lawrence from Our Lady of Good Counsel, Forestville. And lane 6, Jared Chong, Castle Hill, Sydney West. Lane 7, Jay Apano from St Ignatius. Lane 8, Harry Wen from Warrawee, Sydney North. Lane 9, Ung Nang La from Villawood North, Sydney South West. In lane 10, Otto Budakol from Miranda, Sydney East. And lane 11, Jackson Poole, Point Clare, Sydney North.
I think I might have neglected to mention a young lady at the start of that previous one, and she ran her way into 3rd place. It was Olivia Tuckle. She ran in lane 8. She's from Ocean Shores on the North Coast. And she was given 3rd place in that event. On the back of Michaela Whaler and Chloe Gaudry.
Lane 5, Christian Lawrence, lane 6.
Coming into some relays pretty soon.
Lane 7, JR.
Neil.
We'll close out our track side of it with the
Lane 9,
relay finals.
lane 10,
6 relay finals
Sydney East. Lane 11,
between
Jackson Poole, Sydney North.
junior girls all the way through to our special relays.
Now, it looks like the field events have concluded. But there's a group of fellows standing out there.
It's the last 8. They may be introducing for their last throw. The field events, though, do look like they've concluded all around the... Well, no, still got a long jump going. And oh, they're off and running.
There is a long jump going. They are running. Independent schools.
12.13.10. And that would have been... That was Jay Apano from St Ignatius College. And second was Harry Wen, sorry. In second, and 3rd place was Christian Lawrence. That brings us to the end of the 100 metre sprints, and I congratulate all the athletes who participated to this stage. Tremendous effort.
Yeah, we cast our minds back to yesterday when all those qualifiers were on. And those guys and girls there were fortunate to win their way through to the final, and a great display. Congratulations to all of the participants across hundreds. We're going to come into a relay. Some relays now. Nice way to finish the day. Bit of excitement. Whole crowd can get behind this. We're going to go with junior girls and junior boys relay finals. But we do have a presentation coming up, I think, before that. First relays to get away. You might still be watching. It's coming on to 3:25. I think most of you have bailed out of school for the day. You might be watching at home or somewhere where your school teams go to contest a relay final. They might have come down here to attempt to qualify in the morning, and I'd have to say the conditions aren't that much different to the morning. Around the low 20 degrees, a little bit of rain just remaining on the track, but no rain really, no significant rain falling, so conditions similar to qualifying this morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, your attention is drawn to the presentation area where we have the place getters in the junior boys multi-class discus. In third place from Lisseroe, Zane Graham. In second place, Jeremiah Middleton. And in first place in the New South Wales PSSA champion for 2022, Xavier Wilson, Michelle Coe. Congratulations, boys.
The presentation's going on in the meantime while we're waiting for the relays to get underway. Still quite a few at marshalling, so I assume they'll be bringing them down soon
Xavier set a new record
to bring them onto the track to contest the relay finals.
With a throw of 21.62. Jeremiah also set a new record in the junior boys discus in the F13 class with 18.14. Xavier set a record earlier this afternoon in the 100 metres for the T12 class, 15.08. And Jeremiah's run in the boys 100 metres multi-class set a new T13 record of 15.84. Congratulations, boys. Great achievements.
Plenty of interest up at marshalling on the hill, which means a significant number of people there means that it's most likely relays they're organising.
Once again, your attention is drawn to the presentation area where we have the place getters in the boys 100 metres final. In third place from Peakhurst, Corbin Finaye. In second place from Avalon, Ethan Warner. And in first place in the New South Wales PSSA champion for 2022, George Lambusis from Ramsgate. Congratulations, boys. This is a message for Chloe Anthony from CIS and Capri Vincent from McKillop, who are required back at the long jump hit for your final jumps. Chloe Anthony, CIS, and Capri Vincent, McKillop. Please return to the long jump area.
If you're still with us, that's great. We're going to some relay action to finish the day in a moment. Junior girls, junior boys, Nigel Bagley Trophy, Norman Elizabeth Austin Small Schools Trophy, and the senior girls and the senior boys relays will be taking place. Those teams are all being organised and marshalled at the moment. In a little while they'll make their way down to the track. Presentations of medals for the 100 metres, I believe is the 100 metres freestyle, 100 metres on the track, the sprints, where the finals have just been completed.
Taylor Pulili from Bardia. Taylor Pulili from Bardia. Can you come back to the presentation, please? In the presentation area, we have the place getters in the 11 years girls 100 metres. In third place from Cronulla, Sophie Howson. In second place, Janesse Hicks from Edgeworth. And in first place, the New South Wales PSSA champion from 2022, Divine Chundwadi from Liverpool. Congratulations, girls. Well done.
announcement for the track, all track officials. Please note that the relay will be in this, or the relay finals will be in the following order. Senior boys will run first, junior boys second, followed by the Bailey Trophy, North Elizabeth Austin Trophy, and then followed by junior girls and senior girls relays. That is the order for our relay finals. John Morris, can you please confirm?
Ladies and gentlemen, in the presentation area, we have the place getters in the girls 13 years, 100 metres. In third place from Ocean Shores, Olivia Tuckwell. In second place, Chloe Gaudry from Balgowan North.
Well, we're about to return to the track with the news that the order of relays has been a slight alteration, and that is the order order now will be junior boys, senior boys, then both of the finals for the respective trophies, and then it will be the junior girls and then the senior girls. So there's the updated and revised order for the relays. Boys 8 to 10, 4 by 100 metre relay. Going with the junior boys, I think first. Is that was the understanding? We've got the senior boys on the board. I thought we were going with the junior boys first. That would give us Bungendore South Coast in lane 1, Camden, Sydney, Southwest. So no, this will be the seniors. Yeah, because that'll be St John Bosco Engadine, lane 1. Am I correct? Holy Family Kelso, Floraville Hunter, Barker, lane 4, Tacking Point. Yeah, it's the seniors. So they haven't quite gone in the order that they suggested there. Yep. There's the seniors. They're going senior boys first, which, yeah, based on the potential running of that event we were talking about, that must have been a senior boys event that we were talking about this morning. Give them the longest break. Tacking Point will run in lane 5, North Coast, Northern Beaches, combined schools, independent schools, lane 6, Henschke Wagga, lane 7, Sydney Grammar, St Ives, lane 8, and lane 9, Eastwood, St John Bosco, lane 1, Holy Family, Kelso, lane 2, Floraville, Hunter, lane 3, and Barker, lane 4. They're on their marks, set, and they're away in the final. Conditions are good, track a little damp, but it's not going to affect them, and they are changing together. All right, we've got Barker, as expected, doing some serious work in the middle, but certainly Floraville Hunter really moving up in that second leg. Business end of the relay now, coming in to 200 to run, and they will hand over to their first runners. There's a few in the running here. Hunter, good change, changed in front. And they've got right beside them the young man from Barker, but tacking point, Northern Beaches. We're talking Barker, I think, and yeah, young man ran away with it. They got a good change and took off.
In the presentation area, we have the place getters in the boys 12.
It's a great race. It's what we expected. We had some good running in the heats.
And in first place in the New South Wales
Barker from Northern Beaches.
2022,
Taking point third, yeah. Going to go to, I think they're going to do the junior boys now. Just looking for evidence.
Very excited.
Yeah.
Well done.
Good result. They certainly had some work to do around there. They were surrounded by pretty healthy competition. And, you know, at each of the changes, they had to get those right. They would have heard the anxious feet of the competitors around them right throughout that, so they did well to run away with it in the end. The junior boys arrangement, we believe that's what we're going with next, is as follows. I'm just looking for evidence that the junior boys teams are out on the track. We're just seeing the concluding moments of the senior boys. They're gathering in their teams to meet with their teammates and congratulate each other on their efforts. Got to be a pretty good feeling to move that quickly around the track and get all of your changes right. One of the ultimate team sports.
And obviously they have practiced very hard.
Yeah, yeah. Put relay running right up there with rowing as far as the ultimate team sports, and that if one of your players doesn't turn up, it's pretty hard to do. But
it's a very good analogy.
Well, you know,
we've had time to think about that.
You try that in a rowing boat, and you're just going around in circles. But we're expecting Neil, the junior boys, to make an appearance here on the track, and we're on time. And general protocol is that the teams will be led down from the marshalling area, and they will make their way to their respective, once on the field, they'll make their way to their respective change zones.
I think we have a couple of teams down there gathered outside the marathon tunnel ready to go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They're just waiting for the official.
Wait for the go ahead. More and more appearing. They look like junior boys to you?
Yep.
Yeah, they look like a couple of teams of boys that are about to run a relay as opposed to a team of boys that have run a relay, don't they?
That's exactly right.
Still a bit of anxiety there. Let's announce the lane draw for the junior boys 4x100 metre relay. With fastest qualifiers going to be Baronia Park, Sydney North. They'll go in lane 5, where all the fast men, women, boys, girls and teams run in those middle lanes. Lane 1, Bungendore, South Coast. Lane 2, Camden, Sydney Southwest. Lane 3, Villa Maria, Hunters Hill. Lane 4, Sydney Grammar, St Ives, Combined Independent Schools. Lane 5, Baronia Park, fastest qualifiers, Sydney North. Lane 6, Balgowlah Heights, Sydney North. Lane 7, Burraneer Bay, Sydney East. Lane 8, Elabana, Hunter, Lane 9, Shaw, Prep. Preparatory School, Combined Independent Schools. We did say the fastest qualifiers here are Lane 5. They're all yet to appear actually on the track, but they're gathering. So Baronia Park, fastest qualifiers 57.08. And they've got beside them from Balgala Heights in lane 6, the next fastest 57.86. And on the other side of them in lane 4, Sydney Grammar, who have put together a pretty good team throughout the day, 58.65. We'll see how they can all pan it out once they start running and changing battens.
Balgala North team could be a different one to beat.
Yeah. And look, Sydney Grammar, St Ives, I've seen, they put in some couple of really good performances today. So, well, Baronia Park, maybe they've just been hiding in the wings and running some nice times. So I'm sure they'll be well aware that they've got the speed to do it.
Nice touch. They're all giving each other a round of applause.
That is good, isn't it? Best of luck to everybody. In a moment, they will all split up. Derek Hume will have them going to different parts of the arena, and they're doing that now as they say goodbye to their teammates for a brief moment. And first, second, third, fourth runners go in different directions to their change zones. Well, they'll stand by themselves in their lane, surrounded by their counterparts who will run their respective legs against them.
Also gathering in the marathon tunnel with just the start of the Nigel Bagley relay teams coming down to be marshalled. That'll be the next events after this one. Maybe this is an opportune moment before we run these last few relays to make a couple of comments and thanks. I'd like to start off by thanking firstly the parents who have brought their students down here for this experience, and for those parents also who couldn't make it but are sitting at home watching it on the live stream. I hope you've enjoyed that. The teachers in the schools, where a lot of these kids' dreams commence, and the work they put in, I think needs to be applauded. And of course the teachers and officials at this event who have made it happen so smoothly. They form teams and they work together to make sure the events run smoothly. To all the people that are behind the scenes, such as the technicians from Clutch TV who made this transmission possible. Thanks to the PSSA. And finally, I'd like to I'd like to congratulate Peter Cardy, the New South Wales PSSA Athletics Commander, who has done a marvellous job with his assistant Andrew Smith. But most importantly, we've got to thank the competitors who really performed at their utmost and their best, and at all times displayed great sportspersonship. The end of the event, shaking each other's hand, and I'm positive that some of those students will go away and made a lifetime friend here over the last 2 days. So all those people who are still watching on this live stream, we hope you've enjoyed the coverage. We've got a few more races to go. For those people who are watching on their phones in the stands, make sure you have a safe journey home. It's been Matt and my pleasure to actually be here and be with you over the last 2 days.
I'll take the opportunity, if you don't mind, Neil, to join you, echo your thoughts on all the thanks to all of those people, and to also to thank you for your excellent guidance through the program over 2 days, because your knowledge and experience has been extremely valuable. First of all to me, trying to guide me through a program, and then more to the thousands of people that must be watching and listening to the show coming through to them. So thanks, Neil, and great work.
Thank you, Matt. We're up to our last few events. The Junior Boys Relay is just about to take shape. We're getting all the competitors in their specific lanes at the changes. And I think Matt might introduce them again.
Lane 1, Bungendore, South Coast. Lane 2, Camden, Sydney Southwest. Lane 3, Villa Maria, Hunters Hill. Lane 4, Sydney Grammar, St Ives, Independent Schools. Lane 5, Baronia Park, Sydney North. Lane 6, Balgowlah Heights, Sydney North. Lane 7, Baronia Bay, Sydney East. Lane 8, Elabana, Hunter. Lane 9, Shaw Prep. We talked about some of those ones in the middle of the field, the track that we thought are going to run quickly. It's a bit like a Melbourne Cup, though, isn't it? You know, sometimes you're going to get a... well, you can think of what you like about who you think might go well, but there are plenty of schools in this race, and lots of things can happen in the relay. So if they can put it together, any one of these schools can come out on top and run successfully. Pretty much on time according to the program. The 3:50 start for these relays, and they are away. And lane 1 has made ground from Bungendore straight away, taken away the stagger, part of that stagger, and well,
fortunately, drop battle.
Okay, this is what we can't count on. Battle's on. Moving at speed, coming into this home bend, and the changeover will occur. Baronia Park and Balgowlah Heights.
Very smooth.
I got a feeling this is the Baronia Park outfit that are storming to victory, and we thought there might be some other guys around them, but they've done the job.
56-9.
Baronia Park.
Basically by the other Sydney North team.
Yeah, Balgowlah Heights, and I think Baronia Bay, Sydney East might have snared that third place, but I'm not sure.
Baronia Bay, yes, it's coming in third. So Baronia Park and Balgowlah North and Baronia Bay.
Well, Baronia Bay really lifted after their qualifying. They were fourth fastest qualifier for the final, and they've lifted to get it up into third spot. So all those little efforts, you know, it's never. I mean, the races never run on paper.
Those people are interested in what's happening. Each of the students that have competed are receiving a memento from New South Wales PSSA. It may be a friendship pin, which they can take home as a recognition of competing. So every student that has competed here at these events have received one of those. Now, some of them may have received 5 or 6 of them. They could be swapping them right now.
I think some of those ones there also are finalists, finalist pins, and I had a bit of a look at those. They're very nice.
Finalist pins, I know. Lovely.
Go very well back on your blazer, back at school, back on your jumper, on your golf hat, on your fridge. Who knows where you like to keep it?
You better check with your parents if you can
exactly.
Put it in the fridge.
Yeah,
you might have to drill a hole.
But funnily enough, one of those things years down the track, you know, you might be tidying up your room and you find it, and you sort of cast your mind back and go, hey, I remember that. I never running with those boys or girls, people I met.
Now, the next event we have is the final of the Nigel Bagley Trophy Shield for schools of between 25 and 56 enrolment, basically 2 teacher schools. And we have representing North Coast in lane 1, Broadwater, lane 2, Gulgowie, Riverina, lane 3, St Pius X, Windale, lane 4, Cumnock, Western, lane 5, Tabulant, North Coast, lane 6, Bilford, Sydney West, lane 7, Spring Hill, Western, lane 8, Burren Junction, North West, and lane 9, Mathura, Riverina. And we've had 2 standouts in this event today, Cumnock, Western, and Tabulant, North Coast.
Lane 6, Bilford, Sydney West, lane 7, Spring Hill, Western, lane 8, Burren Junction, North West, and lane 9, Mathura,
And in the
Riverina.
background you can hear the public address of the announcement of teams in their lanes to the crowd. Plenty of people still here. Relays tend to do that. They bring a good crowd of supporters. So they'll have plenty of support throughout this relay, particularly as they make their way along that home straight with a grandstand full of people. Got a few diehards on the back straight with the getting some fantastic viewing and good seats right down on the trackside. Might be a few people yelling encouragement along the back straight as well and on that home turn. Good luck hearing it though, in the heat of the battle.
I'm just passing.
They'll have their attention fixed on that.
They're off.
They are off with a combination of runners.
Come knocking from Western has made up some ground in the middle.
Yeah, Western have made up some ground there. It'll be interesting to see how they can bring it home.
See where North Coast is sitting.
They're well placed.
They're going to have two very good anchor runners, third and fourth runners. So
we've got.
I think it's Cumnock at the front at the moment. We'll go into the change.
Western's there.
Yeah, Western, that's Cumnock. And Tabulum beside them. And we've got St. Pius the 10th. Cumnock, I think, are going to run away with this one.
They certainly are.
Had a big run.
Controls
59.02.
You enjoyed that victory.
Second was St. Pius the 10th. Windale, and third Tabulum from the North Coast.
It was a great final, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a great final. And they've given everything they had.
Certainly. We're now moving into the Austin Trophy. Norm and Elizabeth Austin Small Schools Trophy. And there are 9 schools that have qualified for the final. If you're watching on the screen, we hope you enjoy the footage of these schools participating. Might have your school with a bunch of kids from your school running in it, and you'll enjoy it even more. Lane 1 for the Norman Elizabeth Austin Small Schools Trophy. Lane 1 will be Walbundry from Riverina. Lane 2 will be Kangaloon from the South Coast. Lane 3, Barker. Combined Independent Schools. Lane 4, Rollins Plains, North Coast. Lane 5, Binya, Riverina. Lane 6, Central Tilba, South Coast. Lane 7, North Star, Northwest. Lane 8, Kentucky, Northwest. And Lane 9, Corndale, North Coast. Team that's qualified the quickest here is the team from Rollins Plains. Time of 1:01.68. Obviously got a good thing going on up in Rollins Plains. Some lovely country up there. And they are the quickest qualifiers. They will run out of lane 4. And their qualifying time for the final is 1:01.68. The next fastest qualifying time for the final is Binya, 1:02.50. And not far behind Barker, lane 3, 1:02.73. So, while Bundry qualifying time of 1:05.78, and Corndale 1:05.10. So they're going to have company here. The kids from Rollins Plains, and they will go at it from lane 4.
I might also take this opportunity to thank the students from Wyndham College who've been acting as runners and in some cases officials for the last 2 days. They've done a terrific job, and they have hopefully enjoyed the experience
been outstanding, haven't they?
Yeah.
Sort of the oil that keeps the whole thing running.
And in first place in the New South Wales PSSA champion for 2022, Maddie Burns from Greenwich. Congratulations, girls, well done.
A medal presentation being completed for it's most likely a 100-metre there, and then they will send the runners on their way for the Norm and Elizabeth Austin Small Schools Trophy Relay. They're on their mark. Yeah, little movement there. I think Benya might have just got a little bit excited there. Got away.
It's Riverina. So hold your nerve.
And check starter comes down, gives the warning, and Mr. Hume makes sure that runner in lane 2 is back where he should be.
He's got a huge smile on his face.
Just creeping up the track. I think he got the line wrong there. And they're all the way. Beautiful sight it is. Full complement of runners make their way along around the first leg. Second runners are often moving. Yeah. We've got a little Central Tilba did some pretty impressive work down that back straight, made some ground. Come around now, we'll get a better look at it on the screen. We've got the usual suspects there. We've got Binya and Rollins Plains, North Coast.
But here he comes.
And North Plains.
Rollins Plains is
I think he may have got him.
What a race. What a race. The boy from Binya doesn't know. The Rollins Plains doesn't know.
Do you think Rollins Plains got over the top there now?
No, I've got a feeling Binya beat the dip. And they have. There's Binya. Rollins Plains.
There you go.
Well done, Binya. Time of 1:01.53.
Tell you what, he was coming at him. Gutsy running.
Fantastic. Well, I'll be the taste of Binya down there.
Yeah, absolutely. The town can start celebrating right now. And, and certainly it does justice to the Norm and Elizabeth Austin trophy, doesn't it? That sort of level of competition.
He still can't believe it, the young boy from Binya. He's checking, making sure. Yes, and he's held his hand up.
I think he was in a world of his own there in that last 50. He was running for his life. They were all coming at him.
He's holding his heart.
Yeah.
Well done.
Don't know whether it was better to be running or better to be watching it.
Well, he certainly made right with today.
Yeah. What a great finish.
Well done.
There's the sort of thing that make the relays great to watch.
Now, after that excitement, we'll go back to the junior girls relay.
I think you'd have to call that a grandstand finish.
It was. And in the junior girls relay, we have in lane 1, Villa Maria from Hunters Hill, McKillop. In lane 2, PLC Sydney from CIS. In lane 3, Griffith East, Riverina. In lane 4, St Augustine's, Coffs Harbour. In lane 5, St Catherine's, CIS. Lane 6, Glendore, Hunter. Lane 7, Pimble LC, CIS. Lane 8, St Matthews, Mudgee, Park, Polding. And in lane 9, Manly Village, Sydney North. Now,
well, here's one of those teams, Neil, that we have
watched and
been
admired.
looking at St Catherine's,
every time they've run.
Yeah. they've either got a good program going down or there's something good being served at their canteen, because they've been outstanding. We'll see whether they can, how they go against the other girls. The other girls may have different ideas.
Anything could happen.
Mm-hmm.
We're in the starters' hands.
One girl will use the blocks, and the others look like a standing start, although lane 3 is standing back. I wonder if she'll use the crouch. Crouch is all right if you come out strong. If you get stuck there, it's can slow them down a little bit.
Thankfully for they're young, and of course if it was me, I'd be stuck in the crouch position. And they'd help to get
Well,
up.
I mean, if you get it right, it's quite a comfortable position. The problem is when you start running. Here we go. Just getting starters on the stand now. The clock is set. And the St Catherine's girls have it in front of them, with a host of others who are going to try and make them work for it or run them down. Crouch start out in the outside lane as well. Got away. Yeah, second outside. All right, everybody holding their ground, and is that Polding? Is it?
No, McKillop is taking the gap out.
Someone's, yeah, they've moved up there pretty quickly. Here we go. Here comes a bit of a St Catherine's
charge.
Yeah, a bit of energy down that back straight. It's just
has run
claimed about 10 metres.
She's run that leg the same each time.
Change is good, and they're going to unleash their last two runners and see what they can do.
Goes into the change.
Got to make the change, and they have.
Comfortably.
Yeah. And this girl's done it before.
And she's tenacious.
Yeah. Running beside her. Holding, yeah. They've had a good race. But St Catherine's have dominated it.
58-10.
Snappy. And all of those teams are really good relay runs. Didn't see any sort of difficult changes throughout there. The big stop-start. You get to the final, you're usually running against girls that know how to change the baton. Puts a little bit of pressure on you. Great to run in a relay. The only problem is it's over too quickly. Very exciting.
Viewers, that brings us to our last event of the 2022 New South Wales PWSA Athletic Track and Field Championship. And I have thanked a number of people. I'd also like to thank those officials from Athletics New South Wales who have also come along today and yesterday to help out. It's been a great championship with great atmosphere. And our last event for 2022, oh, sorry, we may have one other event after this one. Our last relay event is the girls' senior 4x100 metres relay. And the final we have in lane 1, Mimosa, Sydney North. Lane 2, Avalon, Sydney North. Lane 3, Barker, CIS. Lane 4, Queenwood, CIS. Lane 5, St Peter and Paul, Kiama, McKillop. Lane 6, Scone, Hunter. Lane 7, Kingscliff, North Coast. Lane 8, Thomas Hassel, CIS. Lane 9, Sylvania Heights, Sydney East.
CIS, lane 8, and Sylvania Heights, Sydney East, lane 9.
And our fastest time in the qualifier was set by Scone at 56.29. But they have that's not correct. It was St Peter's and Paul came out 55.69.
That they blew out the blue uniform?
Yes. So this will be catch us if you can.
Good start.
Good start from all runners.
And she's up already. Lane 6, is it? Did you say that?
Lane 5.
St Peter and Paul. Kiama took ground early on. They're holding here, although the Hunter Scone is fighting back.
Yes.
So they've got something to say. And they get a good change and a good bend, and they might be able to contest it. Yep.
Although
they've got Independent School coming through here on the inside, doing very well.
That's Queenwood.
Yeah, that's a big league. And good change.
Queenwood may have been holding a bit back.
Oh, well.
Although here she comes.
Scone.
St Peter and St Paul. Another.
They're going to hold her off.
Oh,
yeah.
Queenwood 55-29.
Wow. That's impressive, isn't it?
It is very impressive.
And all of those teams, you know, a good example of what it is to run the relay.
We've called the Bullies from the 11-year-old 200-metre final.
Now we'll shake hands and then we'll go and catch up with all of our teammates and talk about what a good time we had. Running 4x100. That lady running for Queenwood, was it? Yeah, she had work to do when she got the baton. It's good because it was to some degree it was a pretty open relay, that one. If you look at those 3 and 4 schools, and I don't think Queenwood was in a lot of the talk at the start of it, but they was certainly made their presence felt as the relay unfolded. They had a good relay.
They certainly did.
In second place, Shari Nixon from Bullies. And in first place, on the New South Wales PWSA champion for 2022, Lucy Giaminello from Discus. Congratulations, girls. Well done.
Currently on screen is a presentation that was made by Tracy McKinnery, the president of the New South Wales Primary School Sports Association. I think there are a number of presentations still to go, but I don't know if we'll stay with that. We might just. Well, we've got one more event, I think, coming up.
Ladies and gentlemen, again, your attention is drawn to the presentation area where we have the place getters in the junior boys 4x100 metre relay. In third place, Barony Bay. In second place, Balgowlah Heights. And in first place, and the New South Wales PWSA champions for 2022, Baronian Park. Congratulations, boys. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, your attention is drawn to the presentation area, where we have the place getters in the girls 8 to 10 4x100 metre relay. In third place, Timble Ladies College. In second place, Sir Augustine's from Coffs Harbour. And in first place are the New South Wales PSSA champions for 2022, St Catherine's. Congratulations, girls, well done. In the presentation area, we have the Nigel Bagley Trophy winners for 2022. They're for small schools, mixed teams, winner, Tabulum, third place. Tabulum, third place. In second place, St Pius Windale. And in first place in the New South Wales PSSA champions for 2022, Cumnock. Congratulations, boys and girls, well done.
Introducing our finalists, the boys 11-year-old 200 metres. In lane 1, Sean Bullies, Sydney South West. Lane 2, Hallam Gilchrist, CIS. Lane 3,
we are going to switch to a running at the boys 11's 200 metres final. This is a rerun of an event. And we have in lane 1, Sean
lane 9, High Seal.
Metapulo from Ingleburn, Sydney Southwest. Callum Gilchrist from Barker, CIS. James Aikens from Knox Prep, CIS. Michael Melliff from Ferry Meadow, South Coast in lane 4. In lane 5, Zach Bailey, Timbamuri, Northwest. In lane 6, Ethan Sherlock from Waniora, South Coast. In lane 7, Thomas Vedras from Normanhurst, Sydney North. In lane 8, we have Mace Wagner Jordan from Burke Street, Sydney East. And in lane 9, we have Ryan Seal from Willoughby, Sydney North. They're on their blocks. They're in their starters' hands. And this is a rerun.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the presentation area we have the place getters in the small schools relay.
And they've got to stand again.
Austin Shields. Third place goes to Central Tilba. Second place, Roland Plains. And in first place, and the New South Wales PSSA champions for 2022, Binya.
They're over their blocks. A little bit nerves over there, understandably. Understandably. Take a deep breath, boys. You can do it. They're on their blocks. Set. And away cleanly. The bend's the most important thing. Those ones in the inside lanes will get the slingshot around the bend. The Sydney East boy, he's doing a good job. We've got a couple in the middle. There's a couple losing their form. In lane 3, we have... and I won't wait for the official title, and the young lad from Sydney East unfortunately tripped. He was giving everything. Well done, mate. And everyone's clapping. And the results, I think it might have been Michael Melfi from Fairy Meadow, South Coast, but we'll wait. No, it couldn't have been. It was yes, I was nowhere near it. Was Zach Bailey, Michael Melfi. So the final of that was James Atkins from Knox, Zach Bailey from, I'll just tell you in a second, Zach Watson, I'm sorry, from Wycliffe. And in third place was Michael Melfi from I'm not sure. I think it might be Farnborough Road, or it was a South Coast boy. Ladies and gentlemen, that does bring our close of the events to a finish. Thank you for your attendance. You may stay and watch the some of the presentations if you'd so like to, because they're going to continue. And thank you again for your support, and be safe. Good afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, once again, thank you for your attendance at the New South Wales Athletics Championships. 2022. We hope you all have a safe journey home. Please make sure you put any rubbish in the bin as you leave our grandstand.
area where we have the place getters in the girls 4x100 metre relay for seniors. In third place from Scone, well done girls. Second place, St Peter and St Paul, Kiama. And in first place in the New South Wales PSSA Champions for 2022, Queenwood. Congratulations, girls.
going to do this. I know you're going to take mine as well. Yeah, but you can't take mine yet. No, I'm going to take mine first. Oh, sorry. I'm just going to confirm that he wants them back. So, yeah. So, if so, we'll have to rip up all this as well for you. What? It's called nothing, yeah. It goes along with you. That's it. Oh, that's out there. Oh,
In the presentation area, we have the place getters in the boys 200 metres final. In third place from Fairy Meadow, Michael Melfi. In second place from Timbumbie Rise, Zach Bailey. And in first place, the New South Wales PSSA champion for 2022, James Atkins from Knox Creek. Congratulations, boys. Well done.